So this one does not have any ground spotting confirmation with it. Again, this is just radar confirmation. And this one is moving in that north direction around 45 miles per hour for Baldwin County till 10:15. So we're tracking it out for you in Point Clear. It is going to be over you at 9:38. So about 5 more minutes. Use every minute you need to get to your safe spot. We're talking about Battles Wharf by 9:39. Houstonville by 9:40. Same with Loyola Villa. Magnolia Beach, 9:41. Fairhope by 9:42. And Volanta by 9:43. We are talking about anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to prepare for some of those communities. And again, here's Mobile. Head south of I-10. Here's Point Clear. Here's where we're looking at the intensity of this particular cell. And this is one that expires in about, let's see, 10:15. You have about 45 more minutes of this one. Also notice, like the other ones, it is producing a lot of rain, which means if you do see that rotation, and if there is in fact a funnel associated with this, you're not going to be able to see anything with your 2 eyes. Noticing we don't have much being picked up with velocity at this point, so we're really not seeing, I would see right here would be the intense part of it, but at the same time, it's not a clear indication like we've seen with previous tornado warnings, at least coming up on the velocity. You did see that it does seem to be a strong cell, and this is one that you should take seriously. Anytime we bring you a new tornado warning, whether or not it's been ground confirmed, you need to treat it as such. You need to get to a safe spot. A basement is always the safest, but that's not always so common in these areas. If you're in a mobile home, that is not the safest place for you to be. You have to find something sturdy, a shelter. If you have one in your park, get to the safest spot that you have. It is the most interior part of your home. And if you can get to that away from the windows, you need to do so and tuck your head down. Make sure you're bringing blankets with you. Again, this is our newest and latest tornado warning. The one further up, further north, that was south of Birmingham, that one was allowed to expire. That one did have ground confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but they were able to drop the warning as it did appear to weaken not long after it was confirmed. This is a separate one. We're further south. We're just outside of Mobile. And if you notice, we're just off the Gulf Coast here. One of the things that's really been helping fuel these cells, and notice this one more discreet, this one kind of off that full line that's further north, they have a lot of energy surging into them, and they have a lot of fuel to run off of. So again, take this one very seriously. A tornado warning currently in the county would be for, let me get this. This would be for southwestern Baldwin County. This is southwest Alabama. And noticing some of the, let's see, this would be about 4 miles northeast of Fort Morgan. And again, it's moving around 45 miles per hour in that northerly direction. So we're going to continue to watch it. It's about 16.5 miles from Mobile. And if this continues to head in that direction, it is going to be jumping over I-10. And one of the things we've been seeing is a decent amount of traffic actually on the roads during these severe storms. And, you know, when we talk about winter weather, we say plan accordingly, don't get on the road. It's the same thing here. This is a more imminent threat where you're talking about the potential of a tornado. And if you're on an interstate, you really don't have those low-lying areas to get to. So if you are in a car, usually the safest thing you can do is don't drive into the tornado. You're not gonna be able to escape this thing. You have to stay where you are. You have to make sure that seatbelt is on and tuck that head down. We'll continue to follow this tornado warning, our only tornado warning, Nick, for Baldwin County, Alabama.
All right, Marissa, let's go back to that destructive tornado that ripped through the New Orleans area. Let's go ahead and dip into some of the coverage from our local affiliate, the Fox 8 there in New Orleans, WVUE. Let's take a listen.
As it moved through portions of Orleans Parish. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus on a couple of things, but clearly the storm got a lot stronger as it moved from the West Bank to the East Bank.
And David, when you see the damage that's left behind after this move through, especially in Arabi, what we were just watching just a short while ago, what would that be the equivalent to if a hurricane were to hit?
Well, we were talking about that earlier. First of all, we don't know how strong this tornado was. I'm surmising by my experience and from the limited amount of video that I've seen that this is at least an EF2 tornado. The New Orleans East tornado 5 years ago was EF3. It may be that strong too, which would tie it as the strongest tornado on record to hit the metropolitan area. The New Orleans East was the strongest on record at that point. And EF2 is like Category 3 hurricane winds. 110, 130 mile per hour, 135 mile per hour winds, borderline 4. And EF3 has would be Category 4, getting into the Category 5 range. Winds perhaps as high as 160, 165 miles per hour on the upper end of an EF3.
So while we're entering this severe weather season, it's still extremely rare to get a significant tornado like we're talking about tonight.
Well, it's definitely tornado season here. There's no doubt about it. And we had a tornado watch tonight, and we were talking about it since yesterday. Went the whole day, and these storms didn't do anything. And something happened south of the lake tonight that caused a tornado to form over Lake Pontchartrain and a tornado to form over Lake Salvador and move across the metropolitan areas and on the North Shore. This was also probably a pretty strong tornado, even though it largely avoided populated areas in St. Tammany Parish. When it crossed the lakefront and crossed Highway 190 and moved into the woods there was a lot of trees down, and our rotation tracker on that was showing very strong rotation as well. This is tornado season for us.
I was going to say this video right here is taken right off of West Judge Perez near Buccaneer Villa. That's actually the ranch, the big sound stage in Chalmette, really the heart of Chalmette, where Interview with the Vampire has been filming in that building right there. And you could see in the background Arabi and the massive funnel cloud in the distance.
David, when you see this, I mean, it just looks to me, I'm not a meteorologist, like the classic video that you would imagine what a tornado would look like. And as it's moving, it's got what inside of it? It's just got all of that wind. It's
got dirt. It's got debris. It's in this case, and it might have water as it's moving over marsh, and at times when it's moving over the river, and this is not what we typically see, especially south of the lake. I mean, when we had the tornado 5 years ago in New Orleans East, there's a reason why an EF3 has been the strongest on record. We don't typically get tornadoes that strong. Now, north of the lake, you don't have to go that far north, and to get an EF2 and EF3, while still rare, it is a little bit more common there, and for various reasons. But because of our proximity to water, that tends to have somewhat of a stabilizing effect, and we don't get these large tornadoes this far south. But boy, we got one tonight, and it's rivaling what we saw 5 years ago. And also the chance, if you look at how much of the area is populated south of the lake, right? If you look at the entire South Shore, most of the area is marsh, right? And so it's a combination of just bad luck and bad placement of this particular storm. This could have easily been, 20, 30 miles to the south, and maybe it would have skirted the marsh in St. Bernard and gone into Lake Bourne, but that wasn't the case. It stayed over a heavily populated area, unfortunately.
We had, 3 different tornado warnings all around the same time, different parts of the metro area. We had this one that started off on the west bank of Jefferson. We had the one on the North Shore, St. Tammany.
Those were the 2 tornadoes. So we had the one that started over the causeway that moved into St. Tammany Parish, and then eventually into Mississippi and weekend. And then we had this one that started over Lake Salvador and moved across the west bank and then to the east bank, particularly, it looks like through Arabi. And then apparently it must have weakened to some extent when it got into New Orleans East. That's when the radar signature was not as strong. And again, we're not hearing anything out of New Orleans East as far as significant damage. So that must have been what happened there.
Arabi, no doubt the hardest hit tonight. We're hearing from storm victims, and one of them we spoke to earlier.
Well, you can hear the wind coming through. I put my family in the bathroom. As soon as we got in the bathroom, all of our ears popped, and you just knew, you knew what it was. And I come out, it lasted maybe 10 seconds tops. I don't think it lasted that long. I come outside, and it looked like the Ukraine,
Are all of y'all okay?
Everybody's okay.
Did it sound like a train or?
No train. No train, just very strong wind. And I just went through Ida, and I knew it sounded stronger than Ida wind. So I knew it was pretty bad,
How's your house?
The house looks okay. My fence is tore up. I got a broken window, but yeah, we're not gonna be able to assess this good till tomorrow morning, until we can see everything.
Did you ever expect something like this to happen?
Yes, I do actually. I think the weather's just horrible, maybe. I'm not surprised even a little bit, to be honest with you.
Are you nervous that everybody's okay?
Everybody's okay. You look across the street here, this guy was by himself with his dog and his cat. He made it out. And but everybody I've talked to so far is okay. The fireman said there was a couple people with some, a little banged up, but I think that's all I've heard so far.
42, hearing from some of the victims after that powerful tornado just went down St. Claude. We've all driven that road heading into Chalmette, and to imagine something just traveling at parts of that and just hitting the heart of this community.
We're going to get back to that Fox weather alert and that latest update you're hearing coming out of New Orleans, where we did have a tornado touch the ground and cause quite a bit of damage out of the lower 9. And we're going to continue to bring you updates on that. What we do have to get back to, though, is we have an active tornado warning. Now, this one is by radar. Nothing was actually ground confirmed, but we're looking. This would be for Baldwin County, Alabama. Here's the actual cell that we're watching. So here's Highway 98. And then for reference, here's Mobile, and you have Mobile Bay just to the south. So this particular one is for southwestern Baldwin County. This is moving around 45 miles per hour. And again, this is merely radar indicated. Nothing has been confirmed. But what I want you to do, if you're in these areas of Fairhope, Montrose, and surrounding communities, is to treat it as such, as if there could be a tornado on the ground. And I'll show you what we're looking at with the velocity in a second in those winds. But in Volanta, it is over you now. This is producing a lot of rain. It would be rain wrapped, so you're not going to get any visibility on it. So the best thing you could do if you're in Seacliff at 9:46, you have about 2 minutes to act. Get to your basement, get to that lowest level of your home. If you're in a mobile home, find out where that safe shelter is. Talk to a neighbor. You have to act. Again, we're talking about minutes here. Daphne by 9:52 and 9:53 in the following communities. Again, here's a look at here's Battles Wharf right here. Here's Fairhope. And here's where that rotation would be. Now, this hasn't been, as we've been watching it over the past couple of minutes, so it's just advancing a little bit further north. It hasn't been as clear of an indication of rotation as we've seen in other velocity scans, as we've watched various tornado warnings throughout the past 24, 36 hours now. But this is something you want to keep a close eye on. You can see the brightening of the green right there. So we're typically looking for wrapping of winds, which would usually be the shades of green and red, where we get the winds moving away and toward the radar. So this is why the National Weather Service has put out a warning here. And given what we've seen with this system, you just can't underestimate what is possible here. So this particular cell, notice it really is far apart from the main line that we've been watching. Also noticing, here's your radar right here. So this is shooting up, and you're still seeing quite a bit of activity and also that heavy rain again. So this is the one we're going to continue to watch. This is just to the south of I-10, more than likely going to be jumping over I-10, a very popular corridor, as you continue to travel in those east and west directions. So just to the south of Daphne, again, this is for part of Baldwin County in Alabama that we are continuing to watch. This one goes until 10:15 Central Time. This is radar indicated. You need to treat this as a dangerous storm that could potentially throw out a tornado. Noticing it is just over Montrose right now. You're more than likely seeing and hearing a lot of rain associated with this. Stephen, do we have any lightning that we can show at this one? A lot of times that we've seen too. So this one, yeah, just a little bit. And it's interesting. A lot of the storms we were watching last night, they had so much more electricity with them, so much more intensity. But again, not something I'm going to underestimate here. So we'll continue to follow this active tornado warning coming out of Baldwin County, Alabama, until this one is allowed to expire, if at all that happens. Nick?
All right, Marissa, there you go. So we're continuing this coverage here of everything that we just mentioned. That we've got that tornado warning right now in Alabama that's going until 10:15, and we continue to monitor what's transpired in New Orleans this evening, as we had a large tornado move through the area. Matter of fact, a confirmed tornado moved through eastern New Orleans. And on the phone now is Sergeant Ashton Gibbs with the Gretna Police Department. And Sergeant Gibbs, who actually took the video that you're seeing right now. And I could only imagine, Sergeant, what was going through your mind as you were filming that and you were looking at that in real time, not just through your camera lens, but you could actually see that with your own two eyes.
Yeah, so, I was sitting on my couch watching the news probably as most people were. I knew there was bad weather coming. And then our cable program cut out, and we got the alert about a possible tornado headed toward St. Bernard Parish, which is where I live. It's actually different than from where I work. Gretna is on the west bank of Jefferson Parish, and St. Bernard, where I live, is on the east bank. As they informed me that the cell that they were talking about was just crossing the river, I decided to look out my front door, and literally there was this low-level deck of clouds in the area, and it looked like a little bit of circulation. So, not having seen a tornado before, I literally thought it was a tornado. I started to film it, and sure enough, it intensified over the next few minutes. And you could just see like the debris swirling around and just progressing forward in a northerly direction. And the sky was just lighting up these different colors like blue and green and fire. And I assumed that was the transformers blowing. And then not long after that, the power went out.
So I'm assuming, since you've lived there for a little while anyway, you've been through a hurricane or two. How did this compare maybe to a hurricane, in your opinion?
I've lived in New Orleans area all my life, 42 years. I've been through numerous hurricanes, working in law enforcement. Hurricanes, to me, they're a prolonged event. They're almost like endurance fest. And, they may last a day or two, whereas a tornado is sporadic. It pops up all of a sudden. The damage is the same, but the amount of time that you have to prepare for it is very short. And just the sheer power of a tornado is just unbelievable.
Let me ask you this. How were you, how prepared were you for this? I mean, is this something that you were alerted by on your phone? Did someone tell you? Did you just kind of visually see it? Walk me through that.
Well, I knew a line of storms was coming through the area the day before, just by watching my local news. I wasn't expecting this. I can tell you that. I've never seen a tornado in my 42 years of living in New Orleans. It's probably my first time, and man, it was just surprising. It was I don't want to say it was incredible because of the damage, but
yeah,
it was incredible.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. Impressive, but for all the wrong reasons, right? So now we're in the aftermath. What are you seeing post tornado? I mean, we've got some images here, and it just it almost looks like a war zone. In your words, though, how would you describe what's going on in your neighborhood?
I was probably about a mile from where the tornado actually touched down. For the most part, my neighborhood is intact. The power is back on. But for the community where it hit and the devastation that it caused, you're affected by it because you shop in that area, you go to the store in that area, and people that live around there. It's no less than a mile away from where I am.
Yeah. Many people say when they go through a tornado or they're in the vicinity of one, we keep hearing two things come up. They always say it sounded like a train, and they also say if they're close enough that their ears popped. Do you agree with those two things? Did you experience those two things?
When I walked out the door, I had this very ominous feeling. And then I saw the tornado, and I heard the wind. I don't know that it sounded like a freight train to me. I could hear the wind, and the wind was a very different sound.
Gotcha. Now, you are a sergeant there with the Gretna Police Department. We've been kind of talking to you here as just a civilian that went through, this tornado. But as a person in law enforcement, maybe what's something that you want to pass along to people post-tornado as Sergeant Ashton Gibbs?
I mean, I can say, definitely pay attention to your weather alert. Pay attention to the news that you watch. With modern technology today, these guys are spot on. And for me, watching the news and for them to saying that the tornado was crossing the river, the Mississippi River, I knew it was probably at my back door. So I decided to go outside and see for myself. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, I was able to film the actual tornado being less than a mile away.
I asked a reporter this earlier. I want to ask you, because you just mentioned that you've lived in this part of the country your whole life. Definitely, it's an area that is just prone to these destructive weather events, right? I mean, going all the way back to Katrina, this past hurricane season, y'all had a couple of pretty nasty hurricanes roll through. This, gosh, are you guys just weary? Are you tired of all the weather, or is the community galvanized and more resilient than ever?
The area that was affected, which is in Arabi, Louisiana, they were affected by Hurricane Ida tremendously. Mm-hmm. And a lot of those businesses just finished rebuilding, just finished preparing roofs and parts of their buildings. And it was almost like everything was coming back to life and returning to normal. And now this.
Yeah, we hate to hear that, man. All right, well, we're going to say some prayers for you here at Fox Weather. And gosh, I hope that doesn't, stop people from rebuilding again, because that part of the country is beautiful. And we love to hear a good comeback after these storms. Sergeant Ashton Gibbs with the Gretna Police Department, thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate everything that you've told us here this evening.
You're welcome.
All righty, Marissa.
So once again, you've been listening into Fox Weather coverage of these tornadoes that have touched down specifically in the New Orleans area. We're getting in new video here of a home that was completely destroyed. Unfortunately, this family has dealt with damage in the past from Hurricane Ida. Take a listen to this as teams on the ground spoke with the homeowner.
Them tracking the tornado is what we were watching. And really, when they said, where it was, it's coming to Arabi, like 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, we went in the bathroom and it just blew. Wow. All the windows, the roof. We just got a brand new roof from Ida about a month ago. Oh my God. So we were just getting ready to put up our new fence from Ida. We finally got the money, and it's just horrible.
How bad is the damage inside your house?
The front bedroom's kind of messed up really bad. The window blew out everywhere. Everything's messed up. The second bedroom, the ceiling fell in. The one in the back, there's glass everywhere. The windows blew out. The whole back of our house is kind of caved in, and our whole patio cover's gone. And then this trailer right here, this is a horse trailer. It came from back there by the farm. Mm-hmm. It came through the servitude right here. Wow. It hit my car and knocked some of my rearview mirror off, but I can't believe it. We think it hit the back of the house, and then it ricocheted, because that's what jammed in the back of our house.
I mean, I don't even see not on your house, on this house right here. I don't even see the roof.
No,
I mean, there's a little bit.
Just there, FYI, their roof was horrible before. Yeah. I don't think they got it fixed. But, really, this possibly could have gone on top of theirs and blown that way. I don't know, but I'm thinking it came through the servitude because it messed up my vehicle on the side. So,
wow.
But you could hear it. I mean, as soon as we went in the bathroom, we were watching it. The TV, the electricity started flicking. We went in the bathroom and you could hear it. I mean, it's just like they say, it's like a train. Yeah. You can hear the sound. It was bad.
Were you expecting anything like this?
Oh, no, nothing like this. We thought maybe the patio cover or something would come off, but not this.
Wow.
No, so.
Wow. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What's your first
y'all saved is, my name's Annette Dugan.
One more time? What were you about to say?
I'm sorry. Oh, I was just going back over there.
I thought you were going to say something.
No, we didn't expect this. I thought maybe just the patio cover or something, but when I walked out, it looked like a bomb hit it,
Do you feel like you got blessed just because you...
Oh, yeah. I was praying. I was praying in the bathroom. We have 2 big dogs, and we all went in there. I brought my insurance stuff in there, and I'm sitting there with my purse, and we could just hear it. You know, you could hear the boom, all the wind is blowing. There's ice. There's glass in the sheetrock you can see. Thank God we weren't in the bedroom.
This isn't hers.
No, I live right next door. I'm 6912. They took them out the house. They're not there anymore.
You got to check on an address.
Okay. I don't even know where their mailbox is.
Have you heard from them?
Somebody came and took them away. She was pregnant, and I think she has a boyfriend, and somebody came and took them. So I don't know.
Gotcha.
I know they checked on them. So.
Gotcha.
But thank y'all guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
So once again, our team's on the ground speaking with that homeowner. She says that she was praying in the bathroom as that tornado ripped through, saying it's just like they say, it's like a train coming through. And this, again, is the destruction on front yard there in that neighborhood, a neighborhood that has already been destroyed from Hurricane Ida. Just horrible situation. As you can see, the anguish in her eyes as they stand and they look at what once was their home. Well, full coverage here on Live Now from Fox as we've been listening into Fox weather. We're also going to be moving on to some of the other events of the day. We'll also be keeping our eyes on any new updates, as I do believe there's going to be a press conference here soon in New Orleans. If we hear from officials, we'll of course bring it to you as we have it. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We've been showing you these live pictures from down on the ground of the damage of a tornado that touched down in New Orleans. We also have a press conference that will be coming up here any moment. It looks like they have sheriff officials there, law enforcement that is going to be briefing the media, who is all staged there trying to get any information about what comes next. Another shot that we're getting in of New Orleans. A lot of these homes not looking like homes so much anymore. Texas really getting hit earlier yesterday and now having to pick up the pieces today, which will likely be the story for New Orleans come tomorrow. Well, once this press conference starts, we'll take it for you live, but our Fox Weather team has been on full coverage mode here as they're explaining the tornado that hit New Orleans and also new warnings across the South.
1 mile away, we're totally, seeing video and images that are completely different. I mean, we're talking about a powerful storm that ripped through the area, ripped houses and structures, and we continue to see video of just cars flipped over, and you see it right there on our Fox affiliate there in New Orleans, WVUE. Just the wreckage that we continue to see. It almost just looks like, a bomb went off. And with these tornadoes, they're quick. I mean, it's not like there's a hurricane with several days of lead up. These things, they form quickly. We're not talking about days. We're talking about hours, if you're lucky, minutes usually. And, the folks there knew that this storm system was coming from the west. But again, until you see it up close, you truly don't understand the power that some of these storms have. And unfortunately, this storm system that made its way through New Orleans and this tornado certainly was powerful. Over the last 24 hours, we do want to show you some of the tornado reports. And, we've got 2 reports here right through the New Orleans area. Now, the National Weather Service, we get these reports night of or during the event, right? And then later on, so tomorrow, the National Weather Service will go out, they'll assess the damage, and they'll start connecting the dots, and they'll say, well, this tornado report is likely also a part of this tornado report, and they can kind of fill in the gap. And so just because we've got 2 tornado reports here doesn't mean there were 2 separate tornadoes. This is likely the same tornado that we've got so much video of. But we can't necessarily link them together until we get the National Weather Service out there tomorrow to piece together the puzzle that is the damage and the wreckage. And so, city of Chalmette here, and there you have it. Unfortunately, in Arabi, 1 person was killed in this storm, and that's per local media as the tornado moved right through that area and moved over the Mississippi. Once it moved over the Mississippi, it did start to weaken, thank goodness, but clearly the damage was already done, and this hit the lower 9th Ward, which, made national headlines during Katrina so many years ago. And we've talked to people that have said that they're still trying to rebuild portions of the lower ward post-Katrina. And, last hurricane season, we had several come through, including Ida and now this. So it's just one thing right after another when it comes to the weather here in this part of, New Orleans. So as we back up and show you the big picture here, this is that storm complex that we've been tracking for days now, moving out of Mississippi into Alabama. As Marissa mentioned, we don't have any active tornado warnings. We do have a tornado watch going until 11 p.m. Central Time, local time for the folks there in Alabama. So a watch means that the conditions are ripe for tornado development. Remember, a warning means that a tornado is actually happening. And speaking of warnings, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that you see there as well. So power outage tracker here showing you in and around the New Orleans area, no doubt is the area where we're seeing the most power outage reports. St. Bernard Parish, about 15% of the population there without power. Orleans Parish, 5%. And then from there, the numbers get pretty darn skinny as you look down through Webster and Madison there. And we've got about 20,000 people without power. You look towards Mississippi then, in and around Starkville, there's about 10,500 people without power. Holmes County right now, we got 60% of those households without power. Yazoo County, 53%. And then right down through Smith and Clay, some of those folks there not having any power as well. This is just a closer look as we take you back down into the New Orleans area, and clearly you can see those spots that were most impacted by that tornado that we've been reporting on for hours. 10 to 25% of those areas there in the yellow without power. And so, the folks trying to pick up the pieces of their life as this tornado did so much damage, and unfortunately they've got to do it in the pitch black as the power is out for a large chunk of people, unfortunately. And you continue to see some footage here. It does look like...
Okay, we're going to move into some updates. Emergency management officials holding a press conference right now. Let's listen in.
Before we get into anything more, so I want to turn this over to Sheriff Holmes. Sheriff? Thank you, President McGinnis. Earlier this evening, we had a tornado touchdown again in Arabi, as everybody knows. It started right across the river and then went northbound all the way up to the marsh area located behind Callan Park subdivision. There's widespread damage from where it touched down in the old Arabi area and Friscoville area, all the way up to the Callan Park and St. Clair Heights area. There's heavy damage to multiple structures in the area. They have multiple injuries in the area. Most has been transported to the hospital, has been treated on the scene by first responders. The Sheriff's Department and the St. Bernard Fire Department made their initial response. They currently are still out in the field doing what's called a hasty search and rescue efforts right now. And as soon as we get some of the areas cleared up a little bit, where it's safely, to send more people out to do more of a thorough search, a grid search, which are likely to go into the early morning hours. We'll continue our search. Currently, we have the Louisiana State Police, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, the St. Bernard Fire Department, New Orleans Fire Department, Acadian EMS, New Orleans EMS, along with the State Fire Marshals, all assisting us in our efforts right now. It's going to go throughout the night and into the early morning hours. And I was just informed earlier there is one confirmed death as a result of this tornado touching down in the Arabi area. Thank you, Sheriff. Just so everyone knows, our Homeland Security Director John Ram is marshaling all of the resources throughout the state. Like the Sheriff said, they're coming into the parish right now. We're asking any community out there that's willing to help to call us first before you come. There's a lot that's going to be going on. The National Guard's here, the state police is here. We have units, first responder units from Baton Rouge. The support is overwhelming. We are setting up a shelter for citizens that were affected by the tornado. They need to call or seek a firefighter or a sheriff's deputy on the scene, and we have buses waiting to take you to a complex that will provide shelter for you or your family, or bring you to a family member. So this is going to be a long haul. Just got off the phone with the governor and his team at GOSEP. Tomorrow we will have a better assessment of all of the homes, the number of homes, the number of people affected, and we're going to make sure that we get all of the information on the injuries that were reported, brought to the hospital. We don't have all of that information yet, but like the Sheriff said, we do have one confirmed death. All of that information we can't give you at this time. So we have a lot of work going on, a lot of good people, making sure that our citizens are protected, making sure that our neighborhoods that were affected are going to be secure overnight and safe. Entergy, Atmos is on the scene, fixing as many problems as they see. Our thoroughfares have been cleared. I believe we can pass through Judge Perez and St. Claude at this time. Our road crews did a great job again, like they always do, but we're just asking all of the communities that want to help, all of the people that want to help, please contact us first and we will give you direction of how you can help. So with that said, the Sheriff and I will take some questions.
Where is the shelter?
Okay, sorry. The shelter is going to be at the Valeries complex, but I want to make sure that I reiterate that this is for families that were affected by the storm.
You said Valeries complex?
Valeries Sports Complex in St. Bernard Parish.
Could you tell us more information about the one person who died during this tornado?
Not at this time.
Do you know how many families about were displaced?
We don't. We know it's widespread. We know that it's plenty. But we don't have an assessment on the number of homes at this time.
Can you tell me, if you had to guess the blocks or mile square area, what would you estimate the area that's been affected?
It's in the Arabi area, from south to north, from the river to the 40 Alpine Levee, which is a couple of miles, Sheriff, would you say? And we have homes along that whole stretch. that were severely damaged, some more than others. But like I said, we have a home that was lifted off its foundation and put into the middle of the street right around the corner from here. So it looked like it took pretty much a straight line, and we will have all of those assessments tomorrow morning, first thing.
Do y'all have any information? There might be an ongoing search right now for a young boy in one of the homes. Did y'all have any information or indicators on that?
No,
how that might be going?
We search it, and as we learn information, if anybody's missing, we'll make sure we do a thorough search of that area. But I have not had any reports of a young boy being missing right now.
You said from south to north, from the river to the levee.
Yes, ma'am.
Have any of your people had to rescue people from inside collapsed houses, or can you describe any of the rescue or search operations that have been?
Well, you can imagine, the type of damages you have construction when a tornado passes through. But yeah, we had several rescues the fire department conducted.
In one particular neighborhood, or?
Mainly it was in the St. Claude Heights area and on Benjamin Street, those areas.
We had one rescue, a home that was actually picked up and came down in the middle of the street. Young girl was on a ventilator. Her father was looking for firefighters to come help, and they were already in there taking care of the young lady, and she's doing fine. That's the one rescue that I saw happening on the scene.
That was it. That same house that got
Yes, sir.
relocated. She was inside of it?
Yes, sir. The whole family was out. They were worried about the young girl, and they were.
She was on a ventilator?
She was on a ventilator. They were trying to find someone to help, and our firefighters were already in the home taking care of the young lady.
Do you know how long it took for the tornado to move through Arabi?
No, sir.
It seemed like it was a lot longer than it really was. I want to add to this, man. The local news and the weather coverage that you guys done was wonderful. The alerts that we got from the National Weather Service, we had a heads up that it was coming. I was monitoring my radio when we were notified about it was going to touch down, and they already gave an estimate of maybe 11 minutes or something like that. And it was right on time. And when it hit, we started getting not only observations from the deputies, but also multiple phone calls from residents who live in that area, confirming that a tornado did touch down.
Look, I want to say, I know the sheriff feels the same way, the support from everyone right after, during, and up until now. Our governor, we spoke to our governor, we spoke to had information from Senator Richmond, checked on us. Sheriff Pintos from Jefferson Parish is here tonight, coordinating with the sheriff. So it's overwhelming. It's going to be needed, and we have a long road ahead of us in this recovery. And I feel very confident that we're going to come out of this better than we were before.
Do we have an age on the fatality by any chance?
We have zero information on the fatality that we can share at this time.
You know how many people are hospitalized right now?
No, sir. We have multiple reports of people going to the hospital. We don't have a number or the severity of the injuries. And we'll have something tomorrow once we have a lot of this information. We will coordinate with the Sheriff's Department and have another conference or put out a statement.
And again, if you have no business being in the Arabi area, it's not a time to come back here and try to sightsee. We're going to have plenty of deputies and law enforcement agencies up here patrolling the streets to make sure that everybody who don't belong up here stays out here. And just listen to what we're telling you. We don't want to have any problems with you, but our guys are going to engage you if you got any business back there.
This might be another question that it might be too early to tell. Any idea of a number of missing people?
We have no reports of missing people.
No.
At this time.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
All right, so we were just listening into emergency management officials there from these neighborhoods in New Orleans, specifically the lower 9th Ward, and that might sound familiar to a lot of you since it was just devastated in 2005 when Hurricane Katrina moved through. But right now we are monitoring this tornado that touched down. We now know that one fatality has been confirmed and multiple injuries have been reported. You heard from some of the reporters asking about if there's potential people missing. They couldn't really comment on that fact. Also, the fact that they say many of the thoroughfares are now clear, but the damage still needs to be assessed. And if you're familiar with the New Orleans area, this is what makes this storm so profound. This came through about 15 minutes from downtown New Orleans near Jackson Square in the area of Arabi and Chalmette. And so that is why this is very, very close to the downtown. And right now, I just want to, we're going to keep up some of this, the map here, tracking the weather and the radar formations, and then we're going to keep going out to our friends at Fox Weather for about the next 10 minutes, but we just got that update there. I'm being joined by national security expert Hal Kempfer, who also has expertise in emergency disaster management. And if you can hear me, Hal, we have you. Hal, thanks for being with us.
Andrew, good to be with you.
You just saw that press conference that we were watching, that our viewers were watching. This is, very early on in the kind of aftermath phase. But, talk to us about what you heard, what comes next, especially for a major American city that just had a tornado come through it.
Andrew, it's kind of interesting. My background, I was with the Department of Defense. I was what's called an emergency preparedness liaison officer. There's not a lot of us. We're senior field grade officers around the country who work with FEMA and other national disaster agencies in all hazards, to include tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, fires, all the way through terrorism and anything else you can think of. And I did that for a number of years. And I also teach this emergency management to here and overseas. What I heard was the tornado went into an urban area. That's something that we've been talking about as the urban sprawl, if you will, as the density of urban structure is expanding. And we're seeing more and more of these tornadoes, they've been increasing overall, and that has to do with climate change and changes in the weather. That we've been looking at some of these things that we normally think of hitting in rural areas could set down in dense urban space. In fact, there's a scenario that was out some years back that got a lot of people's attention. What if a Category 5, which it's a tornado scale. It doesn't quite translate to hurricanes, but what if it hit Dallas and the damage that it would do? And now, of course, you've seen something like that. I don't know what the strength of what the F scale was on it, but the strength of the tornado, it hit a dense urban area, which in this case is New Orleans, and of all places in the 9th Ward. So right now, what you're seeing is first responders going in there, doing a damage assessment. It's right now the thing that's going on is save lives, reduce suffering. It's that first response thing. Here you can see the devastation of these storms. These tornadoes, even though they're more localized, the power of these things, you're talking concentrated, focused winds, sometimes up to 300 miles an hour. there really aren't that many structures that can withstand that sort of force. And also what you'll see is you'll see a tornado go through, because it's such a concentrated energy in that tight area. It will literally tear through and completely devastate one side of a street or part of a block. And then you look over a few houses down and everything's fine. And it's just psychologically, it's devastating for the victims. But they got to go in there. They got to do things. And you can see that rescuing with all the debris field and everything else that comes from this is very challenging. It's different than other types of disasters.
Yeah, Hal, that's just something that I've been struck by, the fact that it has came upon this major American city so suddenly. It's right on the banks of the Mississippi River. We do have some more video. Let's just put up, this is live, I believe, and it's going to be a little spotty here. But you can see this is from one of our Fox affiliates who is down on the ground right now, from WVUE, I believe. And so apologize, the camera's now on the ground there. So if we get any more live pictures, any more, people who were there, we're going to be talking to some of our reporters, hopefully, if not tonight, early tomorrow morning, as the sun comes up, to better assess the damage here. So we're going to take just a quick commercial break. We're going to be moving on to some of these other top headlines, what we had originally brought Hal Kempfer in to discuss, as we always do, the latest on Russia and Ukraine in day now almost 28 of the invasion. And so we're going to be talking about that after the commercial break, with those updates, while still monitoring the aftermath and destruction of this twister that swept through downtown New Orleans. So we'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. This was the scene earlier tonight in and around New Orleans. As you can see, the twister, this is coming to us from Preston Trahan via Storyful, and you can get a sense of the size and the scope of that tornado that swept through near Arabi, near Chalmette in the lower 9th Ward there. And so we do have also some live pictures from some of our reporters who are on the scene, and you can see how just devastating the destruction is. You can see investigators, rescuers going house to house to see if people are trapped, to see if anyone who has been reported missing can be accounted for. And so that is, you're watching this all play out. This is what emergency management officials do. They go house to house. They look for anyone who might be trapped inside. And so we are seeing that work at play here. If there are any more updates from emergency management officials in any press conferences, we'll bring them to you here. But this is what we know. One person has died in this tornado and multiple injuries have been reported. But now, and I know it's nighttime, but now the cleanup begins. You can see our satellite and our radar system, the storm's moving away from New Orleans, but people still are unaccounted for at this moment, and you can see some of them. And remember, the lower Ninth Ward historically was caught in the crosshairs of Hurricane Katrina. And it was devastated during that Category 5 storm back in 2005. So at the moment, we're going to touch on some other top headlines here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. In the meantime, like I promised before the break, we want to give you an update on Russia's invasion into Ukraine. War now in its 28th day. We're coming up on a month since the invasion began almost, and so many thousands of civilians, so many thousands of Ukrainian and Russian soldiers have died since it first began. Let's go out now to Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest on what we know at this point in time.
Russia marked its 27th day of war by expanding the attacks on hospitals and homes across Ukraine. The Russian Navy is now shelling the city of Mariupol as NATO prepares for the possibility Russia may use chemical and biological weapons next. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now with the latest assessments from the Pentagon. Craig?
Well, in terms of the latest assessments, we have sources from the Department of Defense noting that Russia's invasion force has declined by 10%. In other words, it's 90% of what it was from February 24th when the invasion started. That appears to be a combination of Russian invaders getting killed in the course of combat, also some of them being sent back to Russia with frostbite and with other injuries as well. So we have seen some decline in Russia's fighting force. At the same time, you have problems with supplies and logistics that are bogging down the 90% who remain. And Russia is responding to those challenges by, once again, we're saying this every day, but once again, stepping up attacks on civilians as Ukraine is now making up more ground, retaking lost ground. In South Ukraine, Russian invaders fired shots to drive off protesters on Monday. On Tuesday, Ukrainian troops launched a counteroffensive to drive off the invaders from some of the areas they seized. And Ukraine has already had some success in reclaiming lost ground for the past 2.5 weeks. For example, this is an airfield Russia captured around 40 miles north of the Black Sea. And these are Ukrainians taking it back from the Russians. Capturing land is just the first step of invasion. Holding it is the next. And Russia has failed to capture Ukraine's major cities, even Mariupol, after encircling and trapping civilians, cutting off electricity, communications, food and clean drinking water, and blasting it for weeks. And now some of the areas they've seized outside the major cities have also been reclaimed by Ukraine. According to Pentagon assessments, Russia does not have nearly enough troops to capture and hold what they capture in a nation the size of Texas with fierce resistance. So assessments from the U.S., the EU, NATO, and UN note Vladimir Putin's invasion is exceedingly savage in terms of death and destruction.
The only outcome to all these is more suffering, more destruction, and more horror as far as the eye can see.
And Putin's invasion is exceedingly foolish in terms of military strategy.
Continuing the war in Ukraine is morally unacceptable, politically indefensible, and militarily nonsensical.
It's why President Biden said Putin's back is against the wall.
And the more his back is against the wall, the greater the severity of the tactics he may employ.
And that's one reason why NATO fears Putin may try to change the course of the war by using chemical and biological weapons or using nuclear weapons. And that's the main reason why President Biden will meet with the leaders of our NATO allies on Wednesday. To coordinate, to make sure they're all on the same page, that if the war moves in that particular horrific direction, what exactly the United States and each NATO partner would do and what it wouldn't do in what sequence to make sure that they're all together and in unison in advance in preparing for the potential, and they would say the growing potential of chemical or biological or even nuclear weapons. And in doing that kind of planning, it can also serve as a deterrent because Russia would be made aware of the fact that there is coordination and that there would be a very sharp and coordinated response.
President Biden is also warning all U.S. companies to be on the lookout for attempted cyber attacks from Russia. Do we know, though, Craig, which businesses may be at the greatest risk?
Energy, and you also have banking, oil and gas in particular, telecommunications. Those are some of the industries that may be at heightened risk. But again, the warning from President Biden and other intelligence leaders in Congress is that all businesses in the United States, and for that matter, all people in the United States, need to be on the lookout for the growing possibility, in fact, likelihood, that Russia is planning a stepped-up cyber assault on American businesses throughout the nation.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you. Russia marked its 27th day of war by expanding the...
All right, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa. They do such a good job of summarizing the day's events, especially in Ukraine. Joining me now to discuss the situation even further, national security expert Hal Kempfer, who just joined us to talk about that tornado that went through New Orleans earlier tonight. A man, a jack of all trades. Hal, thanks for being with us.
Well, military careers can get interesting. And yeah, I ended up doing a lot of stuff where I was doing what was called Homeland Security. But that includes natural disasters.
That's right. Let's talk about a disaster unfolding, though, in Ukraine. We know President Biden is traveling tomorrow to Europe, he said, to meet with our allies and partners exactly 1 month after Putin accelerated his brutal war in Ukraine. He's going to Brussels, Hal, and then he's off to Poland to get a look at the humanitarian crisis firsthand. What are you expecting for this summit there? And what is on the agenda? What more can European allies, the United States, NATO members do to keep and put the pressure on Vladimir Putin?
Well, Andrew, first thing on the agenda is they're supposed to announce a new series of sanctions against Russia. And based on the way it was described, I think it may go beyond Russia. And it's going to be one of those things where it will be multilateral. It probably won't be just the U.S. I don't know if it's going to be all the NATO countries, but it's going to be more than just the U.S. as far as a member of NATO that will be imposing further sanctions. The scope of those, what exactly they are, they were a little closed-lip about that. It wasn't quite clear where that was going, but there are some other things they could do. So I imagine they're going to go there. They're probably also going to make it very clear that any country that supports Russia would be potentially sanctioned as well, to kind of reiterate that. And of course, that is aimed primarily at China because Russia has asked China to provide military support for its endeavors there. So those will be some things. Also, with that, you'll probably, this will be a closed door discussion of the what if scenario, which will be what if sarin gas, a chemical weapon, is used? What if a low yield, small nuclear tactical warhead is used? And that will basically be to work through some of the NATO-wide mechanics from a policy perspective of what they would say, how they would respond, what this would mean in terms of NATO involvement one way or the other. So those will be some things that they'll be talking about. The other thing is it's important for the President of the United States to be seen with our NATO allies showing a unified front, if you will. And then it's also important for the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, to go forward, particularly to Poland, because we've deployed so many U.S. forces there. So beyond going in there and conferring with Poland, it'll give him a chance to talk to the commanders that are right there on the eastern edge of NATO territory, and a chance for the troops to see that their commander-in-chief is there. There's just a lot of good reasons for this trip.
Yeah, Hal, 100,000 U.S. troops stationed in Europe. That's the most since 2005, post 9/11. Also, there's this idea that's been kind of floated around for the summit, and it's being spearheaded by Poland about some type of peacekeeping force to go into Ukraine. Have you heard of that? It's going to be, I think, rejected outright by other NATO members. But what is the rationale for putting this proposal on the table?
As near as I can, and I think you're right, it will be rejected at this point. It's too early. However, with that said, it's never too early to do planning. And within the coalition-wide, the NATO planning cell, you can bet that they're working all sorts of different scenarios. They're working all sorts of different types of plans. They're working branch plans. A number of different things, working the various what ifs, depending on how this goes. At some point, whatever agreement comes out of Ukraine and Russia, however this thing ends, at some point, it's very likely you will see another country, probably NATO or UN, would be coming in to provide some sort of peacekeeping presence, if you will. There's going to be a massive humanitarian aid mission that will be going into Ukraine as well. There'll be a lot of rebuilding, a lot of other things coming in there, but there will be some sort of, might be Blue Helmet UN. That's pure speculation at this point. It's not unreasonable, though, for NATO to be planning for what that will be, because assuredly some NATO member nations will probably be part of that peacekeeping effort at some point.
Hal, let's get an assessment, though, of what things are like down on the ground. The U.S. has indications Ukraine is now able and willing to take back territory overtaken by the Russian military. That's according to a U.S. senior defense official. Right now, have you seen evidence that, key territories, very small pieces of land are being either, taken back by the Ukrainians piecemeal? And is the resistance, even stronger? Because there was this really incredible piece in The Atlantic in the last couple of days by Elliot Cohen, who essentially was pleading with the foreign policy, the international relations crowd, saying, Ukraine is winning this, much to their bewilderment. They can't accept that fact of, things could change in the next week, in the next month, yes, but right now, that was his assessment. What do you make of it?
I think that's exactly what's happening, and the Ukrainians have fought this smart. You may recall way back when we started talking about this. The best strategy was to trade terrain for kinetic kills. Initially, when you look at it, it was going to be a war of attrition because of the layout of forces and also dealing with what Russia was bringing into this fight, which was a lot of mechanized armored vehicles, a lot of artillery. So basically the Ukrainians, what they had to their advantage was they had a lot of terrain. They had a country the size of Texas, and they could piecemeal reduce the amount of Russian armor and Russian forces coming at them, which is precisely what they've done. Now, that there's that estimate that they've been reduced by 10%. I've heard the Ukrainians last week were talking about potentially up to 30% or more of the Russian troops have been taken out by various different things, which could be wounded in action, killed in action. Also, you have to remember surrendered, desertion. They ran out of fuel. One of the problems is you had a bunch of troops that were in armored vehicles in a Ukrainian winter, and they were conserving fuel. So you had a lot of frostbite and a lot of hypothermia and a lot of injuries tied to that. So there's a lot of things that took the troops, this force out. I think it's more than 10%. I don't know if it's more than, say, 35 or 40%, but it's somewhere in that range. That a lot of those troops, which means it's very difficult for the Russians to conduct offensive actions. The other thing the Ukrainians are doing very smart is they're picking their objectives. They're looking at key objectives up around Kyiv. If you go a little bit to the west, it looks like they've liberated one of the cities up there. The city, it's, we kind of focus on the city, but if you look at where it's at, it's on a major supply route. It's one of the major road systems that connects Kyiv with Poland. And so, yes, they liberated the city, they retook ground, but they also opened up a major line of communication to get more resources into the Kyiv area. Very smart move. One thing that's not getting a lot of press, but it's really interesting. East of the city, there's a area, and you know, there's Russian forces moving in from the east, and they're trying to put pressure on Kyiv from the east. You know, you have the Dnieper River there, but east of that, apparently it looks like the Ukrainians knocked down some levees, may have taken out a small dam or two, and they flooded a huge area specifically to slow up the Russian forces coming through. I mean, it's almost something you read out of World War II, that they flooded this huge area knowing full well that the Russians would get bogged down in the mud, the murk, they wouldn't be able to get through there. It won't stop them altogether, but it'll do two things. It'll first off, it'll canalize them to major roads, which then makes them susceptible to some of those long-range anti-tank missiles like Javelin. The other thing it'll do is just, in many cases, just stop them cold. They'll wait until the situation changes and they can move, but time is on Ukraine's side as far as that goes. So very smart move.
Hal, let's talk about what Vladimir Putin is up to at the moment, especially with this huge summit that's about to take place in Europe. You know, who, world leader-wise, is reaching out to him? Who is he in contact with, or is he isolated still at this point in time? Because I don't know if you maybe did see this earlier today, but CNN's Christian Amanpour had an exclusive interview with Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. It was quite illuminating, and kind of the headline out of that was, when asked about, you know, will Putin use nuclear weapons, it was kind of brushed off as an aside, and you know, they didn't commit not to. So I found that particularly alarming. What did you make of it?
Well, Peskov is somewhat notorious. All right. First off, his English is extremely well spoken, and he knows nuance very well. He's one of the more famous faces that comes out of the Kremlin. You know, he's the chief spokesman there. I was waiting for him to appear. I've been waiting for days for him to show his head and go out there and say something like this. And really, when you look at what Russia has, militarily speaking, they don't have much except to threaten weapons of mass destruction. And so I'm not surprised that in that, and I'm not surprised the way he layered it in. If you listen to the interview, how he kind of throws it in there. I'm not going to say nonchalant, but he kind of throws it in there in a way which makes it look like, yes, this is something that we're looking at. And what he said, it didn't really change policy in a major way. If you really analyze it closely, it didn't change policy, but it was again part of that intimidation campaign. But the other side of this is, what does Russia have? What can they really do? I mean, part of this in the backdrop is firing those two hypersonic cruise missiles, which is kind of like using a shotgun as a fly swatter.
Oh, wow.
Why would you do that? The reason why is to demonstrate you have the capability. Completely unnecessary for what they were trying to do. It was simply to demonstrate, look, we got hypersonic cruise missiles. You know, we can fire these things. And that shows me a lot of desperation on the Russian side to show we have things. You know, we have other sorts of weapons. And so when I listen to Peskov's remarks and he throws in, you know, nuclear weapons, I wasn't shocked when I heard it. And I wasn't shocked that he was the one delivering that message, because that makes a lot of sense, the way they do that. I wasn't even shocked they was doing it with Christian Amanpour, because that would make a lot of sense as well, the way he did that. But I was waiting for it, because at some point you knew they were going to, you know, raise the specter of potential nuclear action. And that will be part of the discussion that's going to be in NATO. That's one of the things we're going to talk about.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, even just the fact that a high-ranking Kremlin official, their spokesman, went on an English language news program. Also very rare. It was rare before this all started. It's been even rarer since this has all started. So that was interesting as well. Hal Kempfer, as always, we do appreciate your time and insight. Please join us tomorrow as we follow along President Biden on his trip to Europe as this war escalates and continues almost 1 month in. Hal, have a good night.
Andrew, you too.
Okay, right now we are going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be hearing from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan speaking from the briefing room today at the White House, taking questions from reporters, previewing President Biden's trip to both Brussels and Poland. We'll also be getting more reaction from down on the ground in those communities in New Orleans that were affected by this tornado that came through tonight. So all of that and more in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. It's been a very busy day. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we still have our live look at the weather radar as these storms move off the coast of New Orleans there. We've been tracking not only tornado warnings there, but also in Mississippi and Alabama as well, including what's going on right smack dab in the middle of New Orleans proper, these communities, Chalmette, Arabi, just being devastated. We know one person has died. Multiple injuries have been reported. Right now, though, let's listen in to some of the residents that were affected by this. Here's one family that was really caught off guard tonight. Here's what they had to say.
House is safe. Our house is safe. My family's safe. And it was the scariest thing we ever went through. Prayed a lot. Went in the closet. Held each other tight. We heard the tornado going through down the street, and we just prayed and prayed, and God saved us.
Did you have any idea the magnitude of what was going on outside of your door?
No, I heard David Bernard said a tornado was coming, not even thinking about how big and strong it would have been. We've never experienced a tornado, and it was petrifying.
So you've never experienced a tornado.
No.
And was it minutes? Was it seconds between when you went to your safe place?
It was actually pretty fast. I would say maybe a minute. Like we knew when it was gone. We heard it come and go, and we went out on a porch, and we actually watched it go toward New Orleans East. It was crazy, but we're safe.
We were in our safe place for about 2 minutes, because when David Bernard said it was in Belle Chase, it's right across the river from us, and I looked out the window and I could see all the transformers on the other side of the river, and I said, it's time to go. So, and after we got in there, it was maybe 2 minutes, and just the shaking and the rumbling, it was
the shaking
incredible.
of the house, it was crazy. It was scary.
I've never been this scared before, never.
He was speechless, which is not unlike him.
Why do you think that you said you've never been this scared before? What about tonight was so shaky?
Well, first of all, you're thinking about your family, because, you know, what if, you know, how do I protect my children, and just the unknown. That's the scariest part.
Yeah, there was a few things hitting our house from the outside, and you just don't know the outcome.
So when you say shaking, the house was literally shaking.
Yeah, our house is raised,
and it was rumbling.
and the house was shaking.
It was rumbling.
Like, we park underneath our house, and it was shaking. It was pretty scary.
All I did was hang on to the doorknob and
hang on to the kids, and we all right.
And so I know we met you all because you came here to see that your other family was okay.
Yes, my niece lives down the street, and her area is not too good right now, but her family's safe as well, so that's more prayers answered, and we're going to see how she is. Give her a hug.
Did you guys call her, or did you just kind of come out here? Because
we called her,
yeah,
and she told us about the neighbor's house, and it was like, oh my God. And they thought they had more damage than they did, but they have 2 young children, and it would have been devastating, because I know they've confirmed some people missing already, and you don't want it to be anybody, but you know, when it's your family, it's a little bit more rough.
And I was going to say, that's what makes it more special, that you all are able to be together, that you were able to check on your family, and your family's okay. We're all a little shaken, but everyone's accounted for. Is that a little of how we're feeling?
Absolutely. Yes, we are blessed. Everybody is accounted for and together, so yes.
How did you guys do? Was it as scary as Mom and Dad were saying?
It was horrible, absolutely horrible. I don't want to go through something like that ever again. I think it was maybe worse than a hurricane. I mean, I've never seen this type of damage before, ever. It was terrifying. It felt so long but so short at the same time. I think I prayed the hardest I've ever prayed in my life before, and thankfully God answered our prayers. It was absolutely horrifying.
Well, you're very brave, and you got some very loving.
All right, that family there who went to see and check up on some of their other family members said it was the most terrifying thing they've ever been through. That small child there saying that he's never prayed as hard in his life as he ever has before tonight, talking about the damage, the destruction they've seen, saying that their house was shaking, and we're going to continue following all this here on Live Now from Fox. Maybe going back into Fox Weather's coverage as they continue to cover the aftermath there. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. When we come back, though, we'll be following up on Russia's invasion of Ukraine as well. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, appearing at the White House briefing today, taking questions from reporters, previewing President Biden's trip to Europe starting tomorrow. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Almost 9 o'clock here on the West Coast, almost 11 o'clock there Central Time in New Orleans as we continue to follow the aftermath after that tornado touchdown, really causing a lot of destruction, a lot of homes damaged, one fatality as well, multiple people injured. So if we get any more updates in the next hour, we'll bring that to you here. But first up, let's hear from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. He briefed reporters today at the White House previewing President Biden's trip to Europe. Starting tomorrow, also Russia's invasion into Ukraine, the war there. What are the latest U.S. intelligence assessments? Let's listen in.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. As you can see, things are changing and moving pretty rapidly around here today. Obviously, we've had some last-minute adjustments to the briefing, which is why I'm up here today. I know folks might have some questions after the statement that we just released from Jen, and we in the press office are going to strive throughout the rest of the day to get you the answers to the questions you might have. A few additions beyond Jen's statement that I can provide right now. No members of the press who attended the briefing yesterday are considered to be close contacts. We are currently conducting contact tracing, and any member of the press who's considered to be a close contact will be contacted. But if a close contact is determined, it would not be through yesterday's briefing. So we just wanted to be clear about that. I'm going to speak briefly about the first day and a half of Judge Jackson's committee hearing, and then I'm going to pass it over to National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who will make some remarks at the top, and then he's happy to take some questions on the trip. And he has a heart out where I'll call it. And then again, please let us know if you have any follow-ups after the briefing. We'll strive to get you answers, and we appreciate everybody's flexibility today. With that, just a couple of things from the first day and a half of Judge Jackson's committee hearing. The President watched portions of Judge Jackson's hearing yesterday and today, and is proud of the way she is showcasing her extraordinary qualifications, her experience, and her even-handedness. Her dedication to following the facts, the law, and our Constitution as an independent judge is clear. He was also moved by the grace and dignity she has shown, the deference to senators, and the level of detail she is offering, reinforcing the value of her experience, her intellect, and the strength of her character. The President was particularly struck when, reacting to Senator Leahy raising the broad support she had received from the law enforcement community, Judge Jackson spoke about her family members who have served as police officers, saying, "I know what it's like to have loved ones who go off to protect and to serve, and the fear of not knowing whether or not they're going to come home again because of crime in the community. Those are not abstract concepts or political slogans to me." As a former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, President Biden also appreciated her respect for the intent of lawmakers and the text of the law. He appreciated Judge Jackson's commitment to stay in the lane of judges prescribed by the Constitution and her highlighting the importance of precedent. He was also struck by how she swiftly dismantled conspiracy theories put forward in bad faith. They've been debunked by numerous fact checks, experts, and the record itself. In selecting Judge Jackson, President Biden sought the opinions of Republicans and Democrats who made clear they wanted someone of deep experience in the mold of Justice Breyer. Today's testimony and Judge Jackson's endorsements by leading conservative jurists and some of the biggest law enforcement organizations in our country make clear she is indeed in Justice Breyer's mold. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jake, who has a topper for you, and then he'll take some questions. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll make a few comments, and then, as Chris said, I'll be happy to take your questions. The President is heading to Europe tomorrow to reinforce the incredible unity we built with allies and partners in response to Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, and to consult on next steps. Let me take a moment to set the context for this trip. Russia intended to accomplish three basic objectives in launching its unprovoked attack against Ukraine. First, to subjugate Ukraine. Second, to enhance Russian power and prestige. And third, to divide and weaken the West. Russia has thus far manifestly failed to accomplish all three objectives. In fact, it has thus far achieved the opposite. On the first, The brave citizens of Ukraine are refusing to submit. They're fighting back. They're defending their homes. They're defending their cities. And although Russia may take more territory in these brutal military operations, it will never take the country away from the Ukrainian people. On the second, Russian power and prestige has been badly depleted. The Russian military has dramatically underperformed. The Russian economy has been rocked by powerful sanctions. The Russian high-tech and defense sectors are being choked off from key inputs. And Russia is a pariah in the international community. On the third, the nations of the free world are more united, more determined, and more purposeful than at any point in recent memory. For our part, since President Biden in the United States began warning the world of impending Russian aggression back in November, we have clearly and consistently pursued 3 lines of effort. First, help Ukraine defend itself by supplying weapons and military equipment. Second, impose severe and escalating economic costs on Russia through the application of unprecedented sanctions in close coordination with allies and partners in Europe, the Indo-Pacific, and other parts of the world. And third, fortify NATO and the Western Alliance by enhancing our force posture on the eastern flank and making our allies more resilient against other forms of Russian aggression. We've made decisive moves on all 3 fronts, and President Biden's trip will involve further actions on each of these 3 fronts. He will attend an emergency NATO summit joined by the leaders of the other 29 NATO allies. He will join the G7 leaders, and he will address the 27 leaders of the European Union at a session of the European Council. He will have the opportunity to coordinate on the next phase of military assistance to Ukraine. He will join our partners in imposing further sanctions on Russia and tightening the existing sanctions to crack down on evasion and to ensure robust enforcement. He will work with allies on longer-term adjustments to NATO force posture on the eastern flank. He will announce joint action on enhancing European energy security and reducing Europe's dependence on Russian gas at long last. He will announce further American contributions to a coordinated humanitarian response, to ease the suffering of civilians inside Ukraine, and to respond to the growing flow of refugees. From Brussels, President Biden will travel to Poland, where he will engage with U.S. troops who are now helping to defend NATO territory, and he will meet with experts involved in the humanitarian response. He will also hold a bilateral meeting with President Duda of Poland. I'll leave further details on the schedule and program for each of these aspects of the trip to our trustee communications and press team. Let me close with this. There will be hard days ahead in Ukraine, hardest for the Ukrainian troops on the front lines and the civilians under Russian bombardment. This war will not end easily or rapidly. For the past few months, the West has been united. The President is traveling to Europe to ensure we stay united, to cement our collective resolve, to send a powerful message that we are prepared and committed to this for as long as it takes, and to advance our response on all 3 critical fronts that I've described: helping the Ukrainian people defend themselves, imposing and increasing costs on Russia, and reinforcing the Western Alliance. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
The Russians and the Hungarians seems to be reluctant on imposing a ban on importing Russian oil and gas. Will this weaken the sanctions? And what do you call on the groups that the president is going to meet to expel Russia from the G20, of course, group? And do you think that an agreement with Iran could be reached without Russia?
So when the president announced that the United States was going to ban the import of Russian oil and gas, he was very clear. He said that the United States is uniquely positioned. We are an energy producer. We can do this. We can take this step of banning the import of Russian oil and gas and coal and be able to withstand it, have resilience against it. But he also recognized quite explicitly in that statement that some of our European allies and partners would not be able to follow suit, and he was not going to pressure them to do so. From his perspective, what we have achieved with our European partners in terms of financial sanctions, export controls, and other measures to hit the Russian economy hard have had unprecedented impact on a large economy at a scale we have never seen before. And so he believes that that is, in fact, increasing the costs on Russia. It is sharpening the choice for Russia, and he feels very good about where things stand today in terms of the unity and resolve of the Western alliance on sanctions. And as I mentioned in my opener, we will have more to say on sanctions in the coming days. On the question of the G20, I will just say this. We believe that it cannot be business as usual for Russia in international institutions and in the international community. But as for particular institutions and particular decisions, we'd like to consult with our allies, consult with our partners in those institutions before making any further pronouncements. Finally, we believe that if there is an Iran nuclear deal that meets the standards the president has set to verifiably block the pathway of Iran to get to a nuclear weapon and put this program back in the box after President Trump let it out of the box when he left the deal back in 2018, we will do that deal because we believe it is in the American national security interest to do so, but we will not do that deal until it meets those objectives. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you said anything more about the sanctions, you did just say further sanctions. Anything more about what areas that could be, and that would be great. And the other thing is, there was a report out that British troops are basically secretly training Ukrainians to use this very sophisticated anti-aircraft weapon, the SAR. Are there any U.S. troops in Eastern Europe or anywhere else currently training Ukrainians?
So as for the first question, I'm not going to get ahead of an announcement which will be rolled out in conjunction with our allies on Thursday when the president has the opportunity to speak with them. That's on a further package of sanctions. What I will say is that one of the key elements of that announcement will focus not just on adding new sanctions, but on ensuring that there is joint effort to crack down on evasion, on sanctions busting, on any attempt by any country to help Russia basically undermine, weaken, or get around the sanctions. That is an important part of this next phase. We have applied an enormous amount of economic pressure. And in order to sustain and escalate that pressure over time, part of that is about new designations, new targets, but a big part of it is about effective enforcement and evasion, applying the lessons that we've learned from other circumstances where we have, in fact, imposed sanctions on countries. So stay tuned for that. On the question of U.S. troops, we do not have U.S. troops currently training Ukrainians. We do not have U.S. troops on the territory of Ukraine. We do, of course, have U.S. troops defending NATO territory, providing reassurance to our allies, deterring Russian aggression. And, of course, the United States is playing a key role, not just in the direct provision of military equipment to Ukraine, but in the facilitation of military equipment provided by many of our allies as well. Yes.
Thanks, sir. Two questions quickly. Moments ago, you said at the beginning that Russia would never take Ukraine. But does the president believe that Ukraine can win a military victory here? And if so, why haven't we heard that from him thus far? And then my second question is, with regards to Russia and partnership with the United States and certain institutions, what does the president hope that Russia can bring to the Iran nuclear deal? What do they have to bring to the table after they've rightfully been made a pariah on the world stage?
So I can describe to you what happened with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action back in 2015. One of the key roles that Russia played in the implementation of that deal was that Russia actually accepted the enriched uranium from Iran so that Iran's stockpile stayed below 300 kilograms total, meaning that stockpile was so small that Iran could not swiftly break out to a nuclear weapon. That is a key part of how we ensured that Iran's nuclear program was in a box. Now, we don't have to rely on any given country for any particular element of the deal, but that is a role that Russia played in the past, a practical role that didn't have necessarily political significance, but did have that practical significance. What I said was that Russia's never going to take Ukraine away from the Ukrainian people. It's never going to be able to subjugate the Ukrainian people. That was not a statement about a particular slice of territory that a Russian advance could occupy for a period of time, or about a particular battle that some Russian element could win. I would refer you over to the Pentagon in terms of the best military analysis for how particular battles and particular fronts will play out. But what I will say this, whether Russia takes a city or takes a town or takes more territory, they are never going to be able to achieve the purpose that they set out, which was to subjugate this country, to bring this country to heel, because the Ukrainian people have made very clear that they will not be subjugated no matter what it takes. Yes.
Jim, thank you for being here. But to follow up on that question, is it the policy of this government that Ukraine should win this? It should eject Russia and regain its sovereignty and its freedom?
We've said from the outset that we are unwavering in our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Within the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, we remain committed to that as our proposition for this. But in the immediate day-to-day of this conflict, our focus is on ensuring that Ukraine has the tools that it needs to defend itself and to be able to effectively ensure that Russia cannot achieve its objectives in Ukraine. That's what we're focused on right now. But on the basic proposition of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, from day one of the Biden administration, we have not wavered an inch on that. Yes.
On Article 5 and any cyber attack that comes now, obviously Russians have done it before. It wasn't an Article 5 issue then. Does something in Ukraine now change the contour of a cyber attack against any member nation of NATO become an Article 5 issue?
So in the June summit
The president raised that just yesterday as dramatically as he did.
So last June, when the NATO leaders gathered for the NATO summit, President Biden, consulting with them, we put out a statement that spoke to cyber attacks and their relationship to Article 5. And we could see circumstances in which a collective response by the alliance to a cyber attack would be called by an ally. That is absolutely something where we and other countries could bring capabilities to bear to help a country both defend itself and respond to a particular cyber attack. Now, that's not necessarily the same thing as a military response. That response could take many different forms. But we have made clear through NATO documents now, not just last year, but going back years, that cybersecurity is an alliance issue. It is an issue where collectively NATO is prepared to pull together both to enhance resilience, enhance defenses, and if necessary, use the appropriate tools to respond.
Thanks, Dick. It's been just over a week since you met with your Chinese counterpart, a couple days since the president spoke with President Xi. Have you seen any indications that China will or will not provide assistance to Russia?
I can't make predictions going forward. What I can tell you is we have not seen since those meetings or since the president's conversation with Xi the provision of military equipment by China to Russia. But of course, this is something we are monitoring closely. We will continue to monitor it. And the president made clear to President Xi the implications and consequences of any such provision of equipment. And they very well understand one another.
Well, where is this on the agenda at the NATO summit? Will there be an effort to try to put specific concrete steps in place if China does provide that assistance?
The president will certainly consult on the question of China's potential participation in the conflict of Ukraine while he's in Brussels. He'll do so at NATO. He'll also do so when he addresses the 27 leaders of the European Union, because on April 1st, the European Union is having a summit with China. And so this will be an opportunity Thursday for the United States and our European partners to coordinate closely on what our message is. We believe we're very much on the same page with our European partners, and we will be speaking with one voice on this issue. Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up on your comment about shoring up the eastern flank of NATO. Do you anticipate additional U.S. troop deployments to Europe?
Well, I think there are two issues that are important to lay out. One is what's required in the immediate term. And right now, Secretary of Defense, Supreme Allied Commander Europe, believe that they have effective posture today for what's necessary today. But of course, that could evolve in the coming days and weeks depending on Russia's actions and depending on the overall threat picture. The second is, what is the longer term force posture, not just for this contingency, this emergency, this invasion, but over the course of time. That is something the president will discuss with his allies at the NATO summit on Thursday.
And if I might ask you a quick follow-up on Russian troop casualties, Russian media reports that the outlets blamed on hackers in the EU suggested that almost 10,000 Russian servicemen had been killed and 16,000 had been wounded in Ukraine. Is your assessment that that number is realistic, or how bad do you think the casualty situation is for Russia?
I'd refer you to the Pentagon for precise casualty figures. We do believe it numbers in the thousands, but it is a necessarily imprecise analysis from our part to be able to get, that number down to the precise figure. So I would refer you over to the Pentagon for that.
The president said yesterday, Jake, that cyber warfare is a capability Putin has, but has decided to not use yet in this iteration of this war. But administration sources have told us Russians have this multi-phase plan to target critical infrastructure that is already underway. I'll give you a couple of specifics. 2 weeks prior to the invasion, 21 U.S. energy companies targeted by hackers. They're involved with LNG production. March 9th, CISA and the FBI began working with an unnamed American pharmaceutical company whose top execs were targeted with malicious phishing attacks. Internally, the administration has attributed that to Russian intelligence. I have a list of stuff that goes on and on here. Suffice it to say, how do these acts not constitute cyber warfare so far already?
So first, the president put out a statement yesterday, a very strong, clearly worded statement, in which he said, based on evolving intelligence, we believe that attacks could occur. Now, the Russians have spent years preparing the ground for attacks, trying to get inside systems.
That they are not already underway? Just want to clarify.
Well, what I think we would distinguish between is gaining access to a system, which could be used for a variety of purposes, intelligence collection, or mere preparation for a future attack, and the actual disruptive, destructive type of attack of the kind you saw that shut down the Colonial Pipeline last year, for example, or attacked JBS Foods. And it's really that latter thing that we have not yet seen, but how one defines cyber warfare or cyber attacks, of course, is going to differ across individuals. The distinction the president was making was the distinction between all of that preparatory work, which has been ongoing for years and has in fact intensified, and the type of destruction or disruption, the launch of a particular form of malware, for example, that would result in the kinds of physical effects we've seen in past attacks.
Thanks, Jake. I wanted to ask about concerns about the use of nuclear weapons, including possibly smaller nuclear weapons. Can you just address those concerns and talk about how that might come up on this trip?
Well, President Putin, in the early days of the conflict, actually raised the specter of the potential use of nuclear weapons. It is something that we do have to be concerned about. Based on our current analysis, we have not changed our nuclear posture to date, but we are constantly monitoring for that potential contingency, and of course we take it as seriously as one could possibly take it. We will be consulting with allies and partners on that potential contingency, among a range of others, and discussing what our potential responses are. But I'm not going to speak to that from this podium today. I'm going to let the president have the opportunity to speak with his fellow colleagues on what is a very weighty matter.
Are Vladimir Putin's days numbered, Jake? Are Vladimir Putin's days in power numbered?
From our perspective, what happens with respect to the Russian political system is something that will be worked out inside Russia. What we can do is put forward our basic 3 lines of effort. That's what we're doing, helping the Ukrainians defend themselves, fortifying the NATO alliance, and imposing costs and consequences.
We got time for one more. I have 2 questions on Russia and North Korea and China. There is a report that North Korea's cyber hacking organization is related to Russians cyber criminal organizations. Do you have any information on that? And I follow up next.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Yes. North Korea's cyber hacking organization is related to Russian cyber criminal organization. Do you have any information on this?
All I can say generally is that North Korea's cyber capabilities have been manifest in the world, and they work with all kinds of cyber criminals around the world, including Russian cyber criminals. I've got nothing further for you on that today. Yeah, I'll take one more.
Do you have any comments or expectations on the meeting between President Xi and President Zelensky that's scheduled to happen soon?
Sorry, I told her that I would call on her, so I've got to let her ask the question.
What does the president hope to accomplish when he's in Poland, and why did he feel that it would be helpful for him to go to Warsaw at this time, particularly when the vice president was there less than 2 weeks ago?
So first, Poland has taken the brunt of the humanitarian impact outside of Ukraine. In terms of the refugee flows. Poland is where the United States has surged a significant number of forces to be able to help defend and shore up the eastern flank. Poland has to contend not just with the war in Ukraine, but with Russia's military deployments to Belarus, which have fundamentally changed the security equation there. And so for all of those reasons, we feel that it is the right place for him to go, to be able to see troops, to be able to see humanitarian experts, and to be able to meet with the frontline and very vulnerable ally. So I'll leave it at that, guys. Thank you.
Okay, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan there. Let's wait. Looks like he's speaking yet again.
We'll go through the precise details of the schedule.
But Jake, he spoke with Pope Francis today. He spoke with Pope Francis today, and he tweeted. Jake.
Okay, very brief comments there from Jake Sullivan previewing President Biden's trip to Europe. He'll be leaving tomorrow. He'll be meeting with NATO members, allies in Brussels, and then off to Poland as Putin's war in Ukraine carries on, more savage by the day, more horrific by the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on your Tuesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, I'll be giving you updates on some stories we brought you yesterday. Remember those 2 Pennsylvania state troopers killed in a horrific crash there on the I-35 outside of the city. Well, now someone has been charged with their murder. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. The driver accused of hitting and killing 2 Pennsylvania state troopers and a civilian, now charged with murder. The charges against 21-year-old Jayana Tanae Webb include third-degree murder, driving under the influence, and homicide by vehicle while driving under the influence. Investigators say Webb was driving on southbound I-95 in Philadelphia early yesterday morning when she hit 2 state troopers and a civilian that the troopers were helping. Webb is also accused of hitting the troopers' SUV. Her vehicle came to a stop on the right shoulder of the road, and she remained at the scene before being taken into custody. And there she is after being charged with those counts, with murder. Those 2 Pennsylvania state troopers losing their lives yesterday, only 21 years old. We also have another story we want to get to that we haven't yet reported. This time, yet another deadly car crash. Remember, just last week, we brought you that horrible, horrible van accident, that collision out of New Mexico that killed multiple members of the golf team, men's and women's there, of the University of the Southwest. Well, now we're learning that multiple high school students have been killed in a car crash in Oklahoma. We have a tweet I'm going to put up from the Associated Press here, and you can see, looks like this tweet here. There we go. Authorities say 6 high school-age students killed in a 2-vehicle highway crash with a semi on an Oklahoma highway. And this is yet another tragic set of circumstances. Right now, that is what we are learning. 6 teenage students have been killed in a 2-vehicle collision in southern Oklahoma. That's according to the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. The students were in a passenger vehicle that collided with a semi about 12:30 in the afternoon in Tishomingo. It's a rural city of about 3,000. It's located about 100 miles southwest of Oklahoma City. And right now, the girls, they were all girls. They were eastbound when their vehicle was struck by a rock hauler. Images from the scene of the crash showed a virtually destroyed small black vehicle with what appeared to be a pink steering wheel among the rubble. The Tishomingo Public School Superintendent Bobby Waitman said in a Facebook post that the district had a great loss involving students from the district's high school. They say our hearts are broken. And so if we get any more details about who these victims were, these 6 high school students, their lives cut so short because of this crash today in Oklahoma, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on what's been a very busy Tuesday. We're going to head out now to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking more about Day 2 of the confirmation hearings there in the Senate Judiciary Committee for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and thanks for being with us on your Tuesday night. It's been a busy Tuesday, like we've been saying, and we have been showing from start to finish the confirmation hearings of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as she works to be confirmed to be the next Supreme Court justice and the first black woman ever in American history to serve on the nation's highest court. She faced a number of very, very tough questions, grilling, especially from Republican senators focused on her background, on her writings, her sentencings, especially, and some of the guidelines she chose when making these decisions, especially when it came to child pornographers and distributors of child pornography. She was also asked her opinions and how she would rule on, issues like the First Amendment, abortion, and the like. And so right now we want to play out for you an exchange that happened with someone who has been quite at the forefront of these allegations that have been kind of circulating, or especially around Washington, about the sentencing guidelines and decisions she made when it came to child pornographers. That, of course, is Republican Senator Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri. So we're going to watch that exchange from earlier today in the committee room.
around you, and Wynn wasn't a child porn case, and neither was Fife. Just one other quick thing to clarify. As to these comments about the probation office doesn't issue national guidelines, right? I mean, the probation office doesn't issue sentencing guidelines. They're not public. They're not recommended to all judges. The probation office provides advice to judges case by case, usually in private, usually not available to the public. Is that right, Judge?
Not exactly, Senator. The probation office in criminal cases is assigned by the court to work with respect to the evaluation of cases, in every case consistent with Congress's requirements. The probation office prepares a pre-sentence report in which they review all of the statutory factors concerning sentencing. Congress has a statute for sentencing. It requires judges to consider the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence imposed to promote various purposes of punishment. There are many purposes listed in the statute, and the probation office is the arm of the court that does factual investigations in every criminal case, unless there are certain cases in which you can waive it, but the background is the probation office's assessment of the facts related to a particular sentence and a particular crime. And the probation office's report, when a court sentences, actually, in most cases, becomes the findings of fact of the court. And so the probation office appears just like the prosecution and the defense. The probation office has written a report, and they make a recommendation to the court based on their independent analysis related to the facts of a particular crime and defendant and sentence.
Understood. So they give the court counsel. Understood. However, they don't issue guidelines. They're not uniform. It is by its very nature a case-by-case inquiry, as you said. The report goes to the judge. As I understand it, the pre-sentencing report, I'm sorry, the probation reports are not public in all of the cases that we're talking about here. I'd love to see them if they are. But it's not as if there's one set of guidelines that are federal sentencing guidelines, and then there's the probation guidelines. The probation office is giving advice to the judge. It varies case by case.
Senator,
but it's not the same.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's all right. Let me ask you about a specific case. I mean, let's talk about. I listed these 7 cases in which you had discretion and you did not follow the prosecutor's recommendation or the sentencing guidelines. But let's just talk about one of them, because we've talked about some of them as a group. Let's talk about United States versus Hawkins. I think that's one you probably remember from 2013. The defendant there was Wesley Hawkins. He was 18 years old at the time. He uploaded 5 video files of child pornography from his computer to YouTube. This is how the police got onto him. He then uploaded another 36 depictions of child porn and other lewd photos of children to his iCloud account. When the police executed a search on his apartment on the premises, they found 17 videos on his laptop and 16 images of child pornography, all of them very graphic, some of them involving very young children. The 17 videos in particular, this is from the government sentencing memorandum in this case, just so we understand the facts. Here are some of the videos that the government charged and they recovered. There was a 24-minute, 6-second video depicting a 12-year-old male committing a sexual act. I'm not going to read exactly what it was. There was a 1-minute and 57-second video depicting an 8-year-old committing a sexual act. There was an 11-minute and 47-second video depicting an 11-year-old committing a sexual act and being raped by an adult male. There was a 15-minute and 19-second video depicting 2 11-year-olds committing sexual acts. There was a 7-minute and 51-second video depicting a 12-year-old committing a sexual act. So, as the government said in this case, and I'm quoting now from the transcript of the sentencing hearing, 17 videos is a lot. And some of the videos, including the ones that are described in the statement of the offense, and I've just related some of them, are very lengthy and include numerous images, numerous views, sometimes collages, sometimes multiple victims. You see the act in progress. The government goes on to describe some of these as sadomasochistic images. So this is a tough case. This is one of those tough cases you were referencing earlier. You talked about it this morning. Said these cases are terrible. This is one of them. This is terrible stuff. This is not a good guy who's doing this stuff. Guidelines recommendation in the case was 97 to 121 months. So if I'm doing my math right, that's up to 10 years. And in this case, the guidelines recommendation was essentially written by Congress, because in the PROTECT Act of 2003, Congress specified what they wanted the range to be in these kind of cases. And Congress also specified what they wanted the mandatory minimums to be. I know you remember the PROTECT Act because you've talked about it. You've given lectures on it. And it was enacted, as I said, in 2003. It was 84-0 was the vote here in the Senate. The reason the PROTECT Act was put into place is the Senate was concerned over lenient sentences by judges in child porn cases, which is what you described. You said about it, there was an increasing perception on Capitol Hill and within DOJ that liberal judges were to blame for the downward pressure on federal sentences and that legislation was necessary to rein them in. That's you in 2011 describing this law. So Congress has set the guidelines here, 84-0 in the Senate. I noticed the chairman voted for it, as did a number of other members of this committee. So the Congress sets the range. Essentially, it's 97 months up to 10 years. Now, the prosecutor in this case, this is in D.C., of course, you're on the federal district court. The prosecutor in this case, it's a liberal administration, I think it's fair to say. This isn't the state of Texas. See my colleague from Texas next to me here. The prosecutor in this case, nevertheless, still asked for 2 full years in prison. You gave the defendant 3 months. Guidelines called for 10 years. Prosecutor wanted at least 2. You gave him 3 months. And when you did, you made a number of arguments and statements in the record, and I'd like to go through some of them because I've read them all. And the first argument you made was that the federal guidelines that punished child porn offenders, the ones that Congress wrote, were, and I'm quoting you now, are in many ways outdated. That's your quote. And you went on to say about why you thought they were outdated. I'm going to quote you again. You say, and I quote, "I don't feel that it's appropriate to increase the penalty on the basis of the number of images or prepubescent victims," meaning little kids, "as the guidelines require, because these circumstances exist in many cases, if not most, and don't signal an especially heinous or egregious child pornography offense," end quote. I just want to ask you about that because I just have to tell you I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. We're talking about 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds. He's got images of these, the government said added up to over 600 images, gobs of video footage of these children, but you say this does not signal a heinous or egregious child pornography offense. Help me understand that. What word would you use if it's not heinous or egregious? How would you describe it?
Thank you, Senator, for letting me address the concern that you've put forward based on the record that you've reviewed. As a judge who is a mom and has been tasked with the responsibility of actually reviewing the evidence that you would not describe in polite company, the evidence that you are pointing to, discussing, addressing in this context is evidence that I have seen in my role as a judge. And it is heinous, it is egregious. What a judge has to do is determine how to sentence defendants proportionately consistent with the elements that the statutes include, with the requirements that Congress has set forward. Unwarranted sentencing disparities is something that the Sentencing Commission has been focused on for a long time in regard to child pornography offenses. All of the offenses are horrible. All of the offenses are egregious. But the guidelines, as you pointed out, are being departed from even with respect to the government's recommendation. The government, in this case and in others, has asked for a sentence that is substantially less than the guideline penalty. And so what I was discussing was that phenomenon, that the guidelines in this area are not doing the work of differentiating defendants, as the government itself indicated in this very case. And so that's what I was talking about, but I want to assure you, Senator, that I take these cases very seriously, that these cases include the notion by many defendants that the folks at issue, the defendants themselves, are collecting these images on the internet. They're terrible things that have happened, but they're not involved, say the defendants. They're not focused on, what is actually happening to the children. And so part of my sentencings was about redirecting the defendant's attention. It's not just about how much time a person spends in prison. It's about understanding the harm of this behavior. It's about all of the other kinds of restraints that sex offenders are ordered rightly to live under at the end of the day. The sentences in these cases include not only prison time, but restraints on computer use, sometimes for decades, restraints on ability to go near children, sometimes for decades. All of these things judges consider in order to affect what Congress has required, which is a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment.
Yeah, well, let me just ask you about that last point, because you've said this a couple of times now, the sentences that Congress require. Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. Congress wrote the guidelines in this case. They wanted them to be mandatory. They gave the courts factors to consider to choose between the sentencing range. Congress wanted you to choose between 97 and 121 months. That's what Congress wanted. The Supreme Court in Booker said that the sentencing guidelines would be discretionary, so the Supreme Court gave you the discretion. But if we're talking about what Congress has wanted, Congress wanted them to be mandatory. My only point in raising that is just to say that you had discretion in these cases, and you used your discretion to choose the sentences that you did. Let me ask you about some of the things, though, that you said, because you said this morning, and I appreciate. appreciated it, how you want to direct the defendants. You want to get them to own up to what they've done in these cases. And I thought that was powerful, and I thought it was right. But let me just ask you about what you said to this defendant. You said to this defendant, through whom you sentenced to only 3 months in prison, that your collection, I'm quoting you, your collection at the time that you were caught was not actually as large as it seems. The government felt the need to respond to you on the record. They said the government doesn't believe that it's appropriate to just disregard the number of images, that the number of images can be appropriate. And indeed, in this case, the defendant has amassed an extremely large collection of child pornography. But you disregarded that. You also told the defendant, you said this seems to be a case where you were fascinated by sexual images involving what were essentially your peers. And then you went on to say the defendant was merely trying to satisfy his curiosity. Curiosity is your word. One more thing on this, same idea. You said you were viewing, this is you to the defendant, you were viewing sex acts between children who were not much younger than you. And this whole discussion is about why you're only giving him 3 months. Judge, he was 18. These kids are 8. I don't see in what sense they're peers. I've got a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 16-month-old at home. And I live in fear that they will be exposed to, let alone exploited, in this kind of material. I don't understand you saying to him that they're peers and that therefore you were viewing sex acts between children who are not much younger than you, and that's somehow a reason to only give him 3 months. Help me understand this.
Senator, I don't have the record of that entire case in front of me. What I recall with respect to that case is that unlike the many other child pornography offenders that I had seen as a judge and that I was aware of in my work on the Sentencing Commission, this particular defendant had just graduated from high school. And some of, perhaps not all when you were looking at the records, but some of the materials that he was looking at were older teenagers, were older victims. And the point, Senator, is that you said before the probation office is making recommendations and they do so on a case-by-case basis. That is what Congress requires. This is not done at the level of.
But you had discretion, Judge. You admit that, right? I just want to be clear.
Senator, sentencing is a discretionary act of a judge, but it's not a numbers game. It's not. I understand that Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. The Supreme Court in 2005 determined that they couldn't be, in an opinion by Justice Scalia, determined that they couldn't be, and Congress since then has not come back to amend them or to change them or to make them mandatory again. And so there is discretion at sentencing, and when you look at the sentencing statutes, Congress has given the judges not only the discretion to make the decision, but required judges to do so on an individualized basis, taking into account not only the guidelines, but also various factors, including the age of the defendant, the circumstances of the defendant, the terrible nature of the crime, the harm to the victims. All of these factors are taken into account, and the probation office assists the court in determining what sentence is sufficient but not greater than necessary. And I appreciate, Senator, that you have looked at these from the standpoint of statistics, that you're questioning whether or not I take them seriously or I have some reason to handle them in either a different way than my peers or a different way than other cases. And I assure you that I do not. That if you were to look at the greater body of not only my more than 100 sentences, but also the sentences of other judges in my district and nationwide, you would see a very similar exercise of attempting to do what it is that judges do, attempting to take into account all of the relevant factors and do justice individually in each case.
Well, let's keep talking about this case. You also said to this individual who is an adult, tried as an adult, 18 years old, you also said to him, besides saying that you thought his victims were his peers, you also said there's no reason to think that you are a pedophile. And then you went on to say, again, that's another reason why you weren't going to give him, you're only going to give him 3 months because you had judged that he wasn't a pedophile. And then you said, and this is something I really need your help understanding, then you apologized to him. And I just have to tell you, I can't quite figure this out. You said to him, this is a truly difficult situation. I appreciate that your family's in the audience. I feel so sorry for them and for you and for the anguish this has caused all of you. I feel terrible about the collateral consequences of this conviction. And then you go on to say sex offenders are truly shunned in our society. I'm just trying to figure out, Judge, is he the victim here or the victims the victims? You're saying that you're apologizing to him. You're saying you're sorry for the anguish this has caused him. There was a victim impact statement in this case. It didn't get read into the record, but it was there. I've described the videos that we have. You say earlier in the case, you talk about how heinous these crimes are, and you describe them to your credit. You describe how heinous it is to your credit, and yet here you are giving him 3 months and apologizing to him and saying you feel sorry for the anguish it's caused him, and also saying you think that sex offenders are truly shunned in our society. So just talk about that. Help me understand. I mean, is he a victim? Is that your view here? Is that why you said this? Is that what you meant by it?
Senator, I again don't have the entire record. I remember in that particular case, I considered it to be unusual, in part for the reasons that I described. I remember in that case that defense counsel was arguing for probation, in part because he argued that here we had a very young man, just graduated from high school. He presented all of his diplomas and certificates and the things that he had done, and argued, consistent with what I was seeing in the record, that this particular defendant had gotten into this in a way that was, I thought, inconsistent with some of the other cases that I had seen. Part of what a judge is doing, as required by Congress, is thinking about this case, thinking about unwarranted sentencing disparities, that's in the statute, other cases, other determinations that a judge may have made about this. I don't remember in detail this particular case, but I do recall it being unusual. And so my only point to you is that judges are doing the work of assessing in each case a number of factors that are set forward by Congress, all against the backdrop of heinous criminal behavior. But the guidelines are no longer mandatory. Congress has not corrected, as you would say, the Supreme Court's determination about that. Justice Scalia's decision that the guidelines are not mandatory. Congress has not said that. And Congress has given judges factors to consider. This, in my view, was an unusual case that had a number of factors that the defendant was pointing out, that the government was pointing out, that the probation office was pointing out. And I sent this 18-year-old to 3 months in federal prison under circumstances that were presented in this case because I wanted him to understand that what he had done was harmful, that what he had done was unlawful, that what he had done violated the law and needed to be punished, not only by prison, but also by all of the other things that the law requires of a judge who is sentencing in this area.
But Judge, with all due respect, and I'm telling you what, I'll be direct with you. I am questioning your discretion and your judgment. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not questioning you as a person. I'm not questioning your excellence as a judge, frankly. But you said it. You had discretion, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm questioning how you used your discretion in these cases. And to me, to take a guy who's 18 years old, who has what the government says is an extremely large collection of prepubescent pornography, 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, we're talking about, I mean, gobs of hours of time here that he has. And you say to him, what? That you say that, well, you know, it was just a collection. I mean, he was just viewing it, and it was, you know, essentially they were his peers. You say to him that he's not a pedophile. I don't know how you know that. I don't know why that's relevant to the guidelines, but maybe it is. You say he's not a pedophile. You say that you're very sorry for him and what he suffered, and then you give him 3 months when, frankly, a liberal prosecutor is asking for 2 full years. I mean, it does seem like an extraordinary case to me. It would bother me no matter what. It really bothers me when in every case, child porn case you've had discretion, you've sentenced below the guidelines and below the government's recommendation. And saying that sex offenders are truly shunned in our society, as you said to him, it reminds me, it echoes what you said as early as law school on that Harvard Law Review article Senator Blumenthal was just talking about. There you say, and I'm quoting you now, in the current climate of fear, hatred, and revenge associated with the release of convicted sex criminals, courts must be especially attentive to legislative enactments regarding these sex criminals. I guess like this, the enactment here, the PROTECT Act that Congress enacted. So I want to try to understand here, is it your view that society is too hard on sex offenders? You say they truly are shunned in society. You wrote that many of these laws are products of a climate of fear, hatred, and revenge. So just is that still your view? I mean, do you think that these laws are too tough, that we're too tough on sex offenders? Explain what you meant in this case in 2013, and it seems to be the same thing you said many years ago.
Senator, it's not the same thing I said many years ago. Many years ago, as a law school student, I was evaluating a new set of legislation, state laws about registration, and I was analyzing them as law students do. It wasn't about the sex crime, it was about the characterization of the law. Is it a punitive law? Is it a prescriptive law? And how would a court go about determining that? That was the frame that I used then. It could have been about anything. It was about the characterization of legislation.
But I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I've only got 2.5 minutes left, but I just want to make sure I understand this. I'm quoting from your conclusion now. This is on page 1728 of the Harvard Law Review. This is your conclusion. In the current climate of fear, hatred, and revenge associated with the release of convicted sex criminals, courts need to be especially attentive to legislative enactments. So that's a conclusory statement. You're saying that there is a climate of fear, hatred, and revenge that are informing these laws. And you described some of the laws earlier, I think, Megan's Law and others. Senator Cruz asked you about some of those. I'm trying to understand what you meant by that, because you're saying something similar in the Hawkins case. You're saying that society truly shuns our sex offenders.
Senator, with all due respect, my article is now in the record. People can read it, and they can see that I was evaluating these laws not to determine their constitutionality, not to say that they shouldn't be enacted, but to talk about the ways in which courts make determinations about the character of the law and all of the consequences that follow from them. In law school, I had not had any experience in terms of the criminal justice system, and I was doing what law students do, which is seeking to analyze in a creative way new legislation. With respect to Mr. Hawkins, I was doing what judges do, which is look at the statute, 18 USC 3553A, exercise discretion as Congress has required us to do, take into account all of the various aspects of a particular case and make a determination consistent with my authority, my judgment, and understanding fully the egregious nature of the crime. As you said, even the prosecutors in these cases are not recommending guideline sentences. The probation office, which is an independent authority looking at these cases and the facts related to them, are not recommending guideline sentences. This is a particular area where the commission has seen an enormous amount of disparity and has in fact asked Congress to come back and address, to help judges who are looking at these cases to be able to rely on the guidelines.
Which Congress has declined to do.
Senator, in that case, we have the statute that Congress has enacted concerning penalties, and we have judges who are doing their level best to make sure that people are held accountable as they need to be in our society in a fair and just way.
Mr. Chairman, my time's expired. Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions at this time.
Just checking with my staff. So the original statute was passed in 2003, the Scalia decision 2005, the Booker decision?
So the original statute that I'm talking about, I'm just thinking, I felt like it was in the 80s.
We think there may
in 2003, I'm all right.
And the decision by
Justice Scalia, the Booker decision made the guidelines advisory so that even though judges have to calculate them, they are no longer binding. And what it meant in the statute is that the guidelines became one factor among many that judges consider at sentencing.
I'm not going to opine on Justice Scalia and his conduct and decision as it relates to the overall topic. I hope we all agree that we want to do everything in our power, reasonably within our power, to lessen the incidence of pornography and exploitation of children. You have made that clear. That is your position too. But I just want to tell you, Congress doesn't have clean hands in this conversation. We haven't touched this now for 15, 16, or 17 years. And you aren't the only one who faced this kind of a challenge with the cases before you. I said this morning, and it bears repeating, in United States versus Klotz, Trump appointed Judge Sarah Pitlick, Senator Hawley's choice for the Eastern District of Missouri, sentenced an individual convicted of possession of child pornography to only 60 months, well below the 135 to 168 month sentence recommended by the guidelines.
Mr. Chairman, you've mentioned
Let me finish. I'll finish, and of course I'll recognize you. Senator Hawley, you've said some very powerful things in support of this judge, but clearly she faced a situation where she decided she would not follow the guidelines and took a sentence of less than half of what they recommended. We have created a situation because of our inattention and unwillingness to tackle an extremely controversial area in Congress and left it to the judges. And I think we have to accept some responsibility for that, Senator.
I just wanted to say, Chairman Durbin, since you mentioned Judge Pitlick in the Klotz case, she followed the prosecutor's recommendation in that case. As I've said over and over, part of my concern with Judge Jackson is that she has not followed the prosecutor's sentences. She didn't in the Hawkins case we were just talking about, or the guidelines. And I'm happy we can have a policy debate about whether or not the guidelines are too lenient. I would argue in this era of exploding child pornography, they're not too lenient at all. I think you were right the first time when you voted in 2003 to make them tougher.
I will just say that I don't know if you sponsored a bill to change this. I'll be looking for it. But I will tell you that there isn't a long line of people waiting to co-sponsor this controversial issue. If we're going to tackle it, we should, but we should concede in the meantime that we've left judges in the lurch in many of these situations. There is no clarity in this situation, and I think to hold this judge responsible for the overall situation is to ignore our nonfeasance, malfeasance, whatever it might be, and lack of responsibility in dealing with this. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, as you may know, I ask the following two preliminary questions of every nominee who appears before any of the committees on which I sit, so I will ask you these two questions first. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
I have not.
Judge Jackson, my colleague from Missouri seems to think that it's appropriate for federal judges to sentence individuals below to sentence individuals below the sentencing guidelines in these kinds of cases, horrific cases. And so I think it's important to offer a couple of clarifications for the record. Judge Jackson, when the U.S. Sentencing Commission first addressed the issue of sentencing in this area in 2012, do you remember that only 40% of convicted offenders in this category were receiving sentences within the guidelines?
Senator, I don't remember exactly the number, but I do know that there was a great deal of variance from the guidelines.
40%. Would you be surprised to learn that the Department of Justice, which prosecutes these cases, sent a letter to the U.S. Sentencing Commission in 2013 stating that the existing sentencing guidelines for child pornography offenses do not accurately reflect the current landscape of child pornography offense conduct?
I don't remember that particular letter, but there was a lot of concern about this guideline from all sides.
And now the Sentencing Commission issued another report just last year on this topic. And do you know that as of that report, an even lower percentage of convicted offenders were receiving sentences within the guidelines? Did you know that?
I'm not surprised.
It was 40% before, now it's even less.
I didn't know, but I'm not surprised.
Did you know that as of last year, it was just 30% of non-production offenders who were sentenced within the guidelines?
I did not know, but I'm not surprised.
My Republican colleagues made a big show yesterday of promising a fair process. And to me, that means ensuring that you are treated no differently than any other federal judges that have nominees that have come before us. See, there was an article recently that highlighted the fact that many of President Trump's circuit court nominees who were previously district court judges had also issued below guideline sentencing to child pornography cases. Judge Ralph Erickson, who was confirmed to the Eighth Circuit in 2017 with support from every Republican member of this committee, who was serving in the Senate at the time, and there are at least 11 cases where he sentenced people to below guideline sentences. Does that surprise you?
It does not, Senator.
I'm not sure if you know Judge Erickson, but do you have any reason to believe he's soft on child pornography based on these sentences?
I don't have any reason to believe that.
Do you think my Republican colleagues are soft on child pornography just because they voted for Judge Erickson to become a federal appellate judge even after he issued these 11 sentences?
Senator, I'm not in a position to evaluate whether your colleagues are soft on crime because of their votes. I have no reason to believe that.
They voted for this person, but I think it would probably be quite unfair to characterize him as being soft on child pornography. I would also like to talk to you about Judge Joseph Bianco, who was confirmed to the Second Circuit in 2019 with support from every Republican member of this committee who was serving in the Senate at the time, including Senator Hawley. In the case United States v. Bowen, Judge Bianco sentenced a defendant to 60 months in prison when his guidelines range was 151 to 188 months. And here's what Judge Bianco said in the sentencing transcript for that case. Quote, and the guidelines here are just way disproportionate under the facts of this case, and I don't view them as particularly helpful in this case. I believe the probation department got it right in terms of the statutory mandatory minimum being sufficient, but not greater than necessary to achieve the factors of sentencing. Quote, I'm not sure if you know Judge Bianco, but do you have any reason to believe that he's soft on child pornography based on that sentence or those comments?
I do not, Senator.
Do you think my Republican colleagues, including Senator Hawley, are soft on child pornography because they voted to confirm Judge Bianco to the Second Circuit even after he issued below guideline sentences and made these comments?
I have no reason to believe that.
Here are some of the other circuit judges that all of my Republican colleagues voted to confirm, despite the fact that they sentenced child pornography defendants to below guideline sentences. Judge Amal Thapar on the Sixth Circuit, Judge Richard Sullivan on the Second Circuit, Judge Andrew Brasher on the 11th Circuit. Again, I'm not sure if you've ever met these judges before, but do you have any reason to believe they don't take child pornography seriously?
I do not.
I would like to note that Senator Cruz referred to a chart that listed 8 cases and the government recommendations and the sentencing guidelines, and that you did not adhere to those sentencing guidelines. What was not included in the chart was what the probation recommendations were. And if you add those probation recommendations, in 5 of the 8 cases, you followed the probation recommendations. In one instance, you were lower, and one instance, you were higher than the probation recommendations. Mr. Chairman, I would like to introduce the complete chart for the record.
Without objection.
You've been asked to answer a lot of questions about your judicial philosophy. Some of my colleagues, particularly on the other side, seem dead set on finding out if you are an originalist, a textualist, if you believe in a living constitution, or various other labels. I don't find these labels particularly useful. Take originalism. Proponents claim you just have to dig deeply enough into the historical record and you'll somehow find the one true meaning of a constitutional provision. The fallacy of this approach is illustrated in District of Columbia versus Heller. There, Justice Scalia's majority opinion and Justice Stevenson's dissenting opinion each applied originalism. Justice Stevens more effectively, in my opinion, and reached completely different conclusions about the scope of the Second Amendment. Take textualism. In Bostock, Judge Gorsuch applied textualism to find that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act protected employees from discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. In dissent, Justice Alito mocked Justice Gorsuch's application of textualism, and he wrote the following, Justice Alito, quote, the court attempts to pass off its decision as the inevitable product of the textualist school of statutory interpretation, championed by our late colleague, Justice Scalia. But no one should be fooled. The court's opinion is like a pirate ship. It sails under a textualist flag, but what it actually represents is a theory of statutory interpretation that Justice Scalia excoriated. The theory that courts should update old statutes so that they better reflect the current values of society, end quote. And these are 2 justices who are usually in agreement. So much for labels. So instead of trying to fix some label on you, I'd rather focus on the fact that you are fair and objective in your approach, that you are even-handed in your application of law to the facts, and that you are independent. During your last confirmation hearing, you spoke about judicial independence, about what you learned during the 3 clerkships and your then 8 years on the bench. You said, and I quote, "I know very well what my obligations are, what my duties are, not to rule with partisan advantage in mind, not to tailor or craft my decisions in order to gain influence or anything of the sort," end quote. Well said. So my question is the following. What do you do to ensure that you maintain independence free of partisanship when you handle a case?
Thank you, Senator. What I do and what I've done in all of my 570 some odd opinions is to apply a methodology that is designed to ensure my impartiality and to respect the limits of my judicial role. What it means is that I am receiving the cases, and at the outset, I am setting aside any personal views that I might have about the parties, about the issues. As I also said in my D.C. Circuit confirmation, it doesn't matter to me whether the argument is being made by the President of the United States or a death row inmate. What I'm doing is looking at the argument. I'm looking at the facts. I am applying the law in as neutral and consistent a manner as I can, because that is the duty and requirement of the judicial oath. I'm also very conscious of the limits of judicial authority, of the restrictions that exist in the law to prevent me as a judge from becoming a policymaker. This means that I carefully scrutinize my jurisdiction. It means that I look at the text and focus on the text and the intentions of the legislatures that drafted that provision, or the intentions of the framers that put forward that constitutional principle. It means I'm looking at precedent. If I was fortunate enough to be confirmed to the Supreme Court, I would be upholding the principles of stare decisis as I consider the precedents. and making sure that the court is putting forward consistent and predictable rulings as is important to maintain the rule of law. All of these I see as constraints on judicial authority that I care deeply about in order to maintain my independence as is necessary to ensure public confidence in my rulings as a judge.
Judge Jackson, I have sat on this committee now for a number of years. And as some of my colleagues continue to try to pin labels on the nominees who come before us, frankly, I find your methodology to be as succinct a definition of what would lead a judge to come up with fair and objective results. I thank you for that. As a lower court judge, you were generally bound by the Supreme Court's and the D.C. Circuit's precedents. That certainly won't be the case if you are confirmed to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can overturn its own precedents. That's why I found your analysis in Committee on the Judiciary versus McGahn instructive. In that case, you had a precedent, Committee on the Judiciary v. Myers, that had already confronted the issues you faced. However, it was another district court decision, and you were not bound by it. You nonetheless followed that precedent. Why did you find that opinion so persuasive?
Well, Senator, in the law, there are different kinds of precedent, and by that I mean there's vertical precedent, which is what people are most familiar with. There are cases that are handed down by higher courts, the appellate court, the Supreme Court, and those bind the lower courts so that even if you disagree with them, you have to follow them because they're binding precedent. But there's also horizontal precedent. It too is about maintaining consistency and predictability in the rule of law. And what that means is when you are in a district, there are many judges, and if someone else in your district has handled a case that comes out or that involves the same issues and comes out in a certain way, you as the second judge have to contend with that ruling. You can't ignore the fact that there is precedent in your district that handles a case in a particular way. And with respect to the McGahn case, the precedent wasn't just close, it was nearly identical. The Myers case involved the former White House counsel and the argument by the executive that the former White House counsel had absolute immunity with respect to a request by the legislature that she provide testimony. My case involved a former White House counsel who was claiming absolute immunity at the request of the executive in response to a legislative subpoena. In both cases, not only was the absolute immunity issue on the table, but in both cases, the same threshold issues about whether or not there was jurisdiction in the court because the legislature had standing or didn't have standing, which was the argument that was being made. The same question about whether the court could hear a dispute between the legislature and the executive branch. All of those issues had previously been considered by my colleague in the district court. And he wrote an extensive, I'm talking about Judge Bates, he wrote an extensive opinion analyzing each of the issues. And so at a minimum, as the second judge dealing with these exact same issues, I had to look at what he did and decide, was it persuasive? Did I agree? And I did.
Judge Jackson, of course, if there had been a vertical precedent, i.e. from the Supreme Court or the Circuit Court that was on point to your McGahn situation, yes, you would have had to follow that precedent, but there wasn't. And so you followed a reasoning by another district judge that made a lot of sense to me, and that certainly makes sense to me. You discussed stare decisis and the importance of precedent in your opinion, and this is what you wrote, quote, "It is interesting to note that the doctrine of stare decisis performs a limiting function that reflects the foundational principles that undergird the federal government's tripartite constitutional system. This is because deciding a legal issue anew each time that same question is presented without any reference to what has been done before nudges a court outside of its established domain of saying what the law is and into the realm of legislating what the law should be." I know that you've been asked the questions about the importance of precedent before, but maybe you can just tell us one more time why precedent is important in our judicial system.
Thank you, Senator. Our judicial system is one that is designed to uphold the rule of law. Unlike other systems in other societies, some other societies, we believe that we have a government of laws and not men, and yet there are men and women who are acting as judges in the context of our system. What precedent does is ensure that there's consistency across the different individuals who are tasked with the solemn responsibility of interpreting the law. It ensures that there's public confidence that the law is what is guiding judges in their decision making and not just their own individual views. And so it's crucial for maintaining public confidence, maintaining stability in the law, establishing a system that has predictability in it, all of which supports confidence in the judiciary, which is the currency of the judicial branch.
Because of the importance of precedents in promoting confidence, et cetera, people need to know what the law is. And so precedent is important on that score. And if you are confirmed to the Supreme Court, what factors would you consider before overturning precedent?
Well, there are many factors that the Supreme Court considers, and not just whether they think a prior precedent is wrong. That is one of the factors. The court has said that a precedent that is egregiously wrong is one that is subject to reconsideration. But in order to actually make the determination about overturning it, in addition to it being wrong, the court considers whether or not there's been reliance on that precedent, and if so, how much. The court considers whether or not the precedent is workable. Sometimes the court will issue a ruling in a case and it turns out that it's not actually functioning in the way that the court intended, and so that might be a reason to revisit it. The court considers whether or not other precedents in the area have shifted such that the foundation for the particular precedent is no longer longer sustainable, and the court considers whether there are changes in the facts that relate to that precedent or a new understanding of the facts that relate to a precedent. All of those factors are things that that the Supreme Court takes into account when it decides whether or not to revisit a precedent.
Therefore, the court should consider all of those factors. I would say reliance factors loom large, as far as I'm concerned, before overturning a precedent. But basically, if you have 5 members of the court deciding to overturn a precedent, they can do so, right?
Under our scheme, yes, under the Constitution. Mm-hmm.
And so we're seeing more and more precedents being asked to be overturned. And analysis by National Affairs found that since 2017, when Justice Gorsuch was appointed to the court has shown, and I quote, an increasing readiness to overturn precedent, end quote. This is true for both longstanding precedents and those that are just a few years old. For example, in 2018, Janus decision, the court overturned a 41-year-old precedent called Abood. That decision weakened public sector unions. Justice Alito first signaled that he wanted conservative anti-union groups to challenge Abood in his 2012 decision in Knox versus SEIU. This is called signaling. And Justice Alito definitely signaled his desire to revisit the Abood decision. So yes, these groups, they got the message. They brought case after case to meet the criteria that Justice Alito laid out. And although they came close in 2016, Justice Scalia's death left the court stuck in a 4-4 decision in a case called Fredericks v. California Teachers Association. Basically, the minute Justice Gorsuch was confirmed, the court finally had a conservative 5-4 majority to overturn Abood, and the result was Janus. I followed these lines of cases very closely. So that is what happened. They waited for Justice Gorsuch, and boom, 5-4 against unions. In another example, the courts acknowledged 4 most conservative justices, Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh, dissented in June Medical, voting to overturn a precedent banning burdensome and unnecessary restrictions placed on abortion providers. This particular precedent was only 4 years old. Now the court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, even though women have relied on their constitutional right to have an abortion for nearly 50 years. Of course, I'm not suggesting that Supreme Court decision or precedents are sacrosanct, because I'm thankful the court can and did revisit precedents like Plessy v. Ferguson that were wrong the day they were decided. But justices should not be seen to be advancing their individual political or ideological agendas at the expense of individual rights and precedents that people have relied on. One result of the court's new approach is that people's view of the court is changing for the worst. A recent Pew poll found that 44% of Americans now disapprove of the Supreme Court. This is up 15 points from August 2020, shortly before the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died and Amy Coney Barrett was appointed to fill her seat. I think court watchers acknowledge there is an ideological split in this current Supreme Court when we are seeing more cases decided on ideological bases, not on the facts and the law. I think it leads to the American people questioning whether the court is a fair and objective arbiter of cases in controversy. You were asked earlier today about your representation of Guantanamo detainees. Just to make it clear, as a federal public defender, you were assigned to represent Guantanamo detainees. Is that right?
That is correct, Senator.
And then while at Morrison and Forster, you also did pro bono work for Guantanamo detainees. Were you assigned to do that work as well?
So there was one detainee who I had represented as a federal public defender who was brought into my firm's practice unbeknownst to me. And when I arrived at the firm, the attorneys who were working on that case recognized that I had previously been a lawyer who had represented this particular detainee and asked if I would help with his habeas petition at that stage.
I think you clarified that earlier today. And you served as counsel of record on amicus briefs related to detention. I think that was brought out today.
Yes.
Were you working on behalf of detainees at that point, or were you working on behalf of other groups or individuals?
I was working on behalf of other groups or individuals with respect.
Were they retired judges?
Yes, there were 3 briefs in total, 2 different cases, and one of the briefs that I filed was on behalf of 20 retired federal judges, including one who was a partner at my firm at the time and who wanted to make a particular argument to the court concerning the detention process.
And these were judges that were nominated by various presidents, so it must have been a diverse group, and they asked you to do the brief.
And they did, yes.
So as part of your work at the law firm, a responsibility of your employment, you were assigned to work with this diverse group of retired judges and to represent conservative or libertarian organizations such as the Cato Institute and the Rutherford Institute to advocate their views.
Yes, the other 2 briefs that I filed were at the cert stage and then at the merit stage of a case that was eventually mooted. But my clients in those cases were a diverse group of organizations, including the Cato Institute, the Rutherford Institute, and the Constitution Project.
Members of this committee know full well that lawyers are, we have to follow the codes of professional conduct, which says that we have to zealously represent our clients, and that's what you are doing with regard to the detainees. And I would just want to note that some of the very senators who are openly questioning you for representing defendants or detainees have in the past made the argument that judicial nominees should not be opposed for the arguments they make in the course of representing clients. I'm going to quote one of my colleagues. I've been a military lawyer for almost 30 years. I represented people as a defense attorney in the military that were charged with some pretty horrific acts, and I gave them my all. The system of justice that we're so proud of in America requires the unpopular to have an adequate and an advocate. And every time a defense lawyer fights to make the government do their job, that defense lawyer has made us all safer. Do you agree with that?
I do, Senator.
In 2012, prominent conservative lawyers signed a letter defending attorneys who have represented Guantanamo detainees. In part, the letter said, quote, "The American tradition of zealous representation of unpopular clients is at least as old as John Adams's representation of the British soldiers charged in the Boston Massacre. Good defense counsel is key to ensuring that military commissions, federal juries, and federal judges have access to the best arguments and most rigorous factual presentation before making crucial decisions that affect both national security and paramount liberty interests," end quote. So the quote that I read isn't the first time that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have tried to say that your representation and your work as a public defender somehow, I don't know, disqualifies you or makes you leaning one way or the other. So you've made it very clear that that is not what you are about. I just have one more question in the remaining time. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm over.
Senator, I'm sorry, we're on a roll call.
I'm on such a roll.
You're on a roll and we're on a roll call.
Yes, thank you. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before we break, if I could ask one question of the chairman.
Sure.
Senator Hirono just made reference to the recommendations of the probation office in 5 of these cases. To the best of my knowledge, those probation recommendations are not in the record. I haven't seen them. My staff hasn't seen them. And that raises 2 questions. Number one, whether the White House is providing differential material on this nominee's background to Democratic members than Republican members, because I don't know where Senator Hirono would get access to them other than from the White House. But secondly, regardless of whether it's differential, would the chairman agree that there is considerable focus on these cases and the committee, both sides, should have access to the pre-sentence reports and to see the underlying facts? Judge Jackson has said she was following the facts and the factors in those cases.
Senator, you know we've completed discovery before we started this hearing.
Mr. Chairman, how did Senator Hirono get those information that Republicans have not been given?
I'm not going to entertain this. We've been through discovery.
Do you have access to them?
I don't know that I do. I really don't.
Can we ask Senator Hirono how she got access to them?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Senator, but I want to make an announcement. We're going to have a 10-minute break. Members are going to head to the floor.
So you're going to keep differential access to this information?
I'm not sure what differential access is. I'll look it up. We have a vote on the floor to take about 10 minutes, so 10 to 15 minutes, relax. And then we're going to come back, and we have 2 senators, Cotton and Booker, who will be recognized and then take a break for dinner. And then we're going to try to still finish tonight with 2 remaining senators, Senator Ossoff and Tillis, who are going to be first thing in the morning. So we stand in recess.
Good afternoon. Hello. 2 items to start, and then we'll turn to your questions. First, I want to take a few minutes to highlight the reports of what has happened and what is happening in Mariupol, a city in southeastern Ukraine that was once home to 450,000 people. Since Putin's forces began their attack on Ukraine on February 24th, some of the most egregious accounts of what could constitute war crimes have emanated from Mariupol. The city has been without food, without water, electricity, or gas since the early days after President Putin began his relentless assaults on the city. Satellite images show whole areas of Mariupol in ruins with smoke surrounding the city, which was peaceful and vibrant just a month ago. Although information coming out of the city is limited, reports that are getting through paint a very grim picture. The Russian Air Force bombed Mariupol's maternity hospital number 3 on March 9th, just earlier this month, a children's maternity hospital. According to a UN report, witnesses indicated that the hospital was both, quote, operational and clearly identifiable when it was hit. The next day, on March 10th, Russia's forces reportedly bombed what should have been a safe corridor, preventing humanitarian supplies from reaching Mariupol. On March 11th, the next day, a quote-unquote ceasefire to allow civilians to leave 5 cities, including Mariupol, was declared. The following day, March 12th, there was imagery of a Russian tank shelling an apartment building in that very city. On March 16th, the Donetsk Regional Theater of Drama that was sheltering hundreds was reduced to rubble. The word children had been written in Russian outside the building and was clearly visible from the air. That did not deter the Kremlin's forces. Around 130 people have been rescued, but the fate of hundreds more remain unknown. Meanwhile, on March 16th, there were reports of Russia's invading forces seizing the regional intensive care hospital in Mariupol, preventing the staff and patients from leaving the hospital and ruthlessly using them as human shields. On March 20th, Russia's bombs hit the G12 art school in Mariupol, where about 400 civilians were reportedly sheltering. It's unclear if there were any survivors. There are reports that several thousand residents of Mariupol have been unwillingly deported to Russia. We hear stories of the targeting and abduction of journalists. There have been reports of indiscriminate shelling, as well as targeted strikes on apartment complexes. Mariupol city officials say at least 2,400 civilians have been killed since Russia launched its invasion. It's likely that number is in fact much, much higher. Beyond the carnage, what has transpired in Mariupol is notable for another reason. The city's population, whom Russian forces are brutalizing, is overwhelmingly Russian-speaking. These are the very people President Putin had the temerity to claim to the world that he sought to quote-unquote protect. If the world needed any further indication that Putin's justifications have been entirely hollow, they need look no further than Mariupol. Given the preponderance of Russian speakers, Putin may well have expected residents of this city to welcome his forces. Instead, they have mounted stiff resistance, disabusing the Kremlin and the world of any sense that the people of Ukraine would greet invading Russian forces as anything other than an aggressor, an occupier. And that fierce and perhaps unexpected resistance may well explain why Putin has employed such force against this particular civilian population. The brave people of Mariupol are putting the lie to Putin's claims, and the Kremlin is reacting with characteristic brutality. Beyond the borders of Mariupol, the UN says 10 million people, about a quarter of Ukraine's pre-war population, have been displaced by this war. I want to echo a statement the United Nations issued just yesterday, which included the following. The devastation and suffering in Mariupol and Kharkiv raise grave fears about the fate of millions of residents of Kyiv and other cities facing intensifying attacks. The United States fully supports today's statement by the UN Secretary General. Continuing the war, as we heard, in Ukraine is morally unacceptable, politically indefensible, and militarily nonsensical. By any measure, but even by the shrewdest calculation, it is time to stop the fighting now, give the opportunity for peace to take root. It is time to end this absurd conflict of Putin's choosing. Second, the United States strongly condemns the abhorrent terrorist attack today in Beersheba, Israel, which killed 4 people and injured others. We offer our deepest condolences to the victims and their families, and our prayers for the full recovery are with the wounded. We stand ready to provide support to the Israeli government's efforts to investigate this heinous crime. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ed. Just on your opening about Mariupol, is there anything that you guys are doing specifically in response to this, as opposed to what's going on in the rest of Ukraine? Or is there?
Well, Matt, our response to the brutality in Mariupol is reflected in our response to the brutality that President Putin is waging against the entire country.
So there isn't any action that you're taking or that you envision taking specifically related to?
Well, there are a series of actions. There is a series of actions that we are taking in response to this brutality that President Putin is waging.
I'm sorry,
We're doing.
Maybe I'm not making myself clear. I mean, is there like aid that is being directed specifically to the city, or are there military reinforcements or supplies that you're directing for the defense of this city, or is it the whole package?
So as you know, we are working very closely with our Ukrainian partners to hear from them precisely what they need to defend themselves. It is then up to them to use that equipment to good effect against these invading Russian forces. There has been quite a lot of work when it comes to humanitarian corridors. These are diplomatic efforts that we also have been supporting, but as you know, the viability of these these humanitarian corridors has been sporadic at best. And each time we have seen a window of opportunity open for a humanitarian corridor, for civilians to go out, for much needed humanitarian supplies to go in, we have seen that window quite promptly shut by additional Russian aggression.
My last thing is I took note and interest of the statement that you put out earlier about the transfer of these 4 pediatric cancer patients to St. Jude Hospital in Memphis, and I'm just wondering if you have, but if you don't have, if you could get, are there similar instances where the U.S. is taking in people in particular need? Obviously, they're all in need if they've fled, but people with illnesses who need critical care treatment. And are there plans to take in more?
So our response, Matt, is and will continue to be based on an assessment of the needs of the Ukrainian people, including in specific cases, when we see that our capabilities here domestically are well suited to what is most needed. In this case, there are a number of European countries who have opened their borders to cancer patients, those who are undergoing and are undergoing cancer treatment, including pediatric oncology patients. The ability of European hospitals in some cases to accept more patients has reached reached capacity in some areas, and so we recognized in coordination with St. Jude that they had the availability, they had the capabilities to take in these patients. These patients were stable enough to be transported from Ukraine for onward travel to Memphis, where they are now receiving treatment at St. Jude. But we are constantly in discussion with our European partners, with our Ukrainian partners, and if we have an additional ability to bring in specialized in special cases like this, we'll continue to do that.
As far as you know, though, this is the only one so far, or is it possible to find out if there have been other, maybe not to this specific hospital or with these specific illnesses, but if you've taken in others? Is it?
If there are additional cases we're in a position to publicize, we will. Yes, Humar.
So there's been a meeting with the leaders of Egypt, Israel, UAE. I'm sure you've seen, focusing on Ukraine, but mostly on Iran. It looks like there is an Arab-Israeli axis emerging, basically to counterbalance Iranian power in the region, and likely because they probably don't fully agree with the U.S. position on this issue. What do you make of this meeting? Have you been in touch with these governments separately about this particular meeting?
We're in regular touch with each of these governments. We welcome the trilateral summit between Egypt, United Arab Emirates, and Israel. I was held in Sharm el-Sheikh. It's yet another example of what is possible with normalized relations. We will continue to support the Abraham Accords and normalization agreements between Israel and countries in the Arab and Muslim worlds. To advance this goal, we will work closely with Israel. We'll deepen our diplomatic ties with the Palestinians. We'll consult with partners in the region and well beyond who have a common interest in supporting efforts to advance lasting peace. A couple points to your specific question. First, we have been in close consultation, Rob Malley and his team have been in close consultation with our Gulf partners. And you may recall a statement that was issued last year by the GCC after one of these consultations with Rob's team, where it was quite evident that our Gulf partners recognized the threat that was and remains posed by the nuclear advancements that Iran has been able to make since the nuclear shackles were removed in 2018. countries around the world, including our Gulf partners, have recognized that with Iran's nuclear program out of the box, we do have a viable option to put it back in the box in the form of a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. In that joint statement, we saw that our Gulf partners, in fact, welcomed the possibility of a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Now, that is something that is still in the works. We're still in an effort to determine whether that will be achievable. We are preparing, as you heard from me yesterday, for a world in which we have a JCPOA and a world in which we don't. But either way, the president's commitment to the fact that Iran will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon, that is ironclad, that is solid, that is something that we will work to achieve and that we will achieve, whether there's a JCPOA or not. You mentioned other groupings in the region. These are relationships that we certainly support. As I said before, we continue to support the Abraham Accords and other normalization agreements. For our part, you have heard us speak to new groupings that have also emerged, including in the region. One example is the trilateral relationship between the United States, India, and the UAE. You saw those three foreign ministers here at the State Department together in person late last year. It's a relationship, a trilateral relationship that we will continue to invest in and to continue to develop. The fact is that we share a number of interests with our Emirati partners, with our Indian partners in the case of that grouping, but also our relationship with Egypt is one that we value, and we value Cairo's relationships in turn with Israel and the UAE.
Right. On the nuclear talks, you used different language yesterday. So can you say how prepared is that Plan B is, and whether you guys have like a cutoff point in mind when Plan B should be deployed?
Well, we have always known since this process began last April that a mutual return to compliance was something that we deemed to be in our national interest, but we always knew it to be an uncertain proposition because, of course, it would take more than our effort to achieve it. It would take a willing partner on the Iranian side. And so the jury is still out as to whether we will be able to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. As I said yesterday, an agreement of this sort is neither imminent nor is it certain. And so that is precisely why, for the better part of a year, we have been preparing for either contingency, for either scenario, a world in which we have a mutual return to compliance, that is to say, a world in which the JCPOA is the means by which we put Iran's nuclear program back in the box. We reimpose those permanent, verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program and prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. But given that this has always been an uncertain proposition, we've always discussed, or we've long discussed, I should say, alternatives with our partners in the region. We've been doing this with our European allies. who are part of the P5+1, in this case the E3 countries of France, Germany, and the UK. We've had these discussions with our Israeli partners, with our partners in the Gulf, and farther afield as well. So we have put a lot of planning and thought into this. For obvious reasons, we haven't detailed publicly what that might look like, but it is not for lack of planning on our part.
And in terms of time frame?
In terms of time frame, we will continue to pursue a mutual return to compliance as long as that vehicle continues, mutual return to it, continues to be in our national interests.
Yes, but you said that given the breakout time and all that, you kept saying for weeks and months now that the window was closing.
And that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed. What
That's
also,
been very long weeks.
what also has not changed is that based on, not on, again, the chronological clock, and I know we often deal in chronological clocks, but you've heard us. We often deal in there is a technical clock when it comes to the JCPOA, as you've heard us as you've heard us discuss before. And that technical clock, again, it's not based entirely on chronology, but it is based on the advancements that Iran has been able to make once those nuclear shackles were removed from it in 2018, or once it distanced itself from the nuclear agreement in 2018, and the continued advancements that it has been in a position to make. So until we determine that a mutual return to compliance is no longer in our interest, that is to say that the non-proliferation benefits that agreement would convey to us, to our European allies, to our partners in the region and beyond are obviated by those advancements, we'll continue to pursue it. But what we've long said about the short runway, that remains true. We know that there has to be a great deal of urgency, and we know that now the onus is on Tehran to make decisions regarding its willingness to enter into, once again, a mutual return to compliance or not. So we will have a good sense of all of this before long. Paul.
Well, given all that you said, we still don't know what happened in the past week. A week ago, you, others were optimistic that a deal could be signed this week, or could be reached this week.
Could. The emphasis is on could.
No, but there was...
And that remains true today. If difficult decisions are made, including in Tehran, that could and would still be true.
My emphasis was this tone of optimism, and yesterday then you said there's no imminent deal. There's a change in tone. What happened from last week to this week? What happened in these discussions where people thought that something was going to be, an agreement was going to be reached, and now that we don't hear that from you at all?
Paul, last week, if you recall, we were talking about really two different sets of challenges. One, we were referring to perhaps somewhat obliquely as external factors. Of course, we've heard a very different tone from Russia in recent days when it comes to their approach to a potential return to compliance with the JCPOA, but we still made the point at the time that we were working through a number of difficult issues. Now that those external factors are not at the fore of these negotiations, and we've heard a different tune from Moscow, we are still working through a number of difficult issues. As I said before, the onus is on Tehran to make difficult decisions that it might consider difficult, but we have negotiated for the better part of a year, of course indirectly through our allies and partners in good faith, in a constructive manner to get us to this point. We are still at a point where if those decisions are made, we could reach a mutual return to compliance very soon, but it will take some decisions.
So are you at a real impasse right now?
Again, I wouldn't want to characterize it beyond the fact that there are a number of difficult issues that we are still trying to work through.
Sorry, can I just clarify something? You just mentioned when you were talking about Russia and the external factors, you said something about Russia and a return to its compliance with the JCPOA. Is it your position that Russia is not in compliance?
No, I did not intend to say that, and if I did, it was a mistake. Yes.
Thanks, Ned. Now, President Biden just yesterday stated that India is the only Quad partner that's somewhat shaky in isolating Russia, while the Australian Prime Minister said that Australia understands India's position when it comes to the historic ties. Now, my question is, are all Quad partners in sync with each other in understanding and accepting India's historic ties with Russia? And if not, how does this impact the Quad going forward? And another question. Over the last 4 weeks, U.S. has sanctioned Russia, including defense sanctions. So during this period, has the Biden administration finally made any decision or come close to a decision when it comes to the CAATSA sanction vis-a-vis the S-400 procurements?
I don't have anything new to update you on when it comes to the applicability of CAATSA. We continue to work with Congress and our Indian partners on these issues. But let me say, in terms of India's place in the Quad, in terms of our relationship with India in the Quad context and the bilateral context, we know that India is an essential partner for us in realizing our shared vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. That is really at the heart of the Quad's goals. And when it comes to the Quad, the president and his fellow Quad leaders earlier this month, March 3rd, I believe it was, they had an opportunity to discuss the ongoing conflict in the ongoing Russian invasion against Ukraine. Secretary Blinken, just before that, had an opportunity to see his Quad counterparts, including Foreign Minister Jaishankar as well. During these engagements, the Secretary and the President, respectively, reaffirmed their commitment to free and open Indo-Pacific, in which the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states are respected, and countries are free from military, economic, and political coercion. In fact, we heard that emanate from the Leaders' Call on March 3rd. These are principles that we share with our Quad partners. They also reaffirmed their dedication to the Quad as a mechanism to promote regional stability and security. Now, you raised an interesting issue of history versus where we are now. As you know, our Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, Toria Nuland, has been in India recently, and she made a very similar point, making the point that India has, of course, had a historic defense and security relationship with Russia over time. That relationship came of age and came together at a time when the United States nor some of our partners were prepared to have that kind of relationship with India. It was a very different time, different considerations, but those times have changed. They've changed in terms of our willingness and ability to be a strong defense and security partner of India. This is a bilateral relationship that has deepened in a number of ways over the past 25 years or so. This has also happened on a bipartisan basis. It is a legacy in large part of the George W. Bush administration, where we have seen this bilateral relationship between the United States and India evolve and change for the better and deepen in a number of ways, including in our defense and security relationship. So the fact is that we are a partner of India now. We are a partner of India when it comes to shared interests, when it comes to the values we share in a free and open Indo-Pacific, and we've invested in that relationship in terms of our defense and security. So historical relationships notwithstanding, we are a partner of choice for India now, as are many of our partners and allies around the world. Yes?
You said that you support the alliances in the Middle East. Yesterday, it looks like the three leaders have discussed the possibility of creating a new alliance against Iran. Do you support such alliance too?
I will leave it to other countries to discuss the aims of their partnerships, their groupings, their alliances. What I will say broadly is that it is no secret, and in fact, we have made quite clear that we are facing a shared challenge and in some ways a shared threat from Tehran. We've seen that in terms of Tehran's support for terrorist groups, for regional proxies, its use of malicious cyber activity. the way in which it is funding and supplying some of the movements that are creating a much more volatile, unstable region. So for our part, we will continue to partner closely with our partners in the Gulf, with our partners throughout the Middle East, to push back on Iran's malign activity in whatever form it takes.
And when the Houthis attacked UAE, you sent a warship and planes or fire jets to protect it. Did you do anything with Saudi Arabia to help them defend themselves?
Well, as you know, we have a very deep security relationship with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has been the target of some of these reprehensible terrorist attacks that have emanated from Yemen. We have condemned those in the strongest terms. These are attacks that have targeted energy infrastructure, but they've also targeted civilian populations. Of course, Saudi citizens, but we have a sizable American citizen community in Saudi Arabia as well, who are also threatened by these types of attacks. I would note that in terms of our concrete security cooperation, the Saudis, with our assistance, have been able to intercept some 90% of these attacks that have originated in Yemen. Of course, we want that number to be 100%, and perhaps even more importantly, we want the number of attacks to go down to zero. And we're doing that in a number of different ways, but we know that at the core, the way to put an end to this threat is to address the underlying conflict in Yemen. That is also something that we are working very closely with our Saudi partners on, to bring this conflict to a close, to restore stability, to restore security to the people of Yemen, and to address their dire humanitarian needs. Yemen continues to be home to one of the world's worst humanitarian catastrophes. Nearly 17 million people are suffering from some degree of food insecurity, suffering the consequences of a drought, but also suffering the consequences of a man-made war. And so this is something that we're working very closely with our Saudi partners to address.
Patriot systems lately?
I'm sorry, provide them with
Patriot systems.
Oh, with Patriot systems. So we have engaged our Saudi partners in a number of ways on this. And there are different ways that we can be security partners and provide them with what they need to defend themselves. There are foreign military sales, there are direct commercial sales. There are other means by which we can supply and resupply the Saudis with what they need. I will leave it to them to speak to their defense procurement plans, but we are standing ready to continue to work with them on this. Yes?
Thank you. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said earlier that the U.S. still assesses the Russian soldier death toll is still in the thousands. Can you give an idea on whether the U.S. is banking on an increasing death toll of Russian soldiers being a significant factor that could halt the brakes on Putin? And I'm asking that in context of this department's work in getting the message across through to Russian media about the actual number of soldiers who are being killed in Ukraine and your efforts there. And also, do you have any idea from perhaps your team, your embassy in Moscow, of how many Russian soldiers' bodies are being returned to Russia? Thank you.
So you heard from the National Security Advisor that firm figures are going to be difficult to come by, but it is a couple things are very clear. One, the number of Russian casualties, number in the thousands, and two, that there are clearly Putin miscalculated if he thought that he would be able to invade a sovereign country and subjugate without opposition, without facing stiff resistance, the Ukrainian people. And clearly that miscalculation has been on display for the entire world for some time now. Our strategy is really predicated on doing two things. On the one hand, we are continuing to support our Ukrainian partners. We are supporting them in a number of ways, but relevant to your question, we have provided them and are providing them and will continue to provide them with an unprecedented level of security assistance. Over the past week, it totaled $1 billion. It's been some $2 billion over the course of this administration. And the forms of support are many. We issued a fact sheet that walked through some of these specific systems and broad categories of systems, but the fact is that we are providing our Ukrainian partners with precisely what they need to take on this invading force, whether it is in the air, whether it is on the ground. And I think we've all seen the effectiveness with which our Ukrainian partners have employed these supplies. And you can measure them in any number of ways, but they have been able to put tremendous pressure on Russia, on the invading forces. And of course, we've all seen the consequences of that in terms of the inability, at least to date, of Russian convoys, of Russian contingents to move forward, including against Ukrainian towns and cities in some areas. Second, we are continuing to put unprecedented pressure on the Russian economy, on the Russian financial system, and really on President Putin and those around him. And just as we've supported Ukraine in a number of ways, we've employed pressure against Russia in a number of ways with our sanctions, with our other export controls, other economic measures. We have done things, including by sanctioning President Putin personally, Foreign Minister Lavrov, Defense Minister Shoigu, others in and around the Kremlin, including oligarchs and Putin cronies, to make clear that we will go after anyone who is contributing to this war effort. So you marry those two forms of pressure, and our goal is that both of them will combine to push the Russian Federation in a better direction when it comes to seeking a genuine diplomatic resolution to this conflict. There have been any number of conversations to date in any number of fora, but what we have not seen, yet at least, is any indication that the Russians are interested or willing to de-escalate. And that really is going to be the metric that we continue to look to. We know it is the metric that our Ukrainian partners will continue to look to. Yes?
Just briefly following up on the children that were brought over to the U.S. Obviously, these 4 children were able to obtain these expedited visas, have access to the U.S. with their families. What would you say specifically to Ukrainian Americans who have not had the same success in terms of getting their elderly parents or vulnerable family members to get those same medical exceptions? These are obviously life-saving medical treatments that they would be receiving here. They are obviously fleeing war and not, for example, economic, they are not economic refugees. why leave them at the mercy of essentially strangers in another country when there are families in the U.S. that could receive them here?
So a couple things on that. We have and will continue to be the most generous country when it comes to humanitarian assistance for the people of Ukraine. That includes the people of Ukraine in Ukraine, the more than 6 million people who have been internally displaced within their own country, and the some 3.5 million Ukrainians who have been forced to flee their home country, many of whom are in neighboring European countries. We have, since Russia's invasion began last month, contributed nearly $300 million to that effort, and we will continue to be the world's leading humanitarian donor for and with the people of Ukraine going forward. We also know that there are many individuals who are seeking to be reunited with their families. Family reunification is something that we are taking a very close look at. We're working with USCIS and the broader Department of Homeland Security to determine what more we might be able to do when it comes to family reunification, including those who have family members here, knowing that most Ukrainians have been forced out of their countries with every intention of returning, and hopefully returning quite soon. It continues to be our goal to bring this conflict to a close as quickly as we can so that families can be reunited back in their home country, in many cases where they have left brothers, fathers, sons who have stayed behind to fight. And so for many of the individuals who have been forced to flee Ukraine, the 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees, they want to go back to their home country, and it continues to be our goal to see to it that they can get back to a peaceful Ukraine just as soon as is possible. Now, Europe has done a tremendous job, including some of Ukraine's neighbors, Poland, of course, at the top of that list, in accepting, in some cases, hundreds of thousands or even millions of Ukrainian refugees. We are going to continue through our humanitarian assistance to support those countries. And as you heard from the president and others, we have every expectation that there may be a need to resettle Ukrainian refugees elsewhere in third country resettlement. We'll work with UNHCR. We'll work through the U.S. RAP program to determine which and how many Ukrainians may wish to be resettled here in the United States. That is a process that we will continue to work on, just as we continue to do everything we can to see to it that Ukrainians can return to their homeland as soon as they can.
But your advice from this building is for those, even those that have family here, your advice is go try these European neighbors first before you'll have better success there before attempting to come to this side.
Well, Ukrainians are crossing land borders. Of course, air travel is not an option at this.
For vulnerable individuals, those with medical illness, things like that.
There are, of course, we know that many Ukrainians are receiving medical attention in surrounding countries and neighboring countries. The fact is that we were able to accept these children because capacity limits have been reached in some areas in Europe. We will continue to work closely with our European partners to take a look at their capacity, to take a look at the need on the ground in Ukraine, and to marry our capacity with the needs on the ground and what our European partners are in a position to do. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And a couple of questions on Bangladesh, if I may. Undersecretary for Political Affairs Victoria Newland concluded her 3 days official visit to Bangladesh without having any meeting with ruling Prime Minister. May I know why she didn't meet with the Prime Minister of Bangladesh? And second, this visit took place after imposing U.S. sanction on Rapid Action Battalion for widespread allegation of serious human rights abuse in Bangladesh and the country's abstention on UN resolution on Russian aggression on Ukraine. Obviously, this country is supportive to Russia one way or another. So, and the country itself is a problematic situation now in terms of democracy, absence of voting rights, and freedom of expression. Main opposition leader Begum Zia still is in house arrest. May I know what message conveyed to the authoritarian government of Bangladesh from the Biden administration during this senior official visit? And will Biden administration critical on Bangladesh current regime?
Well, we have spoken to our relationship with Bangladesh, but the fact that Toria Nuland was there is another, I think, underlines our partnership with the people of Bangladesh. This is a country, this is a people with whom we have a long-standing partnership. This is a country that has welcomed refugees. We've been speaking to Ukrainian refugees, but of course, there have been any number of refugee crises in recent years, and Bangladesh, of course, has, as a country, has opened its arms to the Rohingya population that was forced to flee Burma. So we will continue to be in close contact with our Bangladeshi partners in government, but also our partners in Bangladesh extend well beyond government as they do around the world. Bangladeshi civil society working on our trade and economic relationship with Bangladesh as we continue to stand up for values that are universal and that apply equally to the people of Bangladesh as they do to people anywhere else. Yes, Connor.
I just ask you about Alexei Navalny. Do you have any response to a Russian court sentencing him to 9 additional years in prison today?
We do. We strongly condemn the Russian Federation's orchestration of a sham trial to convict Alexei Navalny on further spurious charges and sentencing him to 9 more years in a high-security prison. We note with grave concern that the court's sham ruling is the latest in a series of attempts to silence Navalny and other opposition figures and independent voices who have been critical of Russian authorities, including Navalny's near-fatal poisoning with a nerve agent by Russian security services in 2020. This disturbing decision, the one announced today, is another example of the Russian government's widening crackdown on dissent and freedom of expression, which is intended to hide the Kremlin's brutal war and unprovoked war against Ukraine. Confident political leaders do not fear competing voices, nor do they commit violence against or unjustly detain political opponents. Russian people, like people everywhere, deserve a government that supports an open marketplace of ideas, deserve a government that supports transparency and accountability, as well as an independent judiciary, and the ability to exercise their human rights of freedom of expression or peaceful assembly without fear of retribution. We urge the Russian government to provide a level playing field for all political parties and candidates seeking to compete in the electoral process. We demand his immediate and unconditional release.
Can I just follow up as well on what you had to say about Mariupol in the start? You said again that there were these reports of Ukrainian civilians being forcibly removed. Yesterday you had said the U.S. was investigating those reports. Have you still not been able to confirm whether or not this has actually taken place?
We're still in the same position of having seen these very disturbing reports. Every day when it comes to potential atrocities, we are all witnessing additional evidence that the Russians are in fact committing atrocities, committing acts that may go above that threshold to include potential war crimes. So it's something we are watching very closely. We are beyond doing that. We are documenting, we are sharing, all with an eye to seeing to it that any of those who perpetrate these atrocities, these abuses, these potential war crimes are held accountable, whether they are political leaders, whether they are commanders on the battlefield.
Kirsten, for the second day in a row now, Russian troops have used tear gas, live fire against Ukrainians who are protesting Russian occupation. Do you have any response to that as well?
We issued a statement this morning on Twitter regarding that just abhorrent use of force against protesters. It is consistent with what we have seen on the part of the Russian military that has sought to brutalize people that are doing, in many cases, nothing more than standing up for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of their country. In this case, these were individuals who were peacefully protesting. The use of force against peaceful protesters is something that we condemn in every instance. It was especially egregious in this instance. Alex.
Just following up on the people the residents of Mariupol who are now in Russia, the Russians have admitted to this. They say that it's 62,000 people, and I get that you're still looking into these reports, but given the scale, are you in any position to talk to those numbers? But perhaps more importantly, do you have a sense of whether they were forcibly removed? Did they evacuate themselves? You heard the Mariupol City Council say that they are in camps. Would this, do you think, be traditional, say, refugee camps or more like prison camps? Do you have any sense of the condition of these people? Any details?
Well, we're not in a position to detail it yet. Of course, as I've said before, we've seen these disturbing reports, and if we're in a position to verify them, to speak to them, we will. But this gets to the other point that I noted at the top. Mariupol is a city of 450,000. The vast majority of that population, well over 60%, is Russian-speaking. And yet this is a population that President Putin and his forces have brutalized. And there are a number of theories as to why they have used and exerted such force against this population. Mariupol, of course, is a strategic location. But there also may be an element of vengeance, in particular vengeance against this population, with Putin perhaps having been under the misimpression, whether he was misinformed or just unwitting of reality, that his forces would not be greeted as anything other than the aggressors that they are. Russian forces have faced stiff resistance in Mariupol. The fact that they share a language, we have seen the residents of Mariupol rise up to defend their homeland, their country, to defend the territorial integrity, the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine. It's no surprise to us. It may well have been a surprise to President Putin, may well have been a surprise to the Kremlin, and that may well be why we have seen such ferocious force employed against the people of Mariupol.
I was going to ask you about that, but CNN reported yesterday that there does not appear, at least the U.S. does not appear to know who an overarching commander of these Russian forces is. Do you believe that could play into why we're seeing particular ferociousness when it comes to Mariupol? Are you seeing forces in different parts of the country acting independently of one another and in different ways?
That is a question that's better directed to my colleague at the Department of Defense. I believe the Department of Defense has made the point that Russia's command structure is quite different from our own, and the way that they the way that they command their forces doesn't look like the way we do it here. It's more of a forward deployed structure, but whether the varying tactics, what we're seeing in Mariupol versus other parts of the country, owes to a particular commander, owes to a doctrine, owes to a strategy, that's a question you may wish to ask them. Yes, John.
The National Security Advisor said today that the war is not going to end rapidly or quickly. Is that causing for the diplomats here representing the United States any new sort of creative thinking or different tact about trying to change that outcome that we see in front of us as a sort of long, grinding war?
Well, I think you've seen that determination and really, to use your term, that creativity already applied. The fact that we are doing things that have been unprecedented in terms of their scale and scope, and we are in a position to do them precisely because of the diplomacy that has taken place in this building and in this administration, not over the course of months, really since late last year, but really over the course of 13 or 14 plus months. The fact that we were able and have been able to unite much of the international community, and you can measure that by any number of votes at the UN, any shows of solidarity and determination on the part of various alliances and partnerships, collections of countries. But the fact owes to the investment that Secretary Blinken and this building made to repairing, to revitalizing our system of partnerships and alliances starting in January of last year. The fact that we now see and hear the world acting in unison, speaking clearly, is a function of the spade work that was done over the past 14 months since January of last year. But speaking to the creativity and speaking to the determination, the fact that we have been able to provide our Ukrainian partners with such an unprecedented show of support, again, in any number of forms: security assistance, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, financial assistance, all speaks to what this building has been engaged in since the prospect of a large-scale Russian incursion came on the radar screen a number of months ago. The fact that we have been able to isolate Russia diplomatically, politically, economically, financially, strategically on the world stage also speaks to the level of effort, the level of determination, and yes, the level of creativity that in many cases has emanated from this building. So no one here is under any illusions, as you heard from the National Security Advisor, that this conflict is necessarily going to have a swift or near-term conclusion. But we have and we will continue to do everything to put our Ukrainian partners in the strongest position they can be in at the negotiating table. We have done everything to put as much pressure as we can on the Russian Federation so that we are strengthening Ukraine's hand, we're weakening Russia's hand as we continue to support the people of Ukraine in their fight against an invading force and the people of Ukraine who have been forced to flee their homes. All right. Yes.
Completely unrelated to this. Yesterday, you guys announced sanctions on this Sudanese police unit.
Mm-hmm.
There has been some concern expressed by pro-democracy activists in Sudan that these sanctions don't go far enough, that they should have included, let me look for it here, the Rapid Support Force, which is a paramilitary unit, and also senior military officials. Can you explain why the sanctions that were imposed yesterday were limited to this one unit, and then are you considering expanding on them?
Matt, we are, well, let me start by saying that just because we have targeted one unit or one element with sanctions is not dispositive in terms of what we might do next. We can always add to those sanctions, expand them, sanction other entities or units, and we have the authorities with which to do that. What we are focused on now is putting back on track a civilian-led transitional government. We're working very closely with the UN Integrated Transition Assistance Mission to Sudan, or UNITAM, in their efforts to do that. We are standing with Sudanese people in terms of the support and the assistance that we're providing them, and we're going to continue to hold accountable those in the Sudanese military who have used excessive force, violence, who have abused the rights of the Sudanese people, who in many cases have done nothing more than take to the streets peacefully to protest the overthrow and the overturning of what was a peaceful transition to democracy. It's our goal, working with our UN partners, with our broader set of allies and partners on this, to put that transition back on track. We'll support the Sudanese people, and we'll hold accountable those who are responsible for overturning or attempting to thwart that transition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This committee will conduct a comprehensive review of the department's efforts to prevent suicide, and as a result of that, this review committee will visit multiple installations here at home and overseas, as well as conducting additional information gathering to strengthen our actions in this space. It's imperative. The Secretary believes that we continue to take care of all our teammates and reinforce that mental health and suicide prevention remain a key priority. I think you've heard the Secretary say many times, mental health is health, period. Ultimately, that health is critical to our readiness. Now, one death by suicide is, of course, one too many, and suicide rates among our service members are way too high still. I mean, just in 2020 alone, we had a total of 580 service members die by suicide. That includes active reserve and National Guard. So clearly, obviously, we have more work to do, and it's the Secretary's intention that this independent review committee will help us wrap our arms around this and really try to come up with some more innovative solutions for how to prevent suicide and how to make sure that everybody's getting the mental health support that they need and deserve. Okay, with that, we'll take questions. I think, Bob, you're first, and you're on the phone.
Yes, thank you, John. I have a question about Ukraine, but also on the suicide, on your announcement about the Suicide Review Committee. You cited a figure for the number of suicides in 2020. Is Secretary Austin taking this action because there was a further increase last year, or is he seeing something that has triggered this decision to review what you've already been doing? That's my first question. The question on Ukraine, if you don't mind, is the Ukrainian government said today that its forces have retaken the Kyiv suburb of Makariv. I'm wondering if you agree with that assessment. And beyond that specific case, do you see anywhere else in the country where Ukrainian forces are regaining or retaking ground that they had previously lost? Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. On the suicide question, as you know, Bob, the calendar year 21 numbers are not in yet. There's a bit of a lag. In fact, the 20 numbers, really, we didn't get them tabulated until just last fall. So it's going to be a while before we've seen the 21 numbers, but the Secretary's not interested in waiting for the 21 data. He's seen enough based on the 20 data and then the anecdotal reporting that's been coming in throughout the course of 21. He's seen enough to know that we've got to do something different, that we've got to try to take additional and more creative action here. One suicide, again, is one too many. He visited Alaska. There'll be bases in Alaska will be part of the installations that will be visited by the Independent Review Committee. And he spent a lot of time when he went out to Fairbanks talking with troops and commanders about the challenges there with respect to mental health and suicide. So he's going to stay focused on this, and it's not waiting for the 21 data to come in. On your second question about the suburb of Kyiv, we're not in a position to confirm that that suburb around Kyiv has been retaken by the Ukrainians. What I would tell you is, though, that we have seen indications that the Ukrainians are going a bit more on the offense now. They have been defending very smartly, very nimbly, very creatively in places that they believe are the right places to defend. And we have seen them now in places, particularly in the south, near Kherson. They have tried to regain territory. Again, we don't have great fidelity of tactical movements, but we have seen them make these efforts. And I would tell you, Bob, I mean, it's not the Ukrainians themselves several days ago said that they were planning on counterattacks, and so I think we have seen indications that they're moving in that direction. Okay, next question, Travis.
Yeah, thanks. I want to follow up on the suicide issue. Obviously, this has been a huge problem for years and years, and there's been a lot of time that the department and the military service branches have invested in trying to get at this issue. Does the Secretary have any initial assessment on why he believes this is so difficult a problem, and what can be done that is different than what has been done in the past? And my second question involves Ukraine. You mentioned the Secretary is traveling to Poland again, and we have thousands of U.S. service members there, the 82nd. Can you give us some update on what they're doing there, whether they are involved in exercises with the Poles, whether they're hunkered down? What is their status and what are they up to now? And do you have an updated number in the number of Americans that they've assisted who have fled from Ukraine? Thanks.
Okay, there's an awful lot there, so let me try to tackle one at a time. I think if the Secretary were here, he would tell you that if he knew how to prevent suicides, if it was that easy, then we would have solved it by now. It's a very complex problem, and each suicide is very individual. There's not going to be, and there hasn't been a silver bullet, and we're not looking for one, Travis, to be honest with you. One of the things, several of the things he heard when we went out to Fairbanks, he had a chance to spend time with some mental health experts, particularly from the university there, came in and spent time with him. And they walked him through some of the complexities they've seen with respect to suicide and suicide prevention efforts. Each one is an individual tragedy, and it's difficult to wrap your arms around what's causing it. I think the Secretary believes that one problem that we have to get after is the stigma of seeking help for mental health problems, which is still a problem in the military. There's still a feeling by too many service members that if I'm having problems dealing and coping, I can't seek help. Because it'll be held against me on my next promotion board, or it may be held against me on my assignments, or maybe my commanding officer will think twice before giving me a new assignment inside the command. So I think the Secretary firmly believes we've got to work harder to get at the stigma. I think another thing, and you've heard him talk about this, is the majority of suicides. I shouldn't say the majority. There is a significant amount of suicides in the military that are gunfire related, gunshot related, personal firearms. And one of the things that he wants to do is work with commanders on storage of firearms in the home or on base, and make sure we've got that we've got that well in hand. And then the other thing, Travis, and this is why I think you'll see in the memo that the Secretary is putting forward a list of some initial installations that he wants visited by the Independent Review Commission is the geographic isolation in some of our assignments and where some of our troops and families are working, as well as the resources at some of those installations with respect to mental health. So there's an awful lot. It's very complex, and I think we would be doing ourselves and our teammates a disservice if we tried to simplify this as, here's one thing or two things that can fix it. It's very complicated, and it is so individualistic. But I think we got to start with understanding the mental health needs of our troops and their families, reducing the stigma, and making sure that if we're going to say, hey, it's not going to be held against you for seeking mental health counseling, that we can actually get that counseling to you. And it's available. So it's a resourcing issue as well. But look, we look forward to seeing what the Independent Review Committee comes back with. The whole reason of standing this up is to try to help answer your question, and that's what the Secretary wants done. And I just totally forgot your other questions.
Ukraine, 82nd, Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, thank you. They're still there. As you know, Poland now hosts thousands of U.S. troops on rotational orders, of course. The 82nd are there. They are conducting training with our Polish allies, so they are doing training and exercises. They were ready to assist with the evacuation of American citizens coming from Ukraine. They had several facilitation areas where they could help with folks that needed transportation assistance, some food, some water, some medical care as they came across the border. There wasn't a large number. I can get you the exact number. I don't have it with me, but it was a handful that ended up needing support from the 82nd Airborne. And what they were trained to do, ready to do was, again, food, water, internet access, helping them move on. Most of the Americans, the vast majority, and I think it's been several thousand, I think, since the course of the invasion that left Ukraine, already had tickets in hand, places to go. They were ready, so they didn't really need U.S. military support, but we wanted to be there just in case. And the other thing they're doing is contributing to the assurance and deterrence measures that all the forces that the Secretary ordered to the eastern flank have been doing, to bolster the eastern flank of NATO, to make sure that we're sending a strong signal, not just to Mr. Putin, but to our allies, that Article 5 is important to us. It matters, and we take that seriously. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. When will the commission wrap up its work, the Suicide Commission?
When will it wrap up its work?
Yeah, is there a deadline?
I don't have that. I don't have that for you. Yeah.
Thank you. There are two things. One, Kremlin spokesperson Peskov today said that the Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to employ nuclear arms in case Russia feels feel an existential threat. Are you concerned with respect to that statement? And have you ever seen any changes in Russian nuclear posture over the course of a few weeks?
I'm not going to get into intelligence assessments. I would just tell you that we monitor this as best we can every day. And we haven't seen anything that would lead us to conclude that we need to change our strategic deterrent posture. The Secretary is still comfortable and confident that our strategic deterrent posture is well configured to defend not only the homeland, but our allies and our partners. And as to the first part of your question, I mean, as you've heard the Secretary say many times, it's the kind of rhetoric that's been out there on the use of potential use of nuclear weapons or changes in nuclear posture is it's dangerous, and it's not the way a responsible nuclear power should act. So we've been very clear about that. Travis, I just looked at my notes. I don't have an end date for you, but so within 60 days from today, P&R, Personnel and Readiness, will issue a memo identifying the members of the Independent Review Commission, the timeline for the installation visits, and then a charter that will outline the approach to the collective efforts of the Independent Review Commission. The Secretary is going to have them commence their work no later than the 14th of May this year. And they'll begin installation visits no later than the 1st of August. So it's not a real answer to your question, but it does get at the timeline, and I believe all that's laid out in the Secretary's memo. So apologize I didn't have that before. Yeah.
I had another one, sorry.
Okay.
There is also reports that some of the mines are drifted away from Odessa into the Black Sea. Have you seen any indications of that, or are you going to help Romania, Turkey to deal with those mines in case of
we haven't seen. I can't confirm reports of mines and where they might be in the northern Black Sea. No. Yeah, Tony.
A couple questions. I'll take them one at a time. What's the status of the Pentagon's finding sources for the $800 million in lethal and non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian military?
We're still working that through, Tony. The policy folks here at OSD, the Joint Staff, and the various relevant combatant commanders are all working on the sourcing right now.
Is it difficult? I mean, Stingers, Javelins, and these little drones? I mean,
It's not that it's difficult. I mean, it's a large package that the president signed out. $800 million. You've seen the list, and so we want to properly source it, make sure that we can get our hands on this, and that it can be properly arranged for shipment into Ukraine as fast as possible. But I don't have a timeline for you.
I have a transparency question, totally different, distant from Ukraine. The Senate Armed Services Committee today took up the nomination of William LaPlante Pentagon to be the Pentagon's top weapons buyer. In its questions in advance to him, it raised concerns about the potential overuse and abuse of this ubiquitous Controlled Unclassified Information CUI label that's on everything but toilet paper. You were cleared at the highest levels to see classified and CUI. I need to ask you, is it your view that this label is being overused and abused, and that the Senate committee has a point?
What I would tell you, Tony, is CUI has a purpose, and I don't think I don't see that purpose going away. We have an obligation to protect information that could give our adversaries advantage. Now, look, and you and I have talked about this a lot.
Right.
It is a balance, and I'm not going to stand up here and proclaim that we get that balance right every time. We don't. But I can tell you that we try every day to get that balance right between operational security and transparency. And being the guy that stands up here almost every day, I can tell you, even I don't always get it right. But we do try. And the Secretary's mindful, again, that we have obligations to the American people and certainly to the oversight of Congress to be as open and transparent as we can. But we also have an obligation to protect information that we don't want out in the public sphere. So I'm not going to make a definitive declaration here on CUI, except to say it does serve a purpose. And we have to be mindful every day. We have to look at how we're using not just that, but other levels of classification to make sure we're treating it appropriately.
Is it possible that the Secretary may launch a review, or Mr. LaPlante may launch a review just to see whether the services are being too protective?
I know of no plans by the Secretary to launch a review of classification, and I think Mr. LaPlante would tell you that he's not confirmed yet. So I don't know that he's got that kind of planning. Yes, sir. Megan.
Two things on the Suicide Independent Review Commission. How are the bases that are going to be visited chosen? Looks like there's 3 in Alaska, and then the other ones are a little more spread out. And who is the department looking to put on this commission? From what backgrounds and experience are you looking for?
So, great questions, Megan. This is just an initial list. Ultimately, the Secretary made these decisions. He was advised about this from talking to the senior service leadership about some of the challenges that they're having by the chairman, of course, General Milley, and policy, particularly personnel and readiness. So, I mean, it was a team effort to come up with this list, and it made it's the initial list of installations. It doesn't necessarily have to be the end-all list here. And you had another one.
Who are you looking for to be on the commission?
Oh, so we're going to, as I said, we're going to get to, PNR will come up with 60 days. It'll come up with a list identifying them. What we're going to be looking for are obviously people with experience and expertise in mental health, particularly suicide prevention, and people with senior organizational leadership expertise.
So in and out of the military.
Again, I don't want to get ahead of the decision process, but there'll be a significant amount of reliance on outside experts. That's what independent's all about, and so I would look for that to be the main focus, outside expertise.
The Sexual Assault Commission everybody was from outside of the Defense Department, but many of them were veterans, had experience in both domains, both in and out. So
well, as I said, senior organizational leadership experience, and I don't want to get ahead of the process, but independent for the Secretary means independent. We want them to be able to be brutally honest with us about what they're finding, and therefore their ability to do that, the freedom that they have to do that's going to be important to the Secretary. Louis.
John, Jake Sullivan at the White House discussed some of the things that the President was going to be talking about at the NATO summit. And one of the things he talked about was working with allies on a longer-term adjustments to NATO's force posture on the eastern flank. In answer to Travis's question, you talked a lot about the 82nd. The 82nd is one of the main components of adjustments that have been made on the eastern flank, but that's been done unilaterally by the U.S.
Correct.
So is there a possibility that we could see a turnover from U.S., this turning from a unilateral mission to a NATO mission involving U.S. troops or is the president talking about further contributions from other countries, and NATO countries along NATO's eastern flank, as opposed to just the U.S., which I think has surged the most number of troops there right now?
Well, we went from 80 to about 100,000. Look, I don't want to get ahead of the president here in a meeting that hasn't happened in Brussels. When we were in Brussels last week, and the Secretary had a chance to meet with Secretary General Stoltenberg as well as many defense ministers across the alliance, it was clear that the alliance itself was taking steps to bolster deterrence and readiness. I mean, we talked about these battle groups that are going to be formed, and the degree to which they exist long term is really going to be an alliance decision, not something that the United States will be able to decide unilaterally. But even before this invasion, we had some 80,000 troops on rotational and or permanent deployments to Europe. And some of that, as you well know, is a result of decisions that President Obama made back in 2014 with the European Deterrence Initiative, with these additional rotational deployments. I don't know what the future is going to look like. I can tell you that the Secretary wants to preserve his options to unilaterally be able to continue to bolster the eastern flank. We're not sure where this is going to go, but the Secretary is convinced that wherever it goes, the security environment on the European continent is now changed. And we've got to think about it in a completely different way, no matter how this all ends up. So I think he wants to preserve as many options available to him so that he can tee those up to the president. Ultimately, it's going to be the commander-in-chief's decision. But I think you're going to see a robust discussion inside the alliance, but also you'll see, I believe you'll see robust discussions inside nations themselves, sovereign decisions that they might make about their own deterrence and defense capabilities. Some of them will be just intrinsic to themselves because they are on the eastern flank. Some of our NATO allies are not on the eastern flank, but might make unilateral decisions as well. So we're going to have to see where it goes. Clearly, though, the security situation, the framework here on the European continent is changed, and I think everybody's going to have to deal with that going forward.
Do you think this will impact the national defense security strategy and national defense strategy that is supposed to come out soon?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of the document, Louis. We're still working on that, and there's been a lot of effort put into the national defense strategy. So I don't want to preview it. I would only say that, as I said before, certainly the strategy will have to be informed. It will be informed. It is being informed by what's going on in Ukraine. Yeah. Dan.
The briefing earlier with the senior defense official in background suggested that the logistical problems continue to manifest themselves. Could you talk a little bit about how that looks at sea for the Russian naval forces and also for Russian troops on the ground, and if they are not sort of prepared for the winter weather?
Yeah, we continue to see indications that the Russians did not properly plan for logistics and sustainment. We know that they continue to have fuel issues across their force, and that they're still struggling with food. I mean, you've seen the footage yourself of Russian soldiers looting grocery stores. So they're still having trouble feeding some of their troops. They either didn't properly plan for logistics or sustainment, or they didn't properly execute to their plan, but they are still having problems. It is exacerbated by the Ukrainian resistance, because the Ukrainians have targeted some of their resupply, as we've all talked about this vaunted convoy for so long. So we know they're still struggling with that. We haven't seen indications that they are trying to resupply from outside of Ukraine, but we know that that's something that they have thought about.
Is there, so just to follow up, also it sounds like the combat power that they have deployed has been reduced slightly from what it was. How do you explain that shift? And is there some sign that they're pulling some forces out in some way? And is that connected to logistics or munitions?
Have the combat power
The combat power in being employed at the moment is less than 90%.
Well, I mean, I can't speak to specific data about their combat power, but I mean, they've been at this now for 27 days. They've expended a lot of munitions. They have put a lot of forces into this fight. And they're flying aircraft and they're launching missiles, and you're seeing it for yourself, the kinds of hardware that they're putting into this. So it follows that after 27 days, that there's going to be a decrement to some of their inventory. But I would remind Dan, and we said this as far back as November and December, they have over time built up a significant amount of combat capability to conduct this operation, this war, and they still have. Our assessment is they still have a significant amount of that combat capability available to them. That said, they have been increasingly frustrated by a lack of progress. Here it is day 27, and they haven't taken Kyiv. They haven't taken Kharkiv. They haven't taken Chernihiv. They haven't been able to isolate the Donbass area. The Ukrainians are fighting back very creatively, very bravely, and that's not by accident either. I mean, there's been a lot of training, a lot of security assistance that's been provided to them over the last 8 years, certainly over the last year in particular, that has helped the Ukrainians stay in the fight. Zoe.
Yes. Yesterday you spoke about the Air Force activity that has picked up. Does it continue today? Are the Ukrainians using their planes more?
I'm going to refrain from talking about the Ukrainian order of battle, Sylvie. I think you can understand why we wouldn't want to do that. I would just say a couple of things. One, we don't believe that the Russians have achieved air superiority over Ukraine. They're dominant in some areas, to be sure, but not over the whole country. Two, the airspace is contested, and it's contested because the Ukrainians are making it that way, and they're being very smart about how they're marshaling and using their air defense resources, which includes fixed and rotary wing aircraft, which they continue to fly. Let me go back to the phones here because I kind of ignored that. Phil Stort, Reuters.
Thanks. You said earlier that the Ukrainians were going on the offensive. Do you think, from a military perspective, it's possible that Ukraine can win the war?
We do assess that in some places they are attempting to take back territory that the Russians have captured or occupied. I would just tell you, Phil, the Russians have not achieved any of the strategic objectives that they set out to. And they certainly haven't achieved the objectives that they have easily or without loss. The Ukrainians are putting up a very stiff defense. And what we continue to believe is, well, a couple of things. One, the war was completely unnecessary, a war of choice. Mr. Putin still had diplomatic options on the table when he decided to invade. He can end this war today by being a negotiator of good faith with the Ukrainians. It could end today. There's no indication that he's willing to do that. But we still believe that it should end now, and Mr. Putin should commit to good faith negotiations with the Ukrainians to do that. Mike Brest, Washington Examiner.
Thanks for taking my question. This is going to be a little bit out of left field, but is the Ahmadi family still in Afghanistan? And if so, why is this taking so long? We haven't heard anything about it in a little while.
Yeah, Mike, thanks for that. We're still working very closely with the family's representatives, with Mr. Ahmadi's former employer, to effect their safe relocation out of Afghanistan. They are still there, but we are working this very, very hard. It's a complex process. We want to make sure that we do this in the appropriate way. And I don't have more of an update than that for you. Nothing heard. Mike?
Yeah, John, can you comment on the high mortality rate of Russian generals in this campaign? As you know, the U.S. sustained one general officer loss after 20 years in Afghanistan. But I mean, if Ukraine is correct, there have been 5 Russian generals killed in a month.
Yeah, we can't verify those numbers, Mike. I mean, we've seen them. I know the Ukraine. Have reported the number. I think the Russians.
Do you think it says anything about the Russia's military or about this, just sort of the unique nature of this campaign, assuming they've lost?
I mean, again, you have to assume that they've lost all those generals, and we're not in a position to independently verify that. The Russian military is not organized the way we are. They don't really have a non-commissioned officer corps. And they have been struggling. So it's not out of the realm of the possible that more generals are more in the field. But I just can't verify I can't verify the numbers of how many they're losing. Look, take a step back. They have struggled, again, what we talked about with logistics and sustainment. They have struggled with maneuver. They did not expect this stiff Ukrainian resistance. They are not integrating, we don't see them integrating air and ground forces the way you would think a modern military might do that. They appear to be operating in silos. We think they're having command and control problems, ability just to communicate with one another and communicate between units. So there's been a lot that they haven't done successfully here. And again, all of that can end today if Mr. Putin agrees to negotiate in good faith and end the war. Fadi.
Thank you, John.
I'll come over here in a second.
2 questions. One is a follow-up on Louis' question. So in light of the assessment by the Secretary that the security situation in Europe has changed, is the U.S. in favor of permanent and collective reposturing on the eastern flank of NATO, something to be taken by the entire NATO alliance? And the second one, as you recall, the previous aid package of $350 million actually was delivered in probably in a record time. We had a...
It was.
Yeah. I was wondering why, although this is more than double that, the 800 is more than double that package. Can you explain why you're still looking into how to source it? Are there like issues related to shortages? I mean, what's the
Fadi.
reason?
I mean, look, yes, you're right. We delivered that $350 million in record time, and we're going to be moving out just as expeditiously on this $800 million. I mean, it just got announced by the president a few days ago, and there's a lot in it. I would also remind, Fadi, that there are shipments arriving literally as we speak every day. We're still completing that $350 million. I think we'll finally get to the end of it by the end of this week. We're working on this very, very hard. I mean, just think about it. In 1 year alone, the Biden administration committed $650 million originally, then we added $350, then another $200, and then another $800. So that all told, in the time that President Biden has been in office, we have now committed $2 billion worth of security assistance to Ukraine. And a large part of that initial chunk of $650 million was delivered well before there was even a threat of invasion. This is something we've been focused on, and I think you're going to see that continued focus going on forward. Now, we understand that now, time is not necessarily our friend. We get that, which is why that $350 million was delivered so quickly, and it's why we're going to work very, very fast on this one. On the posture question, I think, Fadi, it's just too soon to know right now.
Your position on the issue, the U.S. position, not the...
That's what I mean. It's too soon to know right now. I think the Secretary certainly understands that, again, the security situation in Europe is changed. And however this ends up, we're going to have to look at the European continent in a different way. And the Secretary understands that. What does that mean exactly in terms of force posture? We don't know yet. But I think the Secretary is willing to have that conversation with his leaders, civilian and military alike, and certainly wants to be able to provide options to the President should the President decide to go in new ways. But we're just not there yet. Right now, the focus is appropriately on two things: making sure Ukraine can continue to defend itself by getting this stuff there as fast as possible, and two, making sure that NATO is prepared to defend NATO territory, and that we are prepared to do our part in Article 5 commitments. That's where the focus is right now. Now, what the long term is going to be, we'll have to see. Jim?
Going back to Mike's question, all of those problems with the Russian military, there are also reports that Russian soldiers are suffering frostbite. Well, if there's any military in the world that you think would know how to operate in the cold, you'd think it was the Russian one, which seems to indicate an absolute breakdown in leadership. And all of those problems that you mentioned before, is this affecting the morale of the troops out there? Are you able to assess that? And could that be something that changes the tide in this?
Well, I think all of you guys have been covering the building long enough, you know how important morale is to military effectiveness and cohesion. Look, I would just tell you, we certainly have indications that morale is a growing problem inside the Russian forces that are fighting in Ukraine. And as time goes on and they continue to fail to achieve the progress on the ground that they want to achieve, we've seen increasing indications that morale and unit cohesion is a problem. And yes, that absolutely translates into potential military effectiveness issues. I don't want to get into too much diagnostics here on a day-to-day basis of how they're doing. I think I went through a whole litany of things we know that they have struggled with. Clearly, morale at the unit level, anecdotally, we have indications that, yeah, that's a problem.
And just another sort of, I'm sorry, Tom, but just another aspect of this, the precision-guided munitions, I guess, are running out. Is the Russian industrial base capable of replacing those?
I don't know, Jim. I mean, as I said before, 27 days in, they've used a lot of munitions. They are, and I didn't really get to this earlier, but what we have seen as they have been frustrated on the ground, they have resorted to more and more long-range fires, as we call it here, bombardment by artillery, missiles, rockets, and and clearly that's going to have that's going to show up in an inventory decrement, but we don't have an exact idea necessarily of what that looks like for them. Again, I think it's important to remind how much combat power, combined arms capability they built up over the fall, and that they still have so much of that available to them. But even for all that, it's quite stunning. Even for all that power, that 27 days in, they really haven't achieved any of the strategic objectives we think they were after. Tom.
Thanks, John. Actually, follow up to two of our colleagues here. One, in Fadi's question about the 800 million, is it safe to presume that like the 350 million, you're not going to wait until the entire 800 million is ready to go?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. And the second one is Jim's about morale. There have been reports, and I know you can't always confirm all reports you hear, but there have been reports regarding Russian troop morale that some of the Russian soldiers are now slashing themselves, etc., causing physical harm to themselves in order to get sent home. What can the Pentagon confirm or elucidate on this?
I've never been accused of being able to elucidate on anything, but I can't. I can't confirm those reports. I mean, again, we have anecdotal evidence that they are having morale and leadership issues at the unit level, but I have not heard that particular report. Let me go back to the phone. Jeff Selden, VOA.
John, thanks very much for doing this. Two questions. Yesterday, President Biden confirmed Russia did, in fact, launch a hypersonic missile and described it as a consequential weapon. Can you share any additional information or assessment of what the Russians launched, or how many times, how many types of hypersonic weapons the Russians have used so far in Ukraine? And then also, I know U.S. officials said there haven't been any signs yet of Russian recruited foreign fighters showing up in any number in Ukraine. Is there any sense, though, of whether there are any Russian citizens, Russian residents who have been motivated by the propaganda Russia has been putting out to go and join the fighting, perhaps traveling to the DNR or LNR to join up with militias there?
I haven't seen any indications of Russian citizens volunteering spontaneously to go fight in Ukraine. But that's sure as heck happening in Ukraine by Ukrainians. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday. Average citizens taking up arms, and sometimes even resisting without taking up arms. It's quite extraordinary, but I've seen no indications that that's happening on the other side. Quite the contrary. You see this big fancy rally in an athletic stadium, which is clearly an orchestrated event by Mr. Putin, and the shutdown inside Russia of any semblance of independent media or independent information available to the Russian people. So clearly they aren't getting fully informed about what their military is doing inside Ukraine. And as for the hypersonics, the president's correct. I mean, we do understand that but at least in one instance, they used a hypersonic missile. Interesting that you would choose that against a fixed building when you look at the range of hypersonic missiles at a relatively close range. It's hard to know what exactly the justification was for that, but it could very well be tied to inventory problems and performance problems that they're having with respect to precision-guided munitions. So we'll just have to see where that goes. As you've heard the Secretary say, and he said it just again on Sunday, we don't view the use of that type of weapon as some sort of game changer here. They took out a storage facility with it, or at least reportedly took out a storage facility with it. That's a pretty significant sledgehammer to take to a target like that. So it's not exactly clear what their intentions were. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I have a couple of questions on Horn of Africa counter-terror operations. Last week, Army General Stephen Townsend, he spoke before the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he raised a couple of concerns regarding counter-terror operations. The first was the so-called security challenges and risk as a result of former Trump pulling out the majority of about 700 U.S. troops from Somalia, and he said it's hindering the ability to battle al-Shabaab. Then he also had concerns about the so-called over-the-horizon approach to counter operations coming from Djibouti into Somalia, sort of like commuting back and forth. And he also said that was sort of hindering counter operation, that maybe it would be better to have a mixture of boots on the ground. So what does the Secretary think about these concerns? And are there going to be troops, is he considering troops being deployed back to Somalia? And what's his position on the effectiveness of the over-the-horizon approach? Thank you.
Again, there's an awful lot there. I'm not going to get ahead of decisions the Secretary has or has not made, or advice that he's going to give to the Commander-in-Chief with respect to our force posture in Africa. Clearly, General Townsend was, honestly speaking, about a continued threat from terrorist groups in Africa. And we're mindful of that. And we're going to continue to work with General Townsend and our partners on the continent to adjust posture as necessary. I don't have anything to speak to today, no announcements to make, but it's not a threat that we're taking lightly or that we're going to ignore. Again, I don't want to get ahead of it. You could look at the global posture review and see how we laid out some of the concerns in Africa, and again, we'll see where this goes. Yeah. Is that Orrin?
Yeah. Is there an effort to try to get a snapshot of civilian casualties at some point now that we're reaching the 1 month mark, or an assessment on what that number could be? And in a related question, what specifically is DOD doing to assist in the evaluation of possible war crimes?
So on your first question, I mean, there's no effort here by the Department of Defense to tally civilian casualties. I mean, there's other international organizations that are taking a look at this. Orrin, and you've seen the estimates as well as we have. We're just not in a position to independently be able to verify those. We're not on the ground. And as you well know, I mean, civilian casualties, even when it's an operation when we are on the ground, is often a difficult thing to nail down specifically. So we're not going to take that mission on here to try to give a tally. Clearly, there are civilian casualties, and clearly they're mounting every day because of the indiscriminate attacks that the Russians are conducting, because of what we see as intentional now, as they become more frustrated and relied more on long-range fires, intentional targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure, residential homes, residential areas, hospitals, schools, that kind of thing. And as I said yesterday, we believe there is evidence of war crimes by the Russian armed forces. And we, across the administration, not just the Department of Defense, the administration is going to continue to gather evidence to provide to numerous investigative bodies as they look at this. But it's also, while we do that and while that's important, it's also for the whole world to see. We don't need to tell CNN about this. I mean, you're on the ground as well. You've seen that. It's pretty stunning coverage. I mean, it's laid bare for everybody. I won't get ahead, and it wouldn't be appropriate for us at the department to get ahead of investigative processes that we don't own. It's just we believe we should call it like we see it, and we believe that there are war crimes being conducted by the Russian armed forces. Heather from USNI.
Thank you so much. I wanted to see if you could confirm any reports that Russia launched 8 caliber cruise missiles from Admiral Grigorovich frigates in the Black Sea earlier today or yesterday.
Heather, I can't. I'm not able to confirm that particular bit of reporting. What I can tell you is we have seen in the last 48 hours or so, we have seen increased naval activity in the northern Black Sea. We have indications that in the Sea of Azov off Mariupol, that the Russian naval vessels have contributed to the bombardment of Mariupol from the sea, but it's difficult for us to quantify that, and we can't get to the level of detail about what munitions were used. But clearly, in the last couple of days, there has been increased Russian naval activity in the Black Sea. Okay. Take one more. Yes, sir.
John, what should the American public know about this new space defense partnership with Australia?
You're going to have to let me take that question. I'll take one more. Alrighty, got it.
Cyber warfare. Well, you
Okay,
pointed-
go ahead.
Okay. Are you've eloquently talked about the long-range brutal fire the Russians are firing on the Ukrainians, but the cyber warfare aspect of this, is Ukraine's civilian infrastructure still up and running in terms of internet capability and command and control for the military? I mean, this vaunted cyber warfare capability hasn't seemed to play out with the Russians.
There are times and places when internet access in Ukraine is being disrupted, but there's also times and places when it's not, or where it's being restored. And we talked about this a little bit before. The Ukrainians have built up over recent years their own cyber resilience, and we've helped them do that. And it's not just the United States; other allies and partners have helped them do that, and they have managed to maintain a sense of that resilience. It's not perfect. The Russians clearly have tried to act in cyberspace to disrupt Ukrainian abilities to command and control and to communicate. But largely at a strategic level, they failed to do that because the Ukrainians still have good command and control over their forces in the field in ways that the Russians actually don't have. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. We are out of town starting tomorrow, so we'll pick up the briefings on Monday of next week. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. As you can see, things are changing and moving pretty rapidly around here today. Obviously, we've had some last-minute adjustments to the briefing, which is why I'm up here today. I know folks might have some questions after the statement that we just released from Jen, and we in the press office are going to strive throughout the rest of the day to get you the answers to the questions you might have. A few additions beyond Jen's statement that I can provide right now. No members of the press who attended the briefing yesterday are considered to be close contacts. We are currently conducting contact tracing, and any member of the press who's considered to be a close contact will be contacted. But if a close contact is determined, it would not be through yesterday's briefing. So we just wanted to be clear about that. I'm going to speak briefly about the first day and a half of Judge Jackson's committee hearing, and then I'm going to pass it over to National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who will make some remarks at the top, and then he's happy to take some questions on the trip. And he has a heart out where I'll call it. And then again, please let us know if you have any follow-ups after the briefing. We'll strive to get you answers, and we appreciate everybody's flexibility today. With that, just a couple of things from the first day and a half of Judge Jackson's committee hearing. The President watched portions of Judge Jackson's hearing yesterday and today, and is proud of the way she is showcasing her extraordinary qualifications, her experience, and her even-handedness. Her dedication to following the facts, the law, and our Constitution as an independent judge is clear. He was also moved by the grace and dignity she has shown, the deference to senators, and the level of detail she is offering, reinforcing the value of her experience, her intellect, and the strength of her character. The President was particularly struck when, reacting to Senator Leahy raising the broad support she had received from the law enforcement community, Judge Jackson spoke about her family members who have served as police officers, saying, "I know what it's like to have loved ones who go off to protect and to serve, and the fear of not knowing whether or not they're going to come home again because of crime in the community. Those are not abstract concepts or political slogans to me." As a former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, President Biden also appreciated her respect for the intent of lawmakers and the text of the law. He appreciated Judge Jackson's commitment to stay in the lane of judges prescribed by the Constitution and her highlighting the importance of precedent. He was also struck by how she swiftly dismantled conspiracy theories put forward in bad faith. They've been debunked by numerous fact checks, experts, and the record itself. In selecting Judge Jackson, President Biden sought the opinions of Republicans and Democrats who made clear they wanted someone of deep experience in the mold of Justice Breyer. Today's testimony and Judge Jackson's endorsements by leading conservative jurists and some of the biggest law enforcement organizations in our country make clear she is indeed in Justice Breyer's mold. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jake, who has a topper for you, and then he'll take some questions. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll make a few comments, and then, as Chris said, I'd be happy to take your questions. The President is heading to Europe tomorrow to reinforce the incredible unity we built with allies and partners in response to Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, and to consult on next steps. Let me take a moment to set the context for this trip. Russia intended to accomplish three basic objectives in launching its unprovoked attack against Ukraine. First, to subjugate Ukraine. Second, to enhance Russian power and prestige. And third, to divide and weaken the West. Russia has thus far manifestly failed to accomplish all three objectives. In fact, it has thus far achieved the opposite. On the first, the brave citizens of Ukraine are refusing to submit. They're fighting back. They're defending their homes. They're defending their cities. And although Russia may take more territory in these brutal military operations, it will never take the country away from the Ukrainian people. On the second, Russian power and prestige has been badly depleted. The Russian military has dramatically underperformed. The Russian economy has been rocked by powerful sanctions. The Russian high-tech and defense sectors are being choked off from key inputs. And Russia is a pariah in the international community. On the third, the nations of the free world are more united, more determined, and more purposeful than at any point in recent memory. For our part, since President Biden in the United States began warning the world of impending Russian aggression back in November, we have clearly and consistently pursued three lines of effort. First, help Ukraine defend itself by supplying weapons and military equipment. Second, impose severe and escalating economic costs on Russia through the application of unprecedented sanctions in close coordination with allies and partners in Europe, the Indo-Pacific, and other parts of the world. And third, fortify NATO and the Western Alliance by enhancing our force posture on the eastern flank and making our allies more resilient against other forms of Russian aggression. We've made decisive moves on all three fronts, and President Biden's trip will involve further actions on each of these three fronts. He will attend an emergency NATO summit, joined by the leaders of the other 29 NATO allies. He will join the G7 leaders, and he will address the 27 leaders of the European Union at a session of the European Council. He will have the opportunity to coordinate on the next phase of military assistance to Ukraine. He will join our partners in imposing further sanctions on Russia and tightening the existing sanctions to crack down on evasion and to ensure robust enforcement. He will work with allies on longer-term adjustments to NATO force posture on the eastern flank. He will announce joint action on enhancing European energy security and reducing Europe's dependence on Russian gas at long last. He will announce further American contributions to a coordinated humanitarian response, to ease the suffering of civilians inside Ukraine, and to respond to the growing flow of refugees. From Brussels, President Biden will travel to Poland, where he will engage with U.S. troops who are now helping to defend NATO territory, and he will meet with experts involved in the humanitarian response. He will also hold a bilateral meeting with President Duda of Poland. I'll leave further details on the schedule and program for each of these aspects of the trip to our trustee communications and press team. Let me close with this. There will be hard days ahead in Ukraine, hardest for the Ukrainian troops on the front lines and the civilians under Russian bombardment. This war will not end easily or rapidly. For the past few months, the West has been united. The President is traveling to Europe to ensure we stay united, to cement our collective resolve, to send a powerful message that we are prepared and committed to this for as long as it takes, and to advance our response on all three critical fronts that I've described: helping the Ukrainian people defend themselves, imposing and increasing costs on Russia, and reinforcing the Western alliance. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
The Russians and the Hungarians seems to be reluctant on imposing a ban on importing Russian oil and gas. Will this weaken the sanctions? And what do you call on the groups that the president is going to meet to expel Russia from the G20, group? And do you think that an agreement with Iran could be reached without Russia?
So when the president announced that the United States was going to ban the import of Russian oil and gas, he was very clear. He said that the United States is uniquely positioned. We are an energy producer. We can do this. We can take this step of banning the import of Russian oil and gas and coal and be able to withstand it, have resilience against it. But he also recognized quite explicitly in that statement that some of our European allies and partners would not be able to follow suit, and he was not going to pressure them to do so. From his perspective, what we have achieved with our European partners in terms of financial sanctions, export controls, and other measures to hit the Russian economy hard have had unprecedented impact on a large economy at a scale we have never seen before. And so he believes that that is, in fact, increasing the costs on Russia. It is sharpening the choice for Russia, and he feels very good about where things stand today in terms of the unity and resolve of the Western alliance on sanctions. And as I mentioned in my opener, we will have more to say on sanctions in the coming days. On the question of the G20, I will just say this. We believe that it cannot be business as usual for Russia in international institutions and in the international community. But as for particular institutions and particular decisions, we'd like to consult with our allies, consult with our partners in those institutions before making any further pronouncements. Finally, we believe that if there is an Iran nuclear deal that meets the standards the president has set to verifiably block the pathway of Iran to get to a nuclear weapon and put this program back in the box after President Trump let it out of the box when he left the deal back in 2018, we will do that deal because we believe it is in the American national security interest to do so, but we will not do that deal until it meets those objectives. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you said anything more about the sanctions, you did just say further sanctions. If there's anything more about what areas that could be in, that would be great. And the other thing is there was a report out that British troops are basically secretly training Ukrainians to use this very sophisticated anti-aircraft weapons to start. Are there any U.S. troops in Eastern Europe or anywhere else currently training the Ukrainians?
So as for the first question, I'm not going to get ahead of an announcement which will be rolled out in conjunction with our allies on Thursday when the president has the opportunity to speak with them. That's on a further package of sanctions. What I will say is that one of the key elements of that announcement will focus not just on adding new sanctions, but on ensuring that there is joint effort to crack down on evasion, on sanctions busting, on any attempt by any country to help Russia basically undermine, weaken, or get around the sanctions. That is an important part of this next phase. We have applied an enormous amount of economic pressure. And in order to sustain and escalate that pressure over time, part of that is about new designations, new targets, but a big part of it is about effective enforcement and evasion, applying the lessons that we've learned from other circumstances where we have, in fact, imposed sanctions on countries. So stay tuned for that. On the question of U.S. troops, we do not have U.S. troops currently training Ukrainians. We do not have U.S. troops on the territory of Ukraine. We do, of course, have U.S. troops defending NATO territory, providing reassurance to our allies, deterring Russian aggression. And of course, the United States is playing a key role, not just in the direct provision of military equipment to Ukraine, but in the facilitation of military equipment provided by many of our allies as well. Yes.
Thanks, sir. Two questions quickly. Moments ago, you said at the beginning that Russia would never take Ukraine, but does the president believe that Ukraine can win a military victory here? And if so, why haven't we heard that from him thus far? And then my second question is, with regards to Russia and partnership with the United States and certain institutions, what does the president hope that Russia can bring to the Iran nuclear deal? What do they have to bring to the table after they've rightfully been made a pariah on the world stage?
So I can describe to you what happened with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action back in 2015. One of the key roles that Russia played in the implementation of that deal was that Russia actually accepted the enriched uranium from Iran so that Iran's stockpile stayed below 300 kilograms total, meaning that stockpile was so small that Iran could not swiftly break out to a nuclear weapon. That is a key part of how we ensured that Iran's nuclear program was in a box. Now, we don't have to rely on any given country for any particular element of the deal, but that is a role that Russia played in the past, a practical role that didn't have necessarily political significance, but did have that practical significance. What I said was that Russia's never going to take Ukraine away from the Ukrainian people. It's never going to be able to subjugate the Ukrainian people. That was not a statement about a particular slice of territory that a Russian advance could occupy for a period of time, or about a particular battle that some Russian element could win. I would refer you over to the Pentagon in terms of the best military analysis for how particular battles and particular fronts will play out. But what I will say this, whether Russia takes a city or takes a town or takes more territory, they are never going to be able to achieve the purpose that they set out, which was to subjugate this country, to bring this country to heel, because the Ukrainian people have made very clear that they will not be subjugated no matter what it takes. Yes.
Jim, thank you for being here. But to follow up on that question, is it the policy of this government that Ukraine should win this? It should eject Russia and regain its sovereignty and its freedom?
We've said from the outset that we are unwavering in our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Within the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, we remain committed to that as our proposition for this. But in the immediate day-to-day of this conflict, our focus is on ensuring that Ukraine has the tools that it needs to defend itself and to be able to effectively ensure that Russia cannot achieve its objectives in Ukraine. That's what we're focused on right now. But on the basic proposition of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, from day one of the Biden administration, we have not wavered an inch on that. Yes.
On Article 5 and any cyber attack that comes now, obviously Russians have done it before. It wasn't an Article 5 issue then. Does something in Ukraine now change the contour of a cyber attack against any member nation of NATO become an Article 5 issue?
So in the June summit
The president raised that just yesterday as dramatically as he did.
So last June, when the NATO leaders gathered for the NATO summit, President Biden, consulting with them, we put out a statement. That is absolutely something where we and other countries could bring capabilities to bear to help a country both defend itself and respond to a particular cyber attack. Now, that's not necessarily the same thing as a military response. That response could take many different forms. But we have made clear through NATO documents now, not just last year, but going back years, that cybersecurity is an alliance issue. It is an issue where collectively NATO is prepared to pull together both to enhance resilience, enhance defenses, and if necessary, use the appropriate tools to respond.
It's been just over a week since you met with your Chinese counterpart, a couple days since the president spoke with President Xi. Have you seen any indications that China will or will not provide assistance to Russia?
I can't make predictions going forward. What I can tell you is we have not seen since those meetings or since the president's conversation with Xi the provision of military equipment by China to Russia. But of course, this is something we are monitoring closely. We will continue to monitor it. And the president made clear to President Xi the implications and consequences of any such provision of equipment. And they very well understand one another.
And where is this on the agenda at the NATO summit? Will there be an effort to try to put specific concrete steps in place if China does provide that assistance?
The president will certainly consult on the question of China's potential participation in the conflict of Ukraine while he's in Brussels. He'll do so at NATO. He'll also do so when he addresses the 27 leaders of the European Union, because on April 1st, the European Union is having a summit with China. And so this will be an opportunity Thursday for the United States and our European partners to coordinate closely on what our message is. We believe we're very much on the same page with our European partners, and we will be speaking with one voice on this issue. Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up on your comment about shoring up the eastern flank of NATO. Do you anticipate additional U.S. troop deployments to Europe?
Well, I think there are two issues that are important to lay out. One is what's required in the immediate term. And right now, Secretary of Defense, Supreme Allied Commander Europe, believe that they have effective posture today for what's necessary today. But of course, that could evolve in the coming days and weeks depending on Russia's actions and depending on the overall threat picture. The second is, what is the longer term force posture, not just for this contingency, this emergency, this invasion, but over the course of time. That is something the president will discuss with his allies at the NATO summit on Thursday.
And if I might ask a quick follow-up on Russian troop casualties, Russian media reports that the outlet blamed on hackers in the EU suggested that almost 10,000 Russian servicemen had been killed and 16,000 had been wounded in Ukraine. Is your assessment that that number is realistic, or how bad do you think the casualty situation is for Russia?
I'd refer you to the Pentagon for precise casualty figures. We do believe it numbers in the thousands, but it is a necessarily imprecise analysis from our part to be able to get, that number down to the precise figure. So I would refer you over to the Pentagon for that.
The president said yesterday, Jake, that cyber warfare is a capability Putin has, but has decided to not use yet in this iteration of this war. But administration sources have told us the Russians have this multi-phase plan to target critical infrastructure that is already underway. I'll give you a couple of specifics. 2 weeks prior to the invasion, 21 U.S. energy companies targeted by hackers. They're involved with LNG production. March 9th, CISA and the FBI began working with an unnamed American pharmaceutical company whose top execs were targeted with malicious phishing attacks. Internally, the administration has attributed that to Russian intelligence. I have a list of stuff that goes on and on here. Suffice it to say, how do these acts not constitute cyber warfare so far already?
So first, the president put out a statement yesterday, a very strong, clearly worded statement, in which he said, based on evolving intelligence, we believe that attacks could occur. Now, the Russians have spent years preparing the ground for attacks, trying to get inside systems.
That they are not already underway? Just want to clarify.
Well, what I think we would distinguish between is gaining access to a system, which could be used for a variety of purposes, intelligence collection, or mere preparation for a future attack, and the actual disruptive, destructive type of attack of the kind you saw that shut down the Colonial Pipeline last year, for example, or attacked JBS Foods. And it's really that latter thing that we have not yet seen, but how one defines cyber warfare or cyber attacks, of course, is going to differ across individuals. The distinction the president was making was the distinction between all of that preparatory work, which has been ongoing for years and has in fact intensified, and the type of destruction or disruption, the launch of a particular form of malware, for example, that would result in the kinds of physical effects we've seen in past attacks.
So no
Thanks, Jake. I wanted to ask about concerns about the use of nuclear weapons, including possibly smaller nuclear weapons. Can you just address those concerns and talk about how that might come up on this trip?
Well, President Putin, in the early days of the conflict, actually raised the specter of the potential use of nuclear weapons. It is something that we do have to be concerned about. Based on our current analysis, we have not changed our nuclear posture to date, but we are constantly monitoring for that potential contingency. And of course, we take it as seriously as one could possibly take it. We will be consulting with allies and partners on that potential contingency among a range of others and discussing what our potential responses are. But I'm not going to speak to that from this podium today. I'm going to let the President have the opportunity to speak with his fellow colleagues on what is a very weighty matter.
Are Vladimir Putin's days numbered, Jake? Are Vladimir Putin's days in power numbered?
From our perspective, what happens with respect to the Russian political system is something that will be worked out inside Russia. What we can do is put forward our basic 3 lines of effort. That's what we're doing, helping the Ukrainians defend themselves, fortifying the NATO alliance, and imposing costs and consequences.
We got time for one more. I have 2 questions on Russia and North Korea and China. There is a report that the North Korea's cyber hacking organization is related to Russian's cyber criminal organizations. Do you have any information on that? And I follow up next.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Yes. North Korea's cyber hacking organization is related to Russian's cyber criminal organization. Do you have any information on this?
All I can say generally is that North Korea's cyber capabilities have been manifest in the world, and they work with all kinds of cyber criminals around the world, including Russian cyber criminals. I've got nothing further for you on that today. Yeah, I'll take one more.
Do you have any comments or expectations on the meeting between President Xi and President Zelensky that's scheduled to happen soon?
Sorry, I told her that I would call on her, so I've got to let her ask the question.
Does the president hope to accomplish when he's in Poland, and why did he feel that it would be helpful for him to go to Warsaw at this time, particularly when the vice president was there less than 2 weeks ago?
So first, Poland has taken the brunt of the humanitarian impact outside of Ukraine. In terms of the refugee flows. Poland is where the United States has surged a significant number of forces to be able to help defend and shore up the eastern flank. Poland has to contend not just with the war in Ukraine, but with Russia's military deployments to Belarus, which have fundamentally changed the security equation there. And so for all of those reasons, we feel that it is the right place for him to go to be able to see troops, to be able to see humanitarian experts, and to be able to meet with the frontline and very vulnerable ally. So I'll leave it at that, guys. Thank you.
Jake, is he meeting with refugees? Is he meeting with refugees, Jake? Saki said they'd tell us. You might be able to tell us today.
So I think I said at the outset that we'll go through the precise details of the schedule.
But Jake, he spoke with Pope Francis.
tornado that ripped apart substantial regions of Houston County. Despite the travesty of what has occurred to property, a miracle is that nobody lost their life. You know, property can always be replaced. A life cannot be replaced. And so through effective emergency management, through effective self-preservation by the people who live in Houston County, they were able to withstand a storm with everybody still alive. Now, I understand there have been approximately 10 people who have sustained injuries, one a very severe injury. And I want to keep them in our prayers for a swift and effective recovery for those injuries. And may God be with them as they work their way through the challenges they're facing right now. But they too are fortunate that they sustained those injuries still alive and able to return to their home. It's my understanding that there are about 30 structures that have been damaged in the area. That's an early assessment. As we go for the next day or two and do better assessment, we're going to be able to more specifically identify exactly how many structures have been damaged. Of those damaged structures, about 20 to 25 of them are homes. Some of those homes are places where residents will not be able to stay right now. In typical Houston County fashion, many friends and family members are taking in others who are displaced from home right now. There were about 72 people in shelter, I think, in this location last night. They may not be here tonight because of the care and love and support of their family and friends. At this time, we're not able to predict exactly how long it will be before these people will be able to return to their homes. Some may have lost their home altogether. Others may need minor repairs. Others may merely need the power to come back on. So hopefully we will be getting most of these people back into their homes very quickly. That said, as the mayor told me earlier in a meeting, she said that the reality is that most of these people are still in shock. And it's going to take a few hours, if not a few days, for people to come to a reckoning about what exactly has happened and what they need to grapple with and what they need to do in order to take next steps forward. Now, one of those steps that is being undertaken as we speak right now is working to restore power to homes. Understand that when a tornado or tornadoes rip through a county, it's going to topple over power lines and power structure that make it incapable of delivering power to somebody's house. And it takes a while to get those power lines back up. Encore says that they should be able to complete their operations perhaps as early as by midnight tonight. There will be a segment of homes that receive power from Houston County Electric Co-op. And because of the damage done in those areas, those folks may be without power for a day or two. It's premature to make a definitive assessment on that power outage at this time. Just know that those in charge of providing and restoring power are working around the clock to get that power up and running again. Another challenge that is typical when you have tornadoes rip through a particular area is there is damage to the ability for people to obtain communication through cellular devices. That's already improving as we speak, and that too will be up and running as quickly as possible. One thing that we want to ensure, and that is, as a state through the Texas Division of Emergency Management, we need to make a dollar assessment of the damages that have occurred. This is important for purposes of establishing a federal disaster declaration. And to the extent that homeowners do have the ability to provide that assessment, I want to give you a location where you can provide that information. It is damages.tdem.texas.gov. damage.gov. I'll tell you again. Did I say damages? I meant damage. Is damage.tdem.texas.gov. You can report it to that site. In addition to that, because of an inability to communicate electronically, the county may be, or the city may be setting up a location where information like that may be able to be shared. I want people in Houston County to know that there is a dedicated person from the Texas Division of Emergency Management who's focused on Houston County. The state of Texas is going to stay working shoulder to shoulder with Houston County every step of the way, all the way through. That said, one thing that I know, and that is Houston County is blessed with great leadership that is loving and caring and supporting all the people in this community. It includes Houston County Judge, the Houston County Sheriff, the Crockett Mayor, the Crockett City Manager, the Crockett Police Chief, the Crockett Fire Chief, as well as State Senator Nichols and State Representative Ashby. And I could go on. There's a long list. You all know all of your officials around here and what they do. This is a community when disaster strikes, people come together and is on display once again and will continue to be on display. Now, I also want to commend all of the first responders in Houston County. Many of those first responders are volunteers. It could be volunteer firefighters or volunteer law enforcement officers, as well as professional firefighters and volunteer officers. Everybody came together and responded extraordinarily effectively, putting their lives on the line, many of them. And so they should all be commended for the way that they responded to come together. Now, unfortunately, the state of Texas was affected by tornadoes in areas larger than just Houston County. And I have issued a disaster declaration for 16 counties at this time. They include Bastrop, Cass, Cook, Grayson, Guadalupe, Houston, Jack, Madison, Marion, Montague, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, Upshur, Williamson, and Wise. As we learn more information, there may be additional counties added to this disaster declaration. What this declaration does, it ensures that Houston County is going to have the resources they need to be able to respond to this devastating storm, as well as it will accelerate the process for which they can be able to recover, to make that recover happen a lot quicker. With all that said, I would like to now turn things over to the county judge to tell you more information about what's going on in the county, and then we'll have other speakers after him.
Thank you, Governor. I've done a lot of welcomes, but not many like this. I do welcome everyone here today. It's not for the reason we would like for it to be, but I especially would like to thank our Governor, Greg Abbott, Chief Nim Kidd. We have our State Representative Trina Ashby, our Senator Robert Nichols. I can't say enough, Governor, about our local first responders. responders here. As I looked around today, both from the air and from the ground, that the linemen that are working, that have been brought in from outside Houston County, they're working tirelessly to be able to restore the electricity. If it can happen by midnight tonight, would be just unbelievable. Also, we have with us, the Red Cross is with us. Chester Jordan is with us. Yes, sir. Thank you for being here with all the assistance that you're providing. You know, the DPS, I would like to thank the DPS today. They provided a helicopter for the emergency management coordinator, Heath Murph, and myself to assess the damage, and we were able to track the storm from the air and get some numbers that the governor mentioned. I just can't say enough that the people in Houston County and how resilient we are. But no big surprise, right? We were the first county ever established in Texas, Governor. So, yes, we are resilient. And yes, we will bounce back, but we appreciate the help.
Sure.
And we appreciate y'all being here to help us, and not only y'all, but all the people behind us very much.
It's a good team.
Thank you. Yes, it is.
Thank you, Judge. Sheriff?
Thank you, Governor. Just to reiterate just a little bit about what the judge said, we do have a great bunch of volunteers, our firefighters, our police officers. You always forget someone, but there's someone that comes to mind that I want to give a shout out to today that I ran across last night as I was trying to make my way into the office to see if we needed anything there, communication stayed up, that sort of thing. But I began to run across citizens who lived in the county who may not be a volunteer fire department member, but they're farmers and they're ranchers and they're citizens of our county that come together as one to try to get this thing behind us. And it was a big help as I was trying to make my way through. I ran across a couple of ranchers or a couple of farmers over on the Halls Bluff Road, and they were cutting a path so that we could get back into town. And sometimes those are the unsung heroes that never get noticed. And I just want to say thank you to those folks. And thank you to you guys, all of you. You've done a great job. And I better say thank you to my staff before I show back up in the morning. So thank all the guys and the gals at the Sheriff's Office. We have a good group of people in Houston County, Governor, and things like this is what brings us together.
That's right.
And we here on the same page for the same goal, and we get it done.
Very good. Exactly
Thank
right.
you.
Sure. Mayor?
Well, I think everybody, Governor, we do appreciate you being here so much. I guess one thing that I can speak to is other people, how blessed we are. When I went through and saw all the things that had happened earlier, I was just so grateful to God that no lives had been lost. And not only that, the response, as has been mentioned, about how all the people have come together, and it's really, we know we have needs, but there's kind of masked at this point because everybody's giving a lot of things. But one of the things that we want to ensure is that through proper coordination with all of these responders and all of the people that are going to be in designated places, that it shouldn't be a need that goes unmet simply because we amassed a lot of things but didn't distribute them. So what we want to say is that we're about people. We're about restoration, and not only that, we're about ensuring that you don't lose your spirit, you don't lose your confidence, that you know that there's always someone here to support you. And so we're really proud of all of the things that have gone forth, and we're looking forward to just a well-organized recovery, long-term, and then we'll pick up and continue to do the great things that we're capable of. Thank you so much, and all of the support staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Gibbs.
Thank you, Governor. We never can thank our responders enough. In an era of volunteerism decline, it is very refreshing to know that there's so many people out there willing to just stop what they're doing and help another. And I'm very grateful for that. Life safety will always be our #1 priority, As we've established the life safety requirements for this community, we will start working on property conservation, the cleanup, the pickup of those homes, start to do the debris removal. We need people, if they have insurance, to call their insurance company for businesses or for their homes and start that insurance claim process, and that will help us with the damage assessments. If we meet our thresholds for federal assistance, it is on the uninsured loss for homes and for the government structure. So we'll be working very close with the local teams to make that happen. And then finally, I'd just like to thank the folks at Encore for such a rapid response to such damages. I know there'll be some other power outages for a while, and we'll be working with the local co-ops to get those back up. But at this point, I really want to thank Encore for their swift response.
Thank you. We'll be happy to take a few questions. The strength of this county and community is resilient as well as supportive. Everybody at this table, everybody standing behind us, people who are not in this room right now, stand ready to assist anybody who's been victimized by the storm in any way whatsoever, whether it be with housing, with shelter, with food, with water, whatever supplies they need, health care. Whatever need anybody has as a result of this storm, we have the capability of delivering that support for them. We want everybody to get back on their feet as quickly as possible. We will help them do that.
Next question. Governor Hunter Davis with Fox. Between the wildfires and now this multi-tornado outbreak in the state of Texas, you've got a lot of people without homes, and unfortunately a lot of them are concerned about the possibility for rebuilding when we've got COVID backlogs and stuff like that. Is there any conversation with FEMA for maybe bringing in permanent counseling or anything like that to help these people that?
So I'll answer in part, and I think Chief Kidd wants to answer in part. First, let me address this, and that is you brought up the fact that there are multiple disasters happening in different locations across the state of Texas. It's important for people in the state of Texas to know that the state has abundant resources to be able to respond to all of these disasters. We are simultaneously helping people who've been victimized by tornadoes, as well as those victimized by fire, as well as candidly dealing with a blizzard up in the Panhandle. And so whatever the weather, whatever the location, the state of Texas is ready to step up and help. Thanks to the members of the legislature who are with us today, the state of Texas has the resources to be able to respond to all of these disasters. With regard to interconnectedness with FEMA, that's the job of Chief Nim Kidd of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. I'll have him answer that question.
And thank you very much for the way that you asked that question. That just really helps us push back out. The way the federal government offers aid to states is based on a formula of population. For the damages to infrastructure, we need about $50 million of uninsured loss statewide in order to get public assistance from FEMA turned on. To give money to people that own or rent homes, I need about 800 homes across the state that have major damage that are uninsured, which goes back again to why reporting damages at damage.tdm.texas.gov is the fastest way to get us to that decision point. We are in constant contact with our federal partners. I talked to Tony Robinson, our regional administrator, on the way here today. We'll touch base again at the end of this day. Every day, Tony and I are talking multiple times in order to help bring those numbers together to see if we qualify for federal assistance. If we don't, then I know it's our volunteer organizations active in disaster that are already here in this county helping clean up and will help rebuild as well that we will lean on heavier in order to help people get back as fast as they can.
Neighboring states when there's disasters, one of which is Louisiana, during hurricane season, but they're also being impacted by this same storm system. Any chance of resources being deployed there? Obviously, they're little in use, but any chance of that?
One thing, especially because Louisiana is our neighbor, we're in constant contact with them whenever there are disasters, typically hurricanes. And there have been no requests for support at this particular time. If they need support, we're more than happy to help, and vice versa. They are always offering us help whenever we need it. We're great neighbors with our friends in Louisiana, as well as others in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. Thank you all.
Well, thank you, Peter, for that kind introduction, and to you and the club for the invitation to speak with all of you today. I want to focus this afternoon on partnerships, and in particular, the critical importance of the FBI and the private sector working together to tackle today's threats. But to do that, I want to start in what might seem like a strange place, which is the terrorist attacks of 2001. On that day, after years as a career prosecutor, I was a new appointee at the Department of Justice and spent most of September 11th of 2001 in a packed command center at FBI headquarters. And everyone was trying to help while at the same time struggling to comprehend the horrific reality of what was unfolding. I also remember, in the months that followed, struggling to understand how 19 terrorists had been inside the U.S. plotting a complicated, synchronized attack, and yet government agencies hadn't discovered their plans or been able to stop them. Now, the 9/11 Commission wrote that this stemmed in part from the fact that our intelligence and law enforcement agencies working to counter terrorism weren't sitting down together. And they wrote, and this is a quote, "No one component holds all the relevant information. And without everyone sharing, it wasn't possible to connect the dots." 20 years later, I'm proud of how the law enforcement and intelligence communities responded. We broke down barriers across government and strengthened relationships with law enforcement and intelligence partners both here and abroad. Through our joint terrorism task forces, the FBI deepened relationships with state and local law enforcement, whose eyes and ears in their communities help us better prevent attacks. Those transformational changes in how we carried out our mission after 9/11 made us stronger and better and made our country safer. But the world and the threat landscape have evolved over the past 20 years. Think about the fact that really, until 2002, not even BlackBerry made a phone that could send email. That back then, most people got online with dial-up, and that no one used Google as a verb. 20 years ago, the FBI was laser focused on the threats of coordinated, complex physical attacks on things like buildings, shopping malls, and bridges. That threat is still with us, to be clear, but today we've also got to be vigilant against someone half a world away trying to shut down an entire sector of our society or economy with a piece of code. And I don't use the words shut down metaphorically. As you all know, because many of you work in these industries, we have assets, systems, and networks so vital that losing them could have devastating effects on our national security, on our economic security, our public health and safety. The kind of harm that we would all feel in our everyday lives, not just something we read about in the news. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. The hidden threats our cyber adversaries pose to businesses and institutions, things we often take for granted, and the need to bring private sector partners, all of you, to the fight. We're seeing both profit-minded criminals and nation-state adversaries, and sometimes the two working in a toxic tandem, attacking or threatening those hurt-us-at-home targets. Ransomware groups, because they know that the harder they squeeze, the more they can get paid. We've seen them compromise networks from oil and gas pipelines, hospitals, grade schools, 911 call centers. All of you will likely remember when Colonial Pipeline, one of our nation's largest oil pipelines, got hit by a ransomware attack by the DarkSide hacking group last year. Now, that attack impacted billing systems and IT systems used to monitor pipelines, not the operational systems that actually transport the fuel, but being appropriately cautious, Colonial shut down their pipeline operations until they had been able to confirm that the operational systems were safe. And in the days that followed, in the days during that shutdown, people all across the Southeast panicked, and gas stations all the way up to D.C. ran completely out of gas. The president had to declare a state of emergency, and if that's not a hurt you feel at home, I don't know what is. Bottom line is, I can't think of anything ransomware groups would consider off limits, and they're hitting us more and more all the time. In total, between 2019 and 2021, the number of ransomware groups, ransomware complaints, I should say, reported to the FBI increased by 82%. So from 2019 to 2021, an 82% increase. And to just give one example of what those ransomware groups can do, since we opened our investigation into the Russia-based REvil hackers in August of 2019, they've attacked more than 40,000 US-based victims. That's just that one hacking group. And received over $150 million in ransoms through virtual currency systems, Bitcoin and Monero. So to put things in perspective, last year, we saw ransomware incidents against 14 of the U.S. 16 critical infrastructure sectors. That's just ransomware. Like last May, when a ransomware attack on JBS, the world's largest supplier of beef, chicken, and pork, resulted in a complete stoppage at their meat production facilities in the U.S. and Canada and Australia. You may remember prices spiking and meat counters looking awfully sparse. The JBS attack showed that cyber criminals could literally affect our ability to put food on the table. Targeting of those vital networks is in some ways even more dangerous when it's done by nation states. Now, their efforts may look the same as a criminal attack at first. For example, if they're using ransomware, you see a notice that your data is encrypted. But when a nation state is responsible. There may not be a decryption key out there that's available at any price. Last June, hackers sponsored by the Iranian government compromised a U.S. children's hospital. Let me just say that again, a children's hospital. And in 2017, the Russian military used purported ransomware called NotPetya to hit Ukrainian critical infrastructure with what was supposed to look like a ransomware heist, but was actually designed just to destroy systems. Now, they targeted Ukraine, but they ended up also hitting systems here, throughout Europe, and elsewhere. That attack ended up causing more than $10 billion, that's with a B, dollars in damages. One of the most damaging cyber attacks in the history of cyber attacks, and went global before anyone knew to do anything. And today, of course, with the ongoing conflict raging in Ukraine, we're particularly focused on the destructive cyber threat posed by the Russian intelligence services and cyber criminal groups that they protect and support. We have cyber personnel working closely with the Ukrainians and our other allies abroad, and with the private sector and our partners here. But we've also got to keep a close eye on other nations with a history of threatening us, not just Russia and Iran. We've seen North Korea take destructive cyber action as well. And the Chinese government has hacked more than a dozen U.S. oil and gas pipeline operators, not just stealing their information and holding them and all of us at risk. An awfully dangerous threat from a massive, sophisticated program, hacking program that is bigger than that of every other major country combined. Beyond ransomware, the cyber threat to intellectual property, to our economic vitality, is also growing. That's compounding the more easily visible economic damage from ransomware attacks. Actors like the Chinese government are working to dominate entire technology sectors by stealing corporate ideas and innovation. They typically do this by simultaneously corrupting your trusted insiders and conducting direct cyber intrusions. To put it simply, whatever makes an industry tick, they target. When they're successful, that results in job losses and devastates local economies, hurting Main Street just as much as Wall Street, and taking food off the table in a whole different way than that JBS Foods attack did. The scale is staggering. To pick just one example, a year ago, hackers with China's MSS, their Ministry of State Security, targeted a vulnerability in the Microsoft Exchange server, software widely used in corporate email systems. And through that, they compromised tens of thousands of computers worldwide and left backdoors so that they could return whenever they wanted. And to give you a sense of how common that kind of threat is, just using cyber means, Chinese government hackers have stolen more of our personal and corporate data than every other nation combined. Fortunately, in each of the cases I just cited, FBI action helped lessen the damage. So that children's hospital, we were able to race there within hours, gave them intelligence and indicators about the attack, and helped them stop it before their systems were locked up and their young patients were harmed. That NotPetya attack, we were able to attribute it to the Russian GRU, and we've been pushing indicators about its activities to industry, foreign partners, and social media companies. Those backdoors, the Chinese intelligence services left across America in the Exchange hack, we ran an operation in collaboration with Microsoft to slam those backdoors shut. And we're disrupting attacks like this every day. Right here in Detroit, our field office has been countering a significant ransomware strain, and they've helped protect a number of businesses by decrypting their networks for them. Important employers around the region, like a rail infrastructure firm, a packaging company, a shipping company. That Colonial ransomware attack, well, it was bad, to be sure, but it could have been so much worse. If the hackers had gained access to the operational systems running the pipeline, we wouldn't have been looking at a 5-day shutdown, but something with potentially much more lasting effect. Thankfully, after they realized what was happening, Colonial called the FBI field office in Atlanta, where they already had an established relationship, and Atlanta knew that our field office in San Francisco had been investigating the dark side group for more than 6 months already. So that meant that within hours of their initial reporting, we were pushing to Colonial relevant technical information along with remediation tactics, techniques, and procedures. And we quickly engaged with DHS's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and the Department of Energy to bring their resources into the fold. And we were well positioned to handle all that coordination so that Colonial, on its end, could focus on their own systems. Our San Francisco office did the forensic examination that helped identify the intrusion vector, a specific compromised company VPN account, which in turn helped Colonial's cybersecurity firm, Mandiant, make sure that that hole was plugged. And it's because Colonial reached out so quickly that we were also able to identify and seize the virtual currency wallet belonging to the hackers. So Colonial got back most of the ransom it had paid, and the bad guys were deprived of most of their ill-gotten gains. And we provided the indicators of compromise that we learned from working with them more broadly to network defenders, sparing countless potential other victims a similar fate. Now, what I want to emphasize today, though, is that we're not doing all this alone. We learned important lessons from 9/11 and the ongoing fight against terrorism, and we've applied those lessons to pretty much everything else we do. Just as we expanded our joint terrorism task forces to many, many more cities after 9/11, we've now set up cyber task forces in all of our 56 field offices across the country. So, if you ever call for help, you're going to get a whole team with specialized expertise to help and with jurisdiction to go after any cyber bad actor. That's at every FBI field office. The biggest difference between the model we built to fight terrorism and the way we battle cyber threats, though, is the importance of the private sector. Private networks, whether they belong to a pipeline operator, some other kind of victim, an internet service provider, are most often the places we do battle, are most often the places where we confront our adversaries. So we share information with the private sector whenever we can through things like one-on-one outreach, through cyber threat bulletins, and through our many partnerships, like with the 627 Fortune 1000 companies who belong to DSAC, which is our Domestic Security Alliance Council, or the more than 70,000 professionals in our InfraGuard program, all of whom are focused on protecting U.S. critical infrastructure. We may not always be able to tell you how we know what we know, but we can almost invariably get you what you need to protect yourself. But we also need what the private sector sees to protect companies, schools, universities of all kinds. If American businesses don't report attacks and intrusions, we won't know about most of them, which means we then can't help you recover, and we don't know how to stop the next attack, whether that's against you or a new attack against one of your partners. So we like to say that the best way to protect one business is to hear from others, and the best way to protect others is to hear from that one. Fortunately, over the past few years, we've been getting thousands of intrusion reports from companies annually, and that sharing kicks off what I would call sort of a virtuous cycle. So we use it to develop information about who the adversary is, what they're doing, where, why, how, taking pains to protect the information we get from companies, much like we protect the information carefully that we get from our sources, from our investigations, or from NSA, or from foreign partners, etc. And we pass what we develop to partners here and abroad, our fellow U.S. and foreign intel services, foreign law enforcement, providers like Microsoft, CISA, sector risk management agencies. Those partners can then in turn use what we've given to provide us with more information, which feeds our global investigations, which helps us discover more malicious infrastructure that we can target ourselves, helps us alert more private sector partners to more disruption and arrest opportunities, which then leads us to more useful information to pass back to that first company that reported to better remediate and protect itself, and maybe find more technical information it can then share back with us and our partners, take further steps, and so on. It's why we've deployed all across the country and in nearly 80 countries around the world. What partnerships let us do is hit our adversaries at every point, from the victims' networks back all the way to the hackers' own computers. Because when it comes to the FBI cyber strategy, we know that just trying to stand in the goal and block shots isn't going to get it done. We're disrupting three things: the actors, their infrastructure, and their money. And we have the most durable impact when we work together with all of our partners to go after all three at the same time. So going after the actors, we work with like-minded countries to identify who's responsible for the most damaging ransomware schemes and take them out of the game. We cast a wide net, not just going after the ransomware group's administrators and affiliates, but also folks like their money launderers, their malware developers, their bulletproof hosting providers, and others that enable them. And that may mean arresting and extraditing them back to the U.S. to face justice, or it may mean prosecution by a foreign partner, or finding other ways with our intelligence community partners to pressure and disrupt them. Simultaneously, taking down cyber criminals' technical infrastructure, their servers, their domains, their botnets, their malware, all that disrupts their operations. Just last year, the FBI led an international operation that seized control of a botnet called Emotet, which consisted of tens of thousands of computers that were infected, used in a range of cyber criminal schemes, including some major ransomware strains, and going after their money. When we seize virtual wallets and return stolen funds, that not only helps the victims, of course, but it takes resources away from the bad guys, helping to prevent future criminal operations. But like I said, the FBI and the government as a whole needs your help to make these operations work. Together, we can protect your companies and our critical infrastructure and shut down malicious activities before they hurt anyone else. So with that in mind, I'll ask the business leaders listening today to develop a formal cyber incident response plan, if you haven't already, and include the contact information for your local FBI field office somewhere in that plan. For our part, I and the leaders in all 56 FBI field offices have spent a huge amount of time reaching out to critical partners in the private sector, like those of you here, because to me, success looks like strong relationships between all of you and your local FBI field offices, whether it's here in Detroit or elsewhere, so that in the unfortunate event of an intrusion, you'll already have a relationship with the guy or gal who can be on your doorstep in hours to help you get your systems, information, and resources back. So looking forward to continuing our conversation this afternoon, and more importantly, for the work that we'll do together going forward. Thank you.
Need a sip of water? Are you good?
I'm good.
Director, thank you so much for, again, traveling to Detroit and
around you, and Wynn wasn't a child porn case, and neither was Fife. Just one other quick thing to clarify. As to these comments about the probation office doesn't issue national guidelines, right? I mean, the probation office doesn't issue sentencing guidelines. They're not public. They're not recommended to all judges. The probation office provides advice to judges case by case, usually in private, usually not available to the public. Is that right, Judge?
Not exactly, Senator. The probation office in criminal cases is assigned by the court to work with respect to the evaluation of cases, in every case consistent with Congress's requirements. The probation office prepares a pre-sentence report in which they review all of the statutory factors concerning sentencing. Congress has a statute for sentencing. It requires judges to consider the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence imposed to promote various purposes of punishment. There are many purposes listed in the statute, and the probation office is the arm of the court that does factual investigations in every criminal case, unless there are certain cases in which you can waive it, but the background is the probation office's assessment of the facts related to a particular sentence and a particular crime. And the probation office's report, when a court sentences, actually, in most cases, becomes the findings of fact of the court. And so the probation office appears just like the prosecution and the defense. The probation office has written a report, and they make a recommendation to the court based on their independent analysis related to the facts of a particular crime and defendant and sentence.
Understood. So they give the court counsel. Understood. However, they don't issue guidelines. They're not uniform. It is by its very nature a case-by-case inquiry, as you said. The report goes to the judge. As I understand it, the pre-sentencing report, I'm sorry, the probation reports are not public in all of the cases that we're talking about here. I'd love to see them if they are. But it's not as if there's one set of guidelines that are federal sentencing guidelines, and then there's the probation guidelines. The probation office is giving advice to the judge. It varies case by case.
Senator,
but it's not the same.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's all right. Let me ask you about a specific case. I mean, let's talk about. I listed these 7 cases in which you had discretion and you did not follow the prosecutor's recommendation or the sentencing guidelines. But let's just talk about one of them, because we've talked about some of them as a group. Let's talk about United States versus Hawkins. I think that's one you probably remember from 2013. The defendant there was Wesley Hawkins. He was 18 years old at the time. He uploaded 5 video files of child pornography from his computer to YouTube. This is how the police got onto him. He then uploaded another 36 depictions of child porn and other lewd photos of children to his iCloud account. When the police executed a search on his apartment on the premises, they found 17 videos on his laptop and 16 images of child pornography, all of them very graphic, some of them involving very young children. The 17 videos in particular, this is from the government sentencing memorandum in this case, just so we understand the facts. Here are some of the videos that the government charged and they recovered. There was a 24-minute, 6-second video depicting a 12-year-old male committing a sexual act. I'm not going to read exactly what it was. There was a 1-minute and 57-second video depicting an 8-year-old committing a sexual act. There was an 11-minute and 47-second video depicting an 11-year-old committing a sexual act and being raped by an adult male. There was a 15-minute and 19-second video depicting 2 11-year-olds committing sexual acts. There was a 7-minute and 51-second video depicting a 12-year-old committing a sexual act. So, as the government said in this case, and I'm quoting now from the transcript of the sentencing hearing, 17 videos is a lot. And some of the videos, including the ones that are described in the statement of the offense, and I've just related some of them, are very lengthy and include numerous images, numerous views, sometimes collages, sometimes multiple victims. You see the act in progress. The government goes on to describe some of these as sadomasochistic images. So this is a tough case. This is one of those tough cases you were referencing earlier. You talked about it this morning. You said these cases are terrible. This is one of them. This is terrible stuff. This is not a good guy who's doing this stuff. Guidelines recommendation in the case was 97 to 121 months. So if I'm doing my math right, that's up to 10 years. And in this case, the guidelines recommendation was essentially written by Congress, because in the PROTECT Act of 2003, Congress specified what they wanted the range to be in these kind of cases. And Congress also specified what they wanted the mandatory minimums to be. I know you remember the PROTECT Act because you've talked about it. You've given lectures on it. And it was enacted, as I said, in 2003. It was 84-0 was the vote here in the Senate. The reason the PROTECT Act was put into place is the Senate was concerned over lenient sentences by judges in child porn cases, which is what you described. You said about it, there was an increasing perception on Capitol Hill and within DOJ that liberal judges were to blame for the downward pressure on federal sentences and that legislation was necessary to rein them in. That's you in 2011 describing this law. So Congress has set the guidelines here, 84-0 in the Senate. I noticed the chairman voted for it, as did a number of other members of this committee. So the Congress sets the range. Essentially, it's 97 months up to 10 years. Now, the prosecutor in this case, this is in D.C., of course, you're on the federal district court. The prosecutor in this case, it's a liberal administration, I think it's fair to say. This isn't the state of Texas. See my colleague from Texas next to me here. The prosecutor in this case, nevertheless, still asked for 2 full years in prison. You gave the defendant 3 months. Guidelines called for 10 years. Prosecutor wanted at least 2. You gave him 3 months. And when you did, you made a number of arguments and statements in the record, and I'd like to go through some of them because I've read them all. And the first argument you made was that the federal guidelines that punished child porn offenders, the ones that Congress wrote, were, and I'm quoting you now, are in many ways outdated. That's your quote. And you went on to say about why you thought they were outdated. I'm going to quote you again. You say, and I quote, "I don't feel that it's appropriate to increase the penalty on the basis of the number of images or prepubescent victims," meaning little kids, "as the guidelines require, because these circumstances exist in many cases, if not most, and don't signal an especially heinous or egregious child pornography offense," end quote. I just want to ask you about that because I just have to tell you I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. We're talking about 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds. He's got images of these, the government said added up to over 600 images, gobs of video footage of these children, but you say this does not signal a heinous or egregious child pornography offense. Help me understand that. What word would you use if it's not heinous or egregious? How would you describe it?
Thank you, Senator, for letting me address the concern that you've put forward based on the record that you've reviewed. As a judge who is a mom and has been tasked with the responsibility of actually reviewing the evidence that you would not describe in polite company, the evidence that you are pointing to, discussing, addressing in this context is evidence that I have seen in my role as a judge. And it is heinous, it is egregious. What a judge has to do is determine how to sentence defendants proportionately consistent with the elements that the statutes include, with the requirements that Congress has set forward. Unwarranted sentencing disparities is something that the Sentencing Commission has been focused on for a long time in regard to child pornography offenses. All of the offenses are horrible. All of the offenses are egregious. But the guidelines, as you pointed out, are being departed from even with respect to the government's recommendation. The government, in this case and in others, has asked for a sentence that is substantially less than the guideline penalty. And so what I was discussing was that phenomenon, that the guidelines in this area are not doing the work of differentiating defendants, as the government itself indicated in this very case. And so that's what I was talking about, but I want to assure you, Senator, that I take these cases very seriously, that these cases include the notion by many defendants that the folks at issue, the defendants themselves, are collecting these images on the internet. They're terrible things that have happened, but they're not involved, say the defendants. They're not focused on, what is actually happening to the children. And so part of my sentencings was about redirecting the defendant's attention. It's not just about how much time a person spends in prison. It's about understanding the harm of this behavior. It's about all of the other kinds of restraints that sex offenders are ordered rightly to live under at the end of the day. The sentences in these cases include not only prison time, but restraints on computer use, sometimes for decades, restraints on ability to go near children, sometimes for decades. All of these things judges consider in order to affect what Congress has required, which is a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment.
Yeah, well, let me just ask you about that last point, because you've said this a couple of times now, the sentences that Congress require. Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. Congress wrote the guidelines in this case. They wanted them to be mandatory. They gave the courts factors to consider to choose between the sentencing range. Congress wanted you to choose between 97 and 121 months. That's what Congress wanted. The Supreme Court in Booker said that the sentencing guidelines would be discretionary, so the Supreme Court gave you the discretion. But if we're talking about what Congress has wanted, Congress wanted them to be mandatory. My only point in raising that is just to say that you had discretion in these cases, and you used your discretion to choose the sentences that you did. Let me ask you about some of the things, though, that you said, because you said this morning, and I appreciate